Whoa, that was close! Ever since I was little, Dad and I have always been like two peas in a pod. We lived by the sea and swam together with the sea animals every day. But my mom, aka Miss Perfect, was never happy about anything. She loved complaining. Oh, and I forgot to mention, please like and subscribe to Storytime Animated.
Mom, meet my pet, Inky. Dad and I saved it from a shark.
What? Sea animals are not pets. They're dangerous. Your father knows better. We work with them every day. You're too paranoid. She loves the octopus and it's harmless. She can keep it.
My parents worked together as marine scientists at a multi-billion government research lab named Vaught's Lab. But they never saw eye to eye on things, especially with the sea animals they worked with. And she always liked picking a fight with Dad about money. Once Dad took us out to a fancy restaurant for my 15th birthday, Mom looked at the bill and threw such a tantrum, embarrassing both me and Dad.
Why would you bring us to a place that would cost us an arm and a leg? Calm down, darling. We can afford it. And plus, it's for our baby girl. Well, our lifestyle is getting a little too expensive, and one of us has to do something to make sure we don't lose everything.
I didn't know what Mom was talking about, but all I knew is that she just ruined my birthday. And then soon after, the next worst thing in my life happened. It happened during my school's talent show. I had been performing with Inky when cops suddenly stormed into the auditorium and headed straight for Dad and the crowd of parents.
Mr. Johnson, we're here to arrest you for fraud and illegal trade of sea animals from Vaught's Lab.
I couldn't believe my ears. I knew my dad. He loved animals. He'd never sell them. I ran down from the stage and grabbed the cop.
Let him go! My dad is innocent!
But they pushed me away like I was an insect and dragged Dad away. Everyone in the auditorium stared at us and I was so embarrassed. After that day, Dad's face was plastered all over the media. And in school, whispers started to fly around about my family. And one day, I overheard Elijah, a cop's son in my school, discussing my business in a crowd of people, and it drove me crazy.
Don't you have something better to do than gossip?
Like committing fraud?
I lost it and pounced on him, but after a few seconds, the principal showed up and dragged me away from Elijah into his office, where he dropped a bombshell.
You'll be expelled.
What? That's not fair!
I don't want to do this, but your father offended the government, and it puts this school in a bad spotlight. There's nothing I can really do.
Like an outcast, I was banished from the school grounds. The only way my family and I would be fine again is if my dad was proven innocent. So I decided to snoop around the lab where my parents worked. As soon as Mom found out what I was up to, she went crazy.
Give it up! Your dad is a criminal! Do you also want to follow in his footsteps?
I couldn't believe the words coming out of her mouth.
Dad is not a criminal, Mom. Someone's probably setting him up. We need to search the lab. Dad keeps everything from work in there.
There are harmful chemicals in there. I am not letting you in. And stay away from the investigation. If the cops find out what you're up to, they could arrest you for interfering, and you'll end up like your criminal father.
Jeez, it feels like you don't care that Dad is in jail.
Mom ignored me, and her actions just didn't make any sense. Why was she not concerned about Dad the way I was? Mom started acting strange. Like one day, I opened my cupboards and found all my swimsuits shredded into pieces.
Mom, what is the meaning of this?
I'm just protecting you. Who knows? Maybe you carry the same madness like your dad. The further you stay away from the sea, the better.
The next day, she installed security cameras all over the house to make sure I never went near the sea or the aquarium. Well, she missed a spot, the backyard.
Get back into the house right now!
Mom's punishment made me so sad that I confided in Inky one morning. Even though he was an animal, I felt he understood me more than people. Sometimes, I feel like Mom hates me. Inky pointed one of his tentacles to a poster of an event Dad wanted to take me to before his arrest.
STA invites you to their annual Marine Life Festival, where we can all be free like the fish. Inky, you're a genius! You're right, I can find people that know Dad at that event and ask them questions.
The next day, as soon as Mom left for work, I snuck out of the house in a disguise to the festival. As I walked around searching for familiar faces, I bumped into Elijah, and I hated to admit it, but he looked different, cuter. Not like it made any difference. He was the last familiar face I wanted to see.
Are you blind? Couldn't you see me coming?
Sorry, I got distracted taking pictures of dolphins.
Was he apologizing? That didn't sound like Elijah at all. Maybe it was because he couldn't recognize me. Either way, I felt like a huge jerk.
I'm sorry for yelling at you. Is that one of the pictures?
Yeah, just a couple of basic photos the organizers hired me to take.
Wow, he was a really good photographer.
They're perfect.
I could take one of you if you want.
Of course I do.
I posed next to the dolphins and Elijah took some great photos.
You are so photogenic. I feel like I've seen you before. What's your name?
I'm Kat. I have to go now.
Wait, Can I at least get your number?
I quickly wrote down a fake number and hurried off before he recognized me. When I got home, Mom was waiting for me in my room.
What are you doing in my room?
Did you really think I wouldn't notice your disguise at an event where my workplace was a sponsor?
Okay, maybe I should have done some browsing before sneaking out, but I had no idea Elijah was going to publish my photos.
I'm sorry. I just needed to clear my head. A lot has been weighing on me, and Inky is the only one here for me. We are never here.
And now, he'll no longer be, because of your silly act.
Mom suddenly grabbed Inky's aquarium, and I just couldn't watch her take the only friend I had away.
Mom, please, don't take Inky away! I'm doing this for your own good. Sea animals are dangerous.
Inky squirted some ink at Mom's face in defense.
See? Dangerous! Just like I told you!
He's not. He felt threatened by you.
If you enjoy him that much, I'll lock you two in here forever!
Like a lunatic, Mom grabbed my room keys and stomped outside, then turned around to lock my door.
Mom! Mom! Please unlock my door!
No matter how loud I screamed, Mom pretended not to hear me, and I went over to Inky to complain some more about her. But to my surprise, he attacked me too.
What are you doing? You're hurting me!
After nearly an hour of struggling, Inky released me with a small bite, and when I looked at my face in the mirror, I let out the loudest scream ever, then zoned out. The next time I woke up, I found myself in the hospital with Mom beside my bed.
What happened?
That octopus attacked you! I told you that sea animals were dangerous, but you never listened to me! I already took him out of your room.
Slowly, the events of that day poured into my brain.
No, Mom, you can't! It wasn't his fault!
Shh. Don't stress yourself. I'll bet you're hungry. I'll order some food and head straight to work. See you later.
An hour after Mom left, someone walked into my room, and I was shocked to find Elijah with a pizza box.
Ma'am, you ordered for pizza?
Oh my god, not him again! I pulled the blankets over my face and changed my voice.
Welcome, strange boy, I don't know it all. Just drop the pizza on the table and go.
Thank you, Elijah. How do you know my name?
Oops.
Wait a minute.
Elijah suddenly walked up to me and pulled the blanket away from my face.
If it isn't the criminal's daughter.
If it isn't the dude who can't stick to one job, photographer, delivery man, what's the next thing?
That was you at the event? You must have had some fun tricking me, cat.
You bet I did, and you fell for it.
To my surprise, Elijah slumped beside me with a tired expression.
I guess I did. Deserve that for being a jerk, huh?
Yeah, you were a jerk at school, but I'm over that now.
I guess since I know about your dad, it's only fair I tell you about mine. He did some investment that didn't pay too well, and now he's broke. I have to work multiple jobs to help out.
I'm sorry about that. I wish there was something I could do to help.
It's fine. I'm sorry about your dad, too. I don't really think he's a criminal. I was just being a jerk.
Elijah and I became cool, and when the hospital discharged me, he dropped me home, and to my surprise, Mom was quite welcoming. I guess my illness made her relax a little.
Why don't you come over for dinner someday? You can bring your parents, too.
Sure will, ma'am. Goodbye, Elizabeth.
After that day, Elijah and I hung out a few times around the beach, and I carefully followed Mom's instructions. I avoided the sea and never asked about Inky, so she wouldn't get upset with me again, which made her happy. But then, one midnight, I noticed something strange. I heard some noise and looked through the window, only to find Mom talking to some strange men beside a truck. It made me really curious, and I tiptoed outside to check what they were up to. And you'd never guess what I found at the back of the truck. Aquariums! Lots and lots of them.
Mom? What's going on?
Just some work stuff. Nothing serious. Go back to bed, honey.
But…
Mom gently nudged me into the house, and I couldn't help but wonder why she was acting strange. My gut feeling told me that she was up to something. The next evening, when Elijah and his dad came over for dinner, Mom took a 360 turn.
Thank you for inviting us to dinner. It's good to see you're doing better after your husband's arrest. I know I'm a cop, but if you need a shoulder… Excuse me, you're a what?
Mom quickly rose from her seat and started to yell at Elijah's father like a maniac.
I don't want cops in my house! After what you did to my husband, you have so much guts! Leave this instant!
Jeez, what was wrong with her?
Please.
Don't worry, we're leaving. You're right. It was rude of me to show up here.
As soon as Elijah and his dad left, Mom faced me.
Didn't I warn you to stay away from the investigation?
I didn't know his dad was a cop. And since when did you care about Dad's arrest so much that you don't want a cop around?
Why don't you stay out of adults' business? Go play with your dumb octopus or something.
You took him away, remember? I miss Dad so much. You're so mean.
I dashed up to my room and shut the door behind me. I had just about enough of Mom and her harshness towards me. As I was lying in my bed, lost in thought, I suddenly heard pebbles softly hitting my window. It was Elijah! Oh, I was so excited to see him! With my help, he climbed into my room and I hugged him.
I'm so sorry about my mom's outburst.
It's okay. I wanted to make sure you were all right.
I was tired of keeping everything to myself and decided to let it all out.
I'm not.
Mom is so difficult to live with, and she's been acting strange. I think she's up to something. Yeah, her outburst at the table today was unusual. What do you think we should do?
Investigate. I need to find out why she's suddenly acting this way. We'll start with that lab of hers.
I hid Elijah in my room for a few hours until I was certain Mom wouldn't be in the lab, at which point we snuck out and were met by Mom's security system.
Do you have any idea what it might be?
Yeah, I think I saw her type her password on her laptop once. Let me try anglefish.
And voila! It worked! Elijah and I went in and found so many animals and aquariums in the lab, including my pet octopus, Inky. I found some stash of papers near his aquarium and studied them.
Are those receipts and invoices?
Yes. I think my mom has been the one stealing sea animals from her workplace and selling them to people. And she was going to sell Inky as well. Poor Inky. No wonder he attacked me.
He could sense he was in danger when I couldn't even tell. Octopuses were really smart. I looked around and noticed that there was a lot of evidence against Mom, showing that she had framed Dad for her crimes.
Quick, take pictures of everything you find, Elijah. This is evidence that my dad is innocent.
Elijah started taking pictures and I grabbed Inky's aquarium. As soon as he was done, we hurried to the door, but not fast enough because Mom walked in on us.
If it isn't my foolish daughter and her boyfriend, you two should have never come here.
Give it up, Mom. We know what you've been up to. That's why you freaked out when you found out Elijah's dad was a cop, huh?
I was doing everything in here for us, but your foolish father, like you, couldn't understand. You two think you're so clever, but I'm making a lot of money for our family. How do you think we managed to afford all this?
I didn't ask you to commit crimes to make money. I just wanted a mother, and you were a terrible one.
Shut up, you ungrateful child!
Mom blocked the doorway with her body.
You'll have to go through me!
Well, that was easy. I held onto Inky as I ran, head straight into Mom, pushing her to the ground.
Come on, Elijah, let's hurry!
You'll regret this!
As Elijah drove us to his, 3 dark cars suddenly showed up and started chasing us. Elijah surprised me with his driving skills and managed to lose them.
Where did you learn to drive like that?
My dad is a cop, remember? I learned a lot from him.
As soon as we reached Elijah's house, he reversed his bike and his dad immediately came out.
Dad, we need your help urgently. What's wrong?
My mom is after us. We found out she framed my dad for her crimes. We have all the evidence here.
Wow, that's a lot. Hold on, kids. I'll get my keys and drive you to the station.
I didn't hesitate to expose my mom because what she did was so wrong and didn't even care about Dad, who always treated her like a queen. The next day, the news about Mom's crimes spread like wildfire, and she was arrested by a team led by Elijah's dad right before she could escape. He got a huge raise for his involvement in the case.
I never got the chance to say thank you for helping me. You're an amazing person.
You're amazing too. I hope we never stop being friends.
When my dad was released from prison, I was over the moon.
Dad, I've missed you so much. You weren't around and Mom made my life hell.
I heard about that. I wish she had listened to me, but she got too greedy.
Well, it doesn't matter now. She's paying for her crimes.
Yeah, you're right. Let's go home.
I'd take spending time with the people I loved any day over wealth and theft.
Hi, my name is Erica and I'm from Jamaica. I always thought my adoptive parents were the best people on earth, but I was totally shattered when I found out what they were hiding from me. Before I continue my story, please like and subscribe to our channel. Growing up, I felt nothing but love from mom and dad, especially since I had a rare skin condition called xeroderma pigmentosum. It basically means my skin is sensitive to sunlight. I was homeschooled and I had everything I needed, including an indoor swimming pool, tennis court, and garden. I really didn't feel the need to venture into the outside world until Milan moved in next door. Milan was the cutest 16-year-old boy I'd ever seen, and with his bedroom opposite my own, it was easy to catch glimpses of him during the day. A few weeks after he'd moved in, he caught me looking at him, and my face turned red as a tomato. I quickly closed my curtains. When I peeked out again, he stuck a piece of cardboard with his number on it. Now, I don't usually do things like that, but I entered the number into my phone, and that's how we began to chat online. One afternoon, the doorbell rang and Mom answered it. It was Milan.
Good evening. I came to ask your permission to take Erica out on a date.
I've heard about you, Milan, and there is no way my Erica is going to be seen with a gang leader.
Mom slammed the door in his face and I snuck back to my room, shocked. A gang leader? Mom must be mistaken. Gang leaders are vile, obscene, tattooed creatures. Milan was respectful, funny, and well-educated. I quickly messaged Milan and told him I'd love to go out with him, and I'd meet him by the corner in 15 minutes. I slipped on a cute outfit and quickly made my way to the corner where Milan was standing. Hi.
Hi, you look beautiful.
I blushed. Thank you. First, we went to the movies, then decided to get something to eat at the Chinese restaurant a few minutes away. As we were waiting, an older lady kept staring at me and I shifted uncomfortably in my seat.
What's wrong?
It's her. Milan held my hand.
Well, you are the most beautiful girl in the world. Why wouldn't she stare?
Milan closed his eyes and leaned forward. Was this going to be my first kiss? My stomach bubbled and I prayed I didn't throw up in Milan's lap. I leaned forward and... Milan swore under his breath as he leaned back. Before us stood a middle-aged man and woman.
It's you, isn't it? My baby. Doesn't she look like Kaylee?
She clung to the man. What are you talking about? I'm not your baby.
We lost you about 15 years ago. Okay, I think it's time for us to leave.
Milan held my hand as we slid out of the booth. The woman grabbed my hand.
You are my baby. I just know it.
Tears streamed down her face. Are you crazy? What is wrong with you? Let me go. I tried to pull my hand free, but the woman refused to loosen her grip. The man turned the woman's face to him.
Baby, you have to let her go.
She released me and buried her face in the man's chest as she cried. Milan and I quickly left the restaurant without our order. As I lay in bed that night and recalled the events of the evening, I couldn't sleep. I decided to go to the kitchen to get a warm glass of milk to help me sleep. As I passed Dad's office, I heard muffled voices.
We need to leave.
Why?
She snuck out. If she continues to see that boy, she'll realize she isn't really sick. We can't have anyone finding out about who she really is.
Where will we go? We don't even have a passport for Erica.
I'll get that organized. Tie up loose ends here because tomorrow we need to head to the airport.
I snuck past the office and left the house. I threw pebbles at Milan's bedroom window till he opened it. Milan snuck me in through the back door and we went up to his room. After I told him everything, he looked at me.
So, what are you gonna do?
I'm not sure, but I don't want to be away from you. Milan pulled me into a kiss and I melted into him. When he pulled away, he tucked my hair behind my ear.
We'll come up with a plan tomorrow, okay? Get some rest tonight.
Milan walked me to his front lawn and watched as I crossed the road to return home. As I crossed the street, a car screeched to a halt next to me and I was dragged into the car. I screamed for Milan, but the car sped away before he could respond. I struggled hard until I realized the man who held me was the same man from the restaurant. Soon we came to a small house that we hustled into quickly.
We are so sorry we did that, but I didn't want to lose you again.
The couple proceeded to tell me that when I was a year old, they were traveling with me when I was kidnapped at the airport.
But we never stopped looking for you. I was here visiting my sister when I saw you.
The man brought out some photo albums and showed me pictures of their daughter Kaylee and other members of their family.
I was wondering if you'd be willing to take a DNA test.
As crazy as it sounded, I said yes. After the DNA swab, I was dropped off in front of my house. The man gave me his number and nodded before he drove off. I expected to see police cars, but there was nothing.
Erica!
Mom squeezed me.
Where have you been?
That doesn't matter. We need to leave now.
Dad said as he began to grab the luggage by the door. I'm not leaving.
Now you listen here. You are getting into that car without another word. Do you hear me?
Oh, I heard Dad all right, but I wasn't about to go without a fight. I kicked and screamed to the car, in the car, and when we arrived at the airport. As soon as we arrived, I bolted and screamed that I was being kidnapped. It wasn't long before Mom, Dad, and I were surrounded by officers. Mom and Dad were taken to one room to be questioned while I was taken to another.
Is there anyone you'd like us to call for you?
I pulled out the number and handed it to the officer. About 30 minutes later, the couple showed up and the officers decided to place everyone in the same room to be interrogated. The couple shared their story and then Mom and Dad. Documents were handed over to the officers. One officer left the room with the documents and returned a few minutes later and shook his head.
Well, Mom and Dad, it appears that your adoption papers are fake.
Not only were they fake, but after further investigation, the officers revealed that Mom worked at the same airport where the couple lost their baby 15 years ago. As for me, I was whisked away to a foster family until the DNA results came back. At nights, I'd sneak text and call Milan from my foster mother's cell phone to tell him how miserable I was and how much I missed him. 2 weeks later, a social worker visited me.
I'm sorry to inform you, but your biological parents died in an accident last night. Your DNA tests prove they were your real parents.
I was devastated.
You'll have to stay in foster care until a family member decides to take you in.
That night, I woke up to someone covering my mouth. It was Milan. He motioned me to keep quiet. I dressed quickly and snuck out of the house with Milan where a car was waiting. We stayed at a house with some of Milan's friends. I got everything I wanted, and I got the love and attention I needed from Milan. Milan taught me how to pick pockets, so I had my own money. He was also very protective of me. One time, he saw a guy just staring at me, and Milan beat him up. I wasn't fazed because that's what a boyfriend is supposed to do, right? Protect his girl. One night, I was in the kitchen preparing something to eat when I heard the guys come in. I guess they thought I was out with Milan because what I heard next raised the hair on the back of my neck.
Don't mess with Milan, he's not one to be messed with.
I heard he's the one who tampered with Erica's parents' brakes.
What did you say about Milan and my parents?
We don't need to say anything to you.
Just then, the front door opened and Milan walked in.
What's happening here?
Your stupid friends here said that you tampered with my parents' brakes.
Oh, they did?
Milan held my hand and took me to the bedroom.
Babe, it's not what you think. I did it to save you, protect you, because I love you. I didn't want anyone to take you away from me.
Milan tried to kiss me, but I pushed him away. So you killed my parents? I raised my hand to slap him across the face, but he held my arm firmly and pushed me onto the bed. He walked out and closed the door behind him. I went behind him and tried to open the door, but it was locked. Things drastically changed. I was only allowed to leave the room only to go to the bathroom. No matter how much I begged Milan and promised to be good, he refused to let me out. One night, after one of the guys dropped my dinner into my room, I noticed my door was slightly open. I snuck past the guys who were watching a game on the TV and into the kitchen. I lit a match and set the kitchen curtains on fire. Then, I snuck into the bedrooms to do the same.
Fire! Fire!
I ran back to the living room. The guys ran out of the house. The front door was wide open. But before I could move, Milan stepped in front of me.
You aren't leaving here, Erica. If I can't have you, no one will.
Milan and I fought. The smoke got thick and pieces of the house crumbled around us.
Milan, we need to get out.
No!
With my last bit of strength, I body slammed Milan and he fell backwards. I gasped for air as I ran out of the house. I looked backwards. I saw a shadow moving in the house. Suddenly, the entire house caved in. That was the last thing I saw before I passed out on the grass. Where am I? Hi, you're in hospital. I'm your Auntie Talia, your mom's sister. And this is your sister, Kaylee. Over the next few days, I got to know my aunt and sister, but I couldn't help but wonder about all the things I had set into motion because of that one decision I made. About a week later, as we drove from the hospital, I glanced at the side view mirror and noticed someone waving. When I looked back, I realized it was Milan.
Hi there, I'm Bree from Texas. Growing up next to the perfect sister, who always liked to be the center of attention, was exhausting.
A perfect 100! We're so proud of you, Annie.
Bree, you should be more like your sister.
Annie was obviously my parents' favorite, and they just couldn't help rubbing it in my face. My sister was the polar opposite of me. She was smart, fashionable, pretty, and super mean.
Ew! Did a bird make its nest in your hair?
While I was reckless, carefree, and loved animals, I could spend hours playing with them, and even brought some home sometimes. But Mom and Dad weren't great fans of my friends. At school, everyone found it hard to believe that I was Annie's sister because she was so perfect and I was, well, weird. Once, in 6th grade, I had forgotten my pet rat in my backpack, and it caused so much chaos in my class.
Oh my god! A rat came out of her bag! Sebastian, come here right now!
Take that thing out of my class!
Annie was so angry about the incident that she dragged me to a corner after class and yelled at me.
You silly oaf! It's fine if you want to embarrass yourself, but do that outside. School is my territory, and everyone knows you're my sister.
Oh, forgive me, Your Majesty. Here, take my pet rat as a peace offering. I snatched my arm from her and she walked away. Why did she always have to be so uptight? Pretty soon, Annie and I graduated high school. Annie with perfect straight A's, and me with, well, you don't want to know. To celebrate Annie's grades, my parents made a big announcement a month before Christmas.
We'll be taking a vacation trip to an island in Guatemala.
What? I don't want to go.
We can't leave you behind to play with your silly animals. You're coming with us, Bree.
Yeah, Bree, not everyone is a creep like you.
You know what an island is full of, right?
Insects and creepy crawlies.
We traveled to Guatemala and vacation on the island wasn't as bad as I thought. On the day we arrived, we all dressed up in our swimsuits to explore the sea. But when I saw Annie, I nearly tripped in shock. She looked so weird in her fur bikini, and I had to hold myself back from bursting into laughter. What's that?
It's a fur bikini made popular by Kim Kardashian herself. Get with the times, dummy.
It makes you look like a furry sea slug. You know the fish might think you're one, right? Annie's face turned red like a tomato about to burst. I snickered and pranced out of the lodge before she could say anything. An hour later, we were chilling by the shore. I was reading some silly sports magazine I had found in the lodge while Annie showed off her pathetic swimming skills to my parents. Just looking at them fawning over her made me want to puke.
I can do the backstroke too.
Suddenly, she shrieked and jumped out of the water, her entire body covered in lobsters.
Ah! Get them off me!
My parents scrambled after her while I stayed in my seat dying of laughter. She looked ridiculous.
I warned you about the fur.
Seeing me laugh made Mom furious.
Your sister's dying and you're laughing, Bree?
It's just lobsters. She'll be fine. God, they were so dramatic.
That's it. Go to your room.
Whatever. I grabbed my things and headed back to the lodge. I stayed there for a while, but I got bored, so I threw on some safari clothes and went exploring. While exploring the island, suddenly I came across a rabbit with its legs stuck in between some branches. I was about to help it when I felt something poke me in the back.
Not one step further, intruder! You're not allowed to harm the animals of this island!
It was a girl, and she sounded like she was going to attack me. The rabbit is stuck. I finally saw her face and was stunned by how pretty she was.
Like your kind is capable of being nice.
Of course I am.
Prove it!
I walked up to the rabbit and freed it, then knelt beside it and stroked its back. You're different from the other visitors we've had. Her name was Grenda, and she sounded so surprised I had helped the rabbit. We started talking. Where are you from? Texas. Where's that? I realized Grenda had no idea what the outside world was like. She'd never been outside the forest before. So you don't even know what a telescope is? How does it work? I taught her how to use the telescope. Why are your eyes so big? They're not. The telescope just makes everything bigger. What else do you see? I can see a tree. Oh, and a bird. And a snake. Wow, it's like magic. By the time we were done, it was almost dark, so I had to dash back to the lodge. But we promised to meet at the same spot the next day. After that strange encounter, Grenda and I started to hang out regularly. She didn't care one bit about my strange bond with animals, and we quickly became friends. Come, I want to show you something. Grenda grabbed my arm and dragged me to a secluded part of the island, where a magnificent, gigantic bird stood right in its middle. Wow, it's our goddess Momo, reincarnated as a bird. I circled the bird, admiring its beautiful white feathers. It was a dodo bird, which had not been seen in centuries. No one outside my tribe is allowed into this place, but I showed it to you because I trust you, Bree. I'd never betray your trust, Grenda. You know, it's so beautiful, just like you. Grenda's stare made me feel butterflies in my tummy. Her face started to come close. OMG! Was she about to kiss me? But before anything could happen, we heard some noises in the bushes and panicked.
Who's there?
There was no response. Grenda and I looked around but couldn't find anyone. We still couldn't shake the feeling that someone was there. I shouldn't have done this. You're not supposed to be here. Let's leave. We parted ways. I went back to the cabin while she returned to her home. The next day, I was getting ready to explore the other parts of the island when I noticed Grenda approaching me angrily from a distance. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. Grenda! I ran up to her, but she shoved me so hard I was surprised she wasn't secretly an MMA fighter hiding in a young girl's body.
You thief! I should have known better than to trust you!
What are you talking about?
You stole our sacred bird!
What? Grenda, no! I'd never do that! I tried to calm her, but she just ran off in a storm.
I don't ever want to see you again!
I chased after her, but holy macaroni, she was fast! After a while, I stopped to catch my breath and think. Grenda was my only friend. I couldn't lose her. I was going to prove to her I had nothing to do with her missing sacred bird. I began to search all over the island for the bird, but by evening, I couldn't find any trace of it. I returned to the cabin, disappointed. But before I could open the door, I heard Annie's voice from her room.
Ugh! Why are you so heavy?
What was she up to this time? I went to check and was surprised to find the little she-devil had the dodo bird in her room.
Look! You large, lazy monster!
I thought you were supposed to be smart, because this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Stop whining and help me get this bird under control!
Do you have any idea how much trouble you've landed us in? You stole their goddess.
Goddess? Psst, that's dumb. This is a dodo bird, and I can't wait to show it to Mom and Dad. They'll be so proud when they found out I discovered an extinct bird.
What? It's not yours.
It's mine if I say so.
Annie and I began to fight for the bird.
Let go!
In the midst of our struggle, suddenly some people from Grenda's tribe emerged from the nearby bushes and surrounded us with sharp weapons. In the middle were Dad and Mom, bound in chains, looking so confused.
Honey, what is that thing?
That's not a thing. That's Momo, our goddess, and you will respect her.
Before I could say anything, Annie and I were put in chains and we were all dragged away like common criminals. They moved us to a side of the island I'd never explored before. It was full of huts and more people like Grenda. We were presented before a man I assumed was the king.
This must all be a mistake.
Silence. You, my gods, tell me you were one of those seen with the goddess. Speak.
I didn't waste time spilling everything. My sister, Annie, stole your bird, and I was only trying to retrieve it. But he didn't believe me.
I know better than to trust your kind.
My parents, on the other hand, were really mad at Annie.
I can't believe your greed landed us here, Annie. How could you be so foolish?
Annie couldn't even look at them.
Take them to the lava pit.
We were dragged into a cave where there was a pit of hot, steaming lava. Its heat made me feel like a raw piece of beef about to be turned into steak. One of the men began poking me with a stick, leading me to the edge of the lava pit.
Jump.
Fear gripped my legs tightly, and just when I thought there was no hope, Grenda appeared in front of me, shielding me from the man.
I won't let you touch her or her family.
You pick a bunch of intruders over your own tribe. It's either them or us.
Grenda still wouldn't budge, and that made the king angry.
Since you've chosen a side, you're all banished from this island.
Grenda accepted her fate. As soon as the islanders left, she freed us all from our chains and threw her arms around me. I'm really sorry for not believing you, Bree. It wasn't your fault. I'm sorry too. Saving us cost you your home. Not really. I want to see Texas and telescopes and eat hamburgers. Hamburgers, you mean? We returned to our cabin and prepared to leave.
How can we ever thank you?
She can come to live with us, since she was banished too.
Of course.
They sounded quite gracious. Maybe I could chip in one more. And you can also start treating me better. It's not fair how you always give Annie all the attention.
Oh, honey, we don't mean to, but maybe we have been a little negligent. We promise we'll be better.
Then they turned to Annie.
As soon as we get home, you're grounded.
That's not fair!
Serves you right. We left the island the next day, and during our flight home, Grenda couldn't stop wowing and touching everything in the plane.
Wow, it moves! Sorry. Are those hamburgers? I want them all!
When we got home, I was excited to show her around town. With my guidance, she settled well into the modern world within a few days. One day, we were taking a stroll through the park when I saw a poster. Texas presents to you the annual Christmas talent show.
You should participate. I think you do brilliantly.
I don't think so. I'm not as smart as Annie. Brenda grabbed my chin and looked deep into my eyes. She had the prettiest blue eyes I'd ever seen. They were hypnotic. Enough about Annie. You're an amazing person, and you have an amazing bond with animals. I followed her advice and entered the competition. When I told my parents about it, they were super supportive.
We'd love to watch you perform.
Ever since our vacation on the island, my parents had started to treat me much better, but in the process, they were pushing Annie to the side.
That's not fair. I have my science project that day too.
You're still grounded, Annie. No science project for you.
You know it means a lot to me.
Not one more word.
I looked at Annie, and she seemed really sad. For the first time, I felt sorry for her. I knew that project was a super big deal to her. But I had to focus on my talent show. I started practicing my routines every day with Sebastian, my pet rat. I would show Grenda my performances, and she always laughed and complimented me. You're amazing. Whenever I was near her, my skin felt like it was tingling. I had to admit, I was in love. The day of the talent show finally arrived, and I was so nervous.
You can do this, honey.
Here, drink some water. It'll help.
Having the people I cared about most by my side gave me all the motivation I needed. And when my name was called, I ran to the stage and began my performance with confidence. But something happened. I started to burp really loudly. I had to stop my performance and apologize to the audience.
I'm so sorry.
I was so embarrassed I ran off the stage. Dad, Mom, and Grenda rushed towards me.
Oh my god, what happened? Someone sabotaged my performance.
On cue, something fell out of Grenda's bag. It was the bottle of water from earlier, but belch serum was written on the label instead. Did you do this? What? No. I didn't even want to listen to her. Of all people, Grenda was the last person I expected to do something like this.
We invite you to our home, and you repay us by ruining our daughter's performance? There's no way you're staying with us anymore.
Mom and Dad walked me out, leaving Grenda behind all alone. I was heartbroken. The following day was Christmas, and we were carrying out our annual family tradition of gift giving. Annie was sitting on the couch by herself, so I approached her warily. I know we've had our differences, but you deserve to show up at that science project, and I'm sorry for ruining that for you. I talked to Mom and Dad, and you're no longer grounded. Annie's eyes welled up with emotion, and to my surprise, she suddenly hugged me.
Thank you, Bree.
I smiled and hugged her back. Then she started to cry a whole waterfall of tears.
Oh, Bree, I'm so sorry about everything.
I don't understand.
I was the one who ruined your performance yesterday and framed Grenda. I was so jealous Mom and Dad were showing you lots of attention.
I couldn't believe my ears. I owed Grenda an apology. In the spirit of Christmas, I forgave Annie. It's okay. Let's be better sisters to each other from now on, okay?
I promise.
I went to find Grenda in her room. She was packing her stuff ready to leave, but I quickly stopped her. Grenda, I'm so sorry. I just found out Annie had framed you. I should have believed you. I should have been a better friend. Oh, come here. Grenda hugged me. I did the same thing with the dodo bird. Now we're even. I wish I had gotten you a present. You don't have to. You're my biggest gift this Christmas. You've always been a gift to me since the first day I met you. Suddenly, Grenda pulled me to her and kissed me. This was the best Christmas ever. Okay, if we get this right, we will have created the perfect cleaning solution.
Or we're going to blow up my house.
Okay, ready? Let's do it.
Oh no, we put in too much soap.
I have always been like my dad, a smart genius. And because of my dad, I met my best friend Trevor. His dad and my dad worked together. We went to the same school, and sometimes we would hang out together. Until one day, his dad ruined everything. Mr. Smith had always been nice to me, but when he came into the room that day, he seemed so weird.
Hey, Erica, here's a gift for you.
What's this, Mr. Smith?
It's a prototype of a new computer game. I want you to be the first one to test it.
I should have known something was wrong when I saw his sly smile. Thanks, Mr. Smith.
Oh, Yes, just make sure to play it on your dad's computer.
I had no idea Mr. Smith had been working against my dad. Usually, I never messed with my dad's work computer, but I loved video games and Mr. Smith insisted. When I got home, I started to play the game Mr. Smith gave me, but then weird messages started to pop up. The disk turned out to be a virus. The computer started to smoke, and before I knew it, the entire thing blew up. My dad rushed into the room.
Erica, what are you doing in my office? What happened to my computer?
Sorry, Dad. I just wanted to play the game Mr. Smith gave me.
On my computer? You're dumb. Video game obsession caused all this. All my work for the big day was on there. Now what am I going to do?
It was too late. I had ruined all of my dad's work for his big presentation.
I knew I should have gotten rid of these stupid video games. They belong in the trash.
My dad gathered up all of my video games and threw them away. Dad, please don't throw my games away. It was an accident.
Now, you can't get into any more trouble in our new neighborhood.
New neighborhood? And that's when I found out my dad was moving the entire family out of town. With his project destroyed, my dad stood no chance against Mr. Smith, and he was fired. The next day, moving vans showed up to our house. I couldn't stop crying, thinking that this would be the last time I would see Trevor. My whole life was going to change, and it wasn't just because we were moving to a different city.
Now remember, we all need to work extra hard since I lost my job.
I'll do whatever I can to help out, Dad. You can count on me.
Hey! Slow down! I can't! It's too slippery!
Did you just hit me with a snowball?
Of course not. I think that snowball from Miranda was meant for me, so thank you for taking it for me. I'm Lisa. I'm a fashion designer.
I'm Erica, and now I'm freezing.
Where's this Miranda? I've got a bone to pick with that girl. No, don't do it. She makes the most money for the store, therefore she runs it. She can make your life miserable here, Erica. Besides, forget about her. Today is the big day.
What's so special about today?
Hunter is the richest guy in town, and today he's doing his Christmas shopping. And this year, he's going to pick my design for his Christmas list. I just know it.
Are those your designs?
Oh no, all my samples are wet.
Lisa and I quickly became friends. Even though I missed Trevor, it was nice to have someone to talk to again. And then I met the terror that is Miranda.
Oh, how cute. She found a friend to play with in the dirty snow. How fitting.
I don't know who this girl thought she was, but I know she wasn't talking to me like that. You should watch who you throw things at.
Some people may throw things back. Whatever. You both smell like wet dogs. Just stay away from Hunter so you don't ruin my big Christmas sale.
I thought Miranda was going to be the worst part of working at the store, but the customers were just as bad. Working in the store during the holidays was the worst. Everyone was so rude. It didn't help that Miranda and her little friends were trying to make my life as difficult as possible. But that day, I met the most entitled person I have ever met. Even thinking about it makes my blood boil.
And I will take this whole section to decorate my dog houses.
Hey, excuse me. I'm working here.
And who are you?
I'm annoyed. Nice to meet you. Now, if you don't mind, I have to clean this all up.
Work? What is that? You're funny and cute. And I want her as well.
Hey, buddy, I'm not for sale. I just work here. Hey, Richie Rich, I think you need a serious wake-up call. I work for everything I get, buddy.
Fine. Then I will buy the store. That makes you my employee.
Whatever, dude. I'm going to lunch. But when I got back from lunch that day, the whole store was empty. It was like Thanos had done the snap or something. When I got outside, Hunter was waiting outside the store in front of a limo. Where is everyone?
I told you, I bought the store, and now you and I can be together. Can't you see? I've fallen head over heels for you. You've basically won the lottery.
Are you insane? This is my only job, and I need to help my parents pay for our home.
You don't understand. My father is rich, and I can get whatever I want for my Christmas present, and I've chosen you.
Once again, moneybags, I'm not for sale. And besides, I'm in love with someone else. See ya.
You should know I always get what I want.
Well, not with me. As much as I wanted to ride home in a limo after a long day, I walked in the snow all the way home. But when I got home, I was surprised to find my family throwing a party.
Oh, hey honey, welcome to the party.
What's going on here?
Great news, honey. Your father has been offered a job.
Not only that, but someone is going to pay for our house for a year.
That's great, but who exactly is giving us all this free stuff?
That's the best part, hon. It's a mystery. They just said it was a secret admirer. Isn't that amazing?
I think I had an idea of who would be so over-the-top extra like this.
Go up to your room, hon. Our secret admirer even left a gift for you.
My room was full of every luxury item I could imagine. It was like I had opened up my own department store. On my bed was a note with an address on it.
My dearest Erica, this is just a taste of the life and luxury you and your family will have if you will be my girlfriend. Meet me at my mansion tomorrow at noon with your suitcase. Your love, always, Hunter.
What an absolute lunatic. But a lunatic who could change my family's life. I was torn on what to do. I didn't want to ruin my dad's joy or his new job, so I went to see exactly what this rich jerk wanted.
Ah, you must be Master Hunter's Christmas gift. You've arrived quite early.
I'm no one's gift, okay? I'm just here to help my dad. Now, where's Hunter?
Right this way. I'll show you to your room.
My room? When the butler opened the door, I saw a room full of presents as far as the eye can see.
Master Hunter wants you to live here for the next week. That way on Christmas Day, we can have his grand unwrapping.
Stay here? No way! I'm not spending the holiday away from my family.
But your father has already signed a contract for you to stay here. Think of it as a Christmas vacation.
I couldn't believe I was stuck in this ridiculous place, and I couldn't believe my dad would sign me up for this. I needed to find a way out of here. I started searching for an exit, and then...
Finally! I was wondering when you would get here.
Lisa? What are you doing here?
I heard that Hunter fell head over heels with you, and I told a little white lie that I was your clothing designer.
Lisa, we need to get out of here. This Hunter kid is crazy. He thinks he can have people as his Christmas present.
That's not exactly normal. It's not that bad, Erica. You can order whatever food you want, and our parents get so much money.
Yeah, Lisa, but we're a rich jerk's presents. Just then, the door burst open, and a tall woman came into the room.
Oh, excellent. The new toys have arrived. You must be the one my precious Hunter found at the department store today. I'm his mom, and we need to make Hunter's Christmas perfect.
Toy? Listen, lady, you better let me go right now. We're not your son's entertainment.
Nonsense. You're going to miss the Christmas party if you leave now.
I don't want to go to a party. I want to spend the holidays with my family.
Okay, fine. Bring him in.
Dad, thank goodness you're here. These people are insane. Let's get out of here.
Well, just a second, honey. This seems like a pretty good deal. They are going to give me money to start my revenge project against Trevor's dad.
Dad, who cares about Mr. Smith? Can't we just move on? My dad would hear none of it. He just wanted to get back at Mr. Smith, and now I was the one who was paying for it.
Don't worry, honey. It's only a week. Look at all these things you have to play with. And you have your new friend here. Have fun.
Come on, friend, it'll be a blast. This opportunity is going to change our lives.
That night, we were forced to go to the most pretentious party ever. When my dad said I had to work, this wasn't exactly what I was picturing.
Isn't this great? Look at all these rich and famous people.
Are you kidding me?
We look ridiculous.
Yes, you do.
Oh boy, my night had gotten a lot worse.
I wondered why Hunter would ever be interested in someone like you. But now I know it was to embarrass you and your little friend.
You're just jealous Hunter didn't choose you.
After tonight he will. Or I will find another millionaire here to be my boyfriend, and you'll still be dressed like Santa's little helper.
Whatever, gold digger. Just then, Hunter stood up and the room went silent.
You are all very welcome for me inviting you to my son's Christmas party. I hope the gifts you have given him are acceptable. We would like to announce that this year for Christmas, we have found Hunter a girlfriend. Erica, please come to the front.
This had to be the most embarrassing moment of my life.
Go on. They made me stand up there like I was some trophy. I was so mad with everyone clapping like trained seals. And just then, I saw him. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was Trevor. What was he doing here? And how did he get so cute in just a year? I barely heard what Hunter's mom said next, but when I did, I was shocked. And in a few weeks, when Erica marries our dear Hunter… excuse me? I don't think so.
Mom, I don't understand why she is speaking to me in this manner.
Listen, I can't do this. I have to go. I'm not going to be told what to do by anybody, let alone some rich jerks. I felt like I wanted to scream, but then Trevor came in. When I looked at him, all of my anxiety went away. So I ran to him and gave him a big hug.
I thought I would never see you again. What are you doing in a place like this? About to marry a stuck-up guy like that?
It's a long story. Why are you here?
I wanted to contact you, but I couldn't find you. The cleaning project we were working on at my house is a hit. I was going to get Hunter to be an investor, and we can make millions.
Maybe I can help you with that, Trev. That night, I convinced Hunter that I had a business idea, and he was more than happy to finance it if it meant I married him. Little did they know, I had my fingers crossed and a trick up my sleeve.
Fine. I'll finance your little project. But a week from now, on Christmas, you and I will be married.
Okay, guys, that can't happen. We have to get to work, and quickly. With Hunter's money, I was able to buy back the department store. And with a little help from Trev and Lisa, I was going to make it awesome. With Lisa's clothes and Trevor's invention, we were ready for opening day. Everyone who was anyone was going to be here. Oh my goodness, look at how many influencers are here. We're definitely going viral.
You'll be able to get away from Hunter and support your family on your own in no time.
I couldn't have done it without your help. And just then, Trevor picked me up and hugged me. Little did I know, one of the influencers caught Trevor and I on camera. Oh my goodness, that's Chloe! She's the hottest fashion vlogger in the country. You have to talk to her. As I was doing my interview, what I didn't see was Miranda and her friends sneaking into our grand opening. They went to all of our clothes and splattered them all with paint. When we started our fashion show, I thought Miranda had ruined everything. The fashion models began to walk out and everyone gasped. The clothes had paint streaks all over them. Oh no! What happened to my clothes? I think I have an idea. That was it. I was sick of dealing with this jealous bully. I needed to give her a piece of my mind. Looks like the designs from your loser friend are ruined. I told you that you shouldn't mess with me. I was ready to snap, but then I heard an applause, and then everyone began to stand up. It's brilliant, dramatic, stunning. This is my fashion line of the year. Watching Miranda's face as the whole store and fashion industry applauded us was priceless. I was so happy that I had forgotten all about Hunter and our arrangement.
Did you really think I wouldn't see you with him? I see everything. You've been using me to see this guy. Look at him. He's so poor. Hey, I'm not poor. Oh yes, you are. I am taking back my funding, and you and your loser friends will have nothing when you could have had everything.
I do have everything. I have a good family and friends and talent. I don't need your money. Just then, my dad jumped in between Hunter and I.
Don't listen to my crazy daughter. I just need a little more time to get back
Enough with the revenge stuff, Dad. If someone does us wrong, we just move on and do better. We don't need their money. And then Hunter's mom came with her lawyers next to her. You have a contract that your family signed. What my son wants for Christmas, he gets.
Well, not this time. Erica doesn't owe you anything. I paid off her contract.
Trevor, you didn't have to do that. How could you afford to do that?
I sold our cleaning product to a major company, and we made millions, enough to get you away from these crazy people.
What a great Christmas gift.
Is there anything else you want?
Maybe just a vacation from my Christmas vacation.
What about your old video games?
You really do know everything I want.
Hey, just call me Santa Claus.
It was a difficult journey, but I'd finally arrived at my destination. This was the third time I'd run away from my parents, and I really felt like it was going to be the last. Something told me that this year would be the end of my troubles. After all, I turned 18 this year, so for all intents and purposes, I was a full-fledged adult. My parents refused to understand this, though. They treated me like I was still a child. They never let me go anywhere on my own and just monitored my every step. It was tiring. I opened my hotel room door and found twin beds. What kind of a mistake is this? I specifically told the hotel staff that I wanted a room with a king-size bed. Are they dumb? I screamed out loud.
Nope, they're not.
A dreadful voice said behind me. Oh no. I didn't need to turn around to see that the voice I was hearing was my mom's, and I'd been caught once again. God. Hey, I'm Song. I've been on the run ever since I was born thanks to my parents. My parents were wanted fugitives, and being their one and only child, I was forced into this life without my permission. We've been living this way for 18 years, and I was tired of it already, but no matter where I ran to, my parents were always behind me. Like and subscribe to find out the events that led up to our current lifestyle and how we managed to free ourselves from it once and for all.
The twin beds are for your dad and I.
My mom continued. What about me? I paid cash for this room, I said without turning around.
I understand, and I wanted to share a twin bed with your dad while you enjoyed the second one. But after thinking it over, I've come to the conclusion that you need to be punished for your actions. So, enjoy the floor.
Whatever, it wouldn't be the first time I slept on the floor anyway.
I'm happy you're used to it.
I entered the room and picked one of the blankets on the bed, but my mom grabbed it from me. Ugh. I used the towels as blankets that night. I and my parents didn't discuss what happened. No one brought up the fact that I escaped once again, only to be caught with my tail between my legs as usual. We've lived like digital nomads for forever. I don't have any memory of home. Home has always been the road. This wasn't the life I chose for myself. We traveled from city to city, weekly and sometimes monthly. Hardly any notice was ever given, so it was difficult for me to make and keep any friends. One second, I was asking a girl out on a date, and the next I was standing her up because I'd changed cities or countries. My parents never told me why we were on the run. All they ever said whenever I tried to get an explanation from them was,
Song, it's not safe to discuss these things. The less you know, the better.
The next day, my dad announced that we were moving immediately because it wasn't safe where we were anymore. Whatever, nothing new. We traveled by bus rides, train rides, hitchhiking, and walking, and in about 24 hours we'd arrived at an ancient village. It looked like something straight out of a movie, almost like we'd gone back in time.
This is the village of Kakano,
my dad announced to us, visibly excited.
Its people swore an oath to keep their ancient traditions strong and never change for fear of getting corrupted. As long as you're deemed safe, they are nice to visitors.
Oh great, all I had to do was make them deem me dangerous then, and we'll be on our way. My plan failed. They deemed us all safe and gave us a hut to stay. At night, the hut became extremely cold. I wondered if there were air conditioners hidden somewhere in the hut. When I couldn't take it anymore, I stepped out to walk or run and get heated up, but this proved to be an even worse decision. The wind outside was so cold and strong, it almost blew me inside. As I was trying to find my way into the hut once again, I saw a huge fire burning close by. I walked towards it, but when I saw the number of people around it, I freaked out and started retreating. Before I could disappear, one girl spotted me.
Hey, are you cold? Why don't you come and join us?
Okay, why not? Of course, I said nervously. I sat beside the native girl and almost fainted when I saw her up close. Her beauty was beyond words. Aphrodite had nothing on her. We were sitting in a circle that consisted of mostly teenagers. I noticed that they had darker skins. It seemed like some of them were of Indian origin, while others were of African origin. We played a few local games, danced, talked, sang, and even ate some local food that really filled me up. I turned around while singing and saw my parents at the corner, watching me and smiling. I turned around again while dancing and they were gone. After the crazy fun night, the native girl, whose name was Alba, packed up a little bit of food and gave it to me.
For tomorrow,
she said before running off. It was almost morning now, and I had to catch some Z's before my parents would get up. I kept my food in a safe place and slept off on my empty stray bed. I was surprised when I woke up by noon. Ugh, I stretched. What's the time?
It's early afternoon.
Huh? And you guys didn't wake me up?
We didn't want to bug you. We know you were awake for most of the night.
How nice, I said, getting up from bed and still stretching.
Hey, we got you some fruits.
Wow, thanks. I guess I'll have that tonight. For now, the meal Alba gave me is still here.
Who's Alba?
Just an absolutely stunning girl I met last night. My dad grinned while my mom rolled her eyes. I cleaned up after eating and went out to find Alba. We talked and played and spent the whole day together. I came back in the evening to eat the fruits for dinner when I saw my parents sweating and vibrating inside the extremely cold hut. Mom, Dad, what's the problem?
The fruits. It's the fruits. Don't eat them. Don't eat them at all.
My mom said through chattering teeth. I ran out and told Alba what was happening. She called their healer, and after showing the healer the fruits, she informed us that the fruits were poisonous and that my parents should have asked questions before hunting for food in the forest.
It will be fine though. It's nothing serious. This has happened to a few of us already. It may take days or weeks to recover, and we'll have to isolate them in a healing temple.
Why do you need to isolate them?
Because this sickness is contagious. And once these huge red boils on their bodies start opening up, anyone who comes into close contact will get it. We don't need another disease outbreak on our hands.
The healer and her assistants carried my parents into their healing temple after assuring me that nothing would go wrong. Alba came to my side.
Don't get worried, Song. Everything will be fine in no time.
I put my head on her shoulder, pretending to cry, but I wasn't sad at all. As a matter of fact, I was excited. Finally, for the first time in 18 years, my parents were too weak to control me. I could roam the world for weeks before my parents would even recover. Talk about tracking me down. Great. In the middle of the night, I packed my bags and ran away from the village. It was time to have fun. With the money I had saved and the ones I stole from my sick parents, I started touring the world and having a lot of fun in different states. It was great until one night, I and my new friends had just returned from a crazy rave when the cops arrested us. After one night, my friends were released with a warning, but I was kept in prison. After objecting to this injustice for hours, the sheriff finally revealed to me that my case was a special one, as members of the FBI were coming to visit me shortly. I knew it must have had something to do with my parents, and I felt sad that I had disappointed them despite their warnings. I spent another night in the prison cell before the FBI agents arrived in the morning. Once they saw me, they started cheering and shaking each other's hands. An elderly but strong and firm man who seemed to be their leader approached me.
What's your name, son?
I laughed. You're celebrating like a bunch of hunters who just found fresh meat, and you don't know the name of the animal you want to eat? That's embarrassing. What if it's poisonous? You wouldn't want to eat the wrong meat, would you?
I see you've inherited talking rubbish from your old man. It's a shame.
I don't have an old man. My father is strong and healthy.
I wasn't talking about your father, but since you've brought him up, please tell me more. Where is he right now?
I realized that I should probably keep quiet so I don't mistakenly share their location. But before shutting up forever, I wanted to know one thing. If you weren't talking about my father, who were you talking about then?
Your wealthy grandfather, of course. Let's make a trade, kiddo. Tell me where your parents are at the moment, and I'll tell you who your grandfather is. You can go live with him and finally start living like a normal kid. I'm sure you're tired of living on the run for a crime that you didn't remember committing. Deal?
That was the last time I opened my mouth to speak to the agents or anyone else there. Although his offer was tempting, there was no way I was going to give up my parents for a stranger I'd just heard about for the first time. After questioning me for hours and getting no response, the agents gave up.
Kid, I have to thank you once again for serving yourself on a platter to me. I've been chasing you and your parents for 18 years, and today, you just came to me. Thank you. Finally, very soon, a few names would be checked off the FBI's most wanted list after 18 years.
I glared at him in pain and disgust.
Glare at me all you want, kid. It doesn't change the fact that 18 years ago, your parents tried to kill the US president and failed. Secret Service agents turning on someone they swore to protect? It's a shame. We can never forgive them. I've dedicated my life to finding them, and I'll do just that.
When they saw that they couldn't get any information out of me, they transported me to an underground prison to use as bait to catch my parents. During my first night there, a stranger dressed like a guard broke me out of the prison and led me out through an underground tunnel. On our way out, the stranger explained that he was my uncle and was surprised to hear that I'd been caught.
Why were you so careless, Song?
You know my name?
Of course I know your name.
He showed pictures to prove that we were really related, and I finally believed him. While crawling out through the cell, my uncle's radio was able to hear the discussions of other agents in the building. We discovered that the FBI knew my parents' location and were leaving for the place already. To protect my parents, I had to lead my uncle, Wantu, to the healing temple where my parents were being treated. It was a few days' journey, but we took shortcuts and finally arrived before the FBI. My parents were completely healed at this point and were overjoyed and confused to see me and my uncle standing side by side. Before they could say anything though, Wantu pulled a gun on them, exposing himself as the actual assassin who tried to kill the president 18 years ago.
Oh my god. Wantu? What are you doing? I can't believe this.
I'm sorry, sister, but I can't keep living with this fear. Yes, I pinned the crime on you both, and I've been chasing you all these years so I could finally kill you and clear my name, but you just keep slipping away. Thankfully, everything will come to an end today.
Wantu said as he cocked the gun.
Not so fast.
We turned around and saw the elderly FBI agent that was questioning me in my cell.
Dad?
Dad? He's my grandfather?
Dad, wait! I can explain. I was only joking. No need to lie, Wantu. I've heard everything. Thank you for bringing us here. We quietly followed you from behind.
Wait, what we heard on the radio was just a trick?
Obviously.
The agents arrested my uncle Wantu and led him out of the temple.
Kiko, can I talk to you?
My grandfather asked, referring to my mother.
I'm sorry. How could I have known?
You should have known, Dad. I proclaimed my innocence to you at least 1,000,000 times, but you chose not to believe me. You chose instead to hunt me, your own family, for decades. Don't you dare ask for my forgiveness because I will never forgive you.
I understand how you feel. I'll make calls immediately. You're free to live normal lives now, and I'll make sure the government gives you a grant of billions to make up for the embarrassment and years you've lost to the chase. Please, you can leave us now.
After this encounter, our lives changed for the better. The government gave us a grant of billions as an apology, and we continued touring the world as digital nomads since it's what we were used to. I enjoyed being a digital nomad these days because I was now free. My parents stopped breathing down my neck and allowed me to be free, living like a normal teenager finally. I and Alba still write to each other from time to time. I guess running away was a good thing after all, and the premonition I had the third time I ran away was right. This year was really the end of all my troubles.
Hi, I'm Vera Queen. My genius dad and I had always been the best buddies, and when I was just 7, I helped him build a plane.
Firecracker, it's not playtime yet. Come, screw this nut for me. You'll see, love. This plane is going to make me super popular.
You mean us? We're a team.
Yes, Firecracker, us.
Dad was an aerospace engineer, and he was working on inventing a remote-controlled plane. But when he finally thought it was ready and chose to show it to the world, that day, the plane refused to fly. Things were not the same between Mom and Dad after that. Mom began to pick fights with him every day.
You silly man! You spent years working on that stupid invention! Now you're a failure! You should crawl up in a hole and stay there!
To make things worse, Dad's invention that failed him was all over the news. It broke his heart, and Mom wouldn't even let me comfort him.
You poor thing. Must have been hard with Dad forcing you to work on that plane with him.
He didn't force me. I loved working with him.
Days later, Dad just packed up and left without a goodbye. I was so sad and angry at Mom for making him go away. It didn't help that Mom also began to act like she doesn't remember I exist. Sometimes she would go to work without dropping me off at school, or forget to keep something for me to eat. She was terrible. One day we went grocery shopping together, and she met an old friend of hers.
Is this your daughter? Yeah, she's so pretty. What's her name again? Her name is... Sweetie, what's your name again?
Is that a serious question? Real moms don't forget their children's names, ever!
I was so angry I left them there and went home. But on getting home, all the anger melted away at the sight of my favorite thing in the world.
The baby that would take me places. Ready to fly, or still scared.
It was the plane I had watched and helped my dad build as a kid. I missed my dad so much. And even though my mom was against it, I hoped that if I fixed the plane, he would come out of hiding and be a proud engineer again.
Vera Queen, get out from there this instant!
Mom, just a few minutes.
I've told you to stop wasting time with that plane. Your dad wouldn't listen too, until it failed him.
This is practice for the future, Mom. I want to be an aerospace engineer like Dad.
Sounds like a fancy way of saying you want to be a failure like Dad. You will never touch that plane again,
or what? You will make me go away like you did, Dad? What do you even care? You can't even remember my name.
Get out, or I'll set that plane on fire.
At her threat, I left the garage like the devil was after me because I couldn't bear the thought of Dad's hard work going to waste like that. The tension between Mom and I worsened after that, but to my surprise, 4 days later, she surprised me with a cake for my 16th birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
It warmed my heart, but I turned 16 5 days ago, Mom.
I know, sweetie, I just remembered. I am so sorry I forgot.
Well, I can't reject this yummy-looking cake.
Then take a bite.
The moment I swallowed a few bites, I began to choke.
Mom, did you put peanut butter in this?
Yeah? Why?
How could you? I'm allergic to peanut.
I couldn't say anything else because I lost consciousness. When I woke up, it was in the hospital, with the witch I called my mom crying beside me.
I see your plan to kill me failed. Oh, Vera, please don't say that. I completely forgot you have a strong allergy to peanut butter. I swear.
You're a big liar. Unless you're sick in the head or something, how can you forget your own child's allergy?
Please let me make it up to you. Let me take you on a trip to Barbados so you can abandon me at the airport and claim you forgot you had a child? No way!
Even though Mom seemed genuine, I refused to forgive her. Her explanations just didn't make sense. 2 weeks later, Mom came back with a guy she introduced as Smoke.
He will be watching over you at home and in school.
Wait, you got me a nanny? Why?
Don't question me. Look, even has a cute dog.
His name is Bruno.
You just want to make sure I don't go near that plane, don't you? You may as well plant cameras to monitor me. I went to bed fuming. I couldn't stand a stranger looking over my shoulder.
Knock, knock. I got you some dinner since you skipped it.
Oh, so you're my mommy now?
Look, Vera, your mom is not in a very good place right now.
Who are you to tell me about my mom? Leave! I am not hungry! Smoke kept the food on the floor before he left, and I devoured everything in seconds. Despite my best efforts, Mom refused to budge on making Smoke leave, and I had almost given up when I noticed something that made me decide to take matters into my own hands. Smoke was in love with my mom! I could clearly see it in his eyes whenever he was talking to her. One day, we had dinner out, and my mom began to choke. Smoke flew to her, like freaking Batman.
Drink water, ma'am.
You don't have to pat her back, mister. I went to do it myself, but Mom leaned away from me and further into Smoke.
Thanks, Smoke. You're doing it just right.
I was mad. I didn't even have enough of my mom to share with someone else. True, she was a meanie, but she was all I had. He had to disappear, like the Smoke he was. So I turned to the dog I could see he loved so much.
So, Bruno, I'm gonna give you a makeover. Now you look stunning.
But when I made to stroke the dog, some of his fur began to come off and I was horrified. I felt so guilty that at the sound of my mom and Smoke coming in, I ran away to hide in the plane. While I hid, my eyes fell on 2 disconnected wires. I joined them back and experimentally pressed the remote. To my shock, after years of trying to revive the plane, it geared to life.
It works! I am gonna fly, baby!
Knock, knock.
I shrank when I saw Smoke at the window with Bruno. I am so sorry. I just wanted to change his color so you could get mad enough to leave. I didn't know it would make him shed his fur. Forgive me.
Under one condition. You're coming with your mom and I to Barbados this coming holiday.
The last thing I wanted to do was join my mom on a trip where she was likely to embarrass me. But if that was what I could do to redeem myself, fine. And that was how I found myself about to board a plane with Mom, Bruno, and Smoke. I was quickly uncomfortable with the men that would fly us. Is there a reason why the 2 of you look like you haven't slept in ages?
Oh, don't mind my daughter. Her mouth has no filter.
We boarded the plane, and soon we were up in the sky. While Mom and Smoke chatted like an old couple, I was all by myself. Suddenly, the sound of snoring from the cockpit reached my ears. Hey, those pilots are sleeping! I told you they looked extra droopy!
Really? That means...
Don't listen to her. She just wants to ruin this trip.
Mom, I swear this is not a—
Silence!
Mom and Smoke continued talking, and I felt like weeping because seconds later, our plane was spinning in the air.
Oh, 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 oh! Oh God, we're gonna die!
Attention passengers, please grab the parachute in the compartment above you. May the odds be in your favor.
You are idiot pilots!
I hadn't used a parachute before, but from the movies I had watched, it couldn't be so hard. We all jumped out of the plane, but the movies had deceived me. I couldn't activate the parachute and I just fell. I woke up to something licking my face. Bruno? Good boy. And found myself tangled up in some vines hanging from a tree. There were so many trees!
Help! Mom! Smoke! Sleepy pilots!
Oh God, was Was Mom okay? I didn't know how she landed. Gently, I got down from the tree and gasped when I saw a cluster of eggs half my height. The size of the eggs was pointing to a very giant beast around. I opened my mouth to scream for help, but just then, I saw a huge shadow ahead. It was the head of a dinosaur! I took to my heels with Bruno right behind me. I couldn't tell for how long I had ran before I crashed into someone. Tears of relief filled my eyes when I saw who it was. Mom, it's you! Oh, I am so happy.
Who are you?
You must have hit your head somewhere. It's me, Vera.
Stay away from me!
And just like that, she took off running like a freaking antelope. Bruno chased after her. I made to follow, but I tripped over some really hard, giant poop and fell flat on my face. Ugh! Ah! Don't eat me! I swear, I am very bitter.
Eat you? What are you talking about?
I scrambled to my feet and my jaw dropped. The dinosaur had a human body. Smoke? I don't know if it's evolution or something, but you kind of have a dinosaur head.
What? Oh, must have fallen on me when I fell. I think this place is an abandoned site for shooting a Jurassic movie. Plastic dino eggs, plastic dino poop.
I get it. Look, my mom, I just saw her and she took off like she doesn't know who I am. Bruno is with her too.
Oh no, we have to find them.
We searched endlessly for hours, and when it began to get dark, I began to lose hope. Oh, Mom! Will I ever see her again? I know she's the worst, but I still love her!
You know, your mom doesn't forget things about you because she wants to.
Yeah, it's because she doesn't care.
No, she has early onset dementia. Forgetting things is a part of it, and that's why she hired me. Not to look after you, but her also. I am her live-in nurse.
Wait, all this while, she's just been suffering from memory loss? She won't remember me again?
I wanted to tell you earlier that night in your room, 'cause she wouldn't. But her forgetting you today might just be the trauma falling out of the plane.
My heart was in shreds for making things difficult for my already sick mom. What if I never see her again? Smoke comforted me and asked we rest in a small clearing. We had just made a fire when the sound of something snorting behind us made us tremble. Smoke was before me in a flash like freaking commando.
It's a wild boar. Run! I'll distract it.
I was about to run, but the sight of a dinosaur costume on the ground gave me an idea. Roar! I am gonna have pork for dinner! To my delight, the pig turned and ran with its ears tucked in. How was that roar?
Dinosaurs don't roar, but thanks for saving my life.
You wanted to save mine first, so thanks too. For the rest of the night, I talked with Smoke, and I found he was a super cool guy. When morning came, we were ready to look for Mom again, but we didn't know where to start. Then I noticed some bright orange fur on the grass. Look, that's Bruno's fur!
It leaves a trail. Might lead to your mom.
We did, and just as we were about to enter a clearing, someone pounced on Smoke from behind. It was Mom! Oh, Vera, Smoke! I rushed to her and hugged her, and Mom hugged me too.
Mom, I am so sorry for being mad at you. You should have just told me you were sick. Oh dear, I didn't want you to worry. But when I forgot your allergy, I got scared and had to call Smoke to help.
How do we get back home from here? There's no sign of the plane or pilots anywhere.
Maybe we can get a flight home.
Vera, he just said we can't find the plane.
I took out the remote from my plane and pressed the power button. Just watch, Mom. Have faith and pray. It took 2 hours, but like a dream come true, my plane landed in the clearing without a human pilot. Mom and Smoke's jaws dropped to the ground.
Unbelievable! You did it!
Just as we had settled in, the droopy-eyed pilots came out of the bush at full speed.
Please, please take us with you.
We were all mad at them for the trouble we went through, but we let them in anyway. At home, our yard filled with reporters and the police. They had seen my plane fly off without a pilot, and everyone wanted to know about it.
Miss Vera, please say something for the millions of people watching you now.
Dad, if you're watching this, I want you to see that I have proved the world wrong. Your remote-controlled plane is not a joke. Please, come back home.
Oh, Vera, I am so sorry I didn't believe you or your dad.
I was proud too, but sadly, Dad didn't show up that day. However, thanks to my invention, after I graduated high school, I got a scholarship to study aerospace engineering at a big university just like I dreamed. Smoke and Mom saw me off on my first day.
Don't worry, I'll take care of Mom.
Smoke and Mom were dating now, and I couldn't have asked for a better stepdad to be. I know you're Mr. Capable.
Thanks.
I was talking about Bruno.
What?
Just then, I saw a man staring at us through his creepy shades. He hid like an ostrich when I looked his way. I brushed it off, and after taking some pictures with Mom and Smoke, we bade each other goodbye. As I was making my way to the campus, the spooky guy from before began to follow me.
Hey, creep, what do you want?
I almost fainted when he pulled off his shades.
My firecracker. You're still as pretty and feisty as ever.
Dad had a lot of explaining to do, but for now, I rushed into his arms.
I knew you'd come back.
My lesson from all this is treat everyone with kindness, because just a little bit of goodness can go a long way. What else did you learn? Please share in the comment section below. I will be reading. Hi, I'm Pearl from Australia. When I was a kid, it was always my pretty mom and I. She owned a big farm, which I used to love, until one day, a splash of mud from the pig den hit my face, and I went hysterical. I washed my face for so long that Mom's workers got concerned.
Pearl, do you want to scrap your face off for just a splash of mud?
Oh dear, when did you become such a neatnik?
Mom thought it wasn't a big deal, until 5 years later, when we went to a fancy restaurant to celebrate my 10th birthday. My eyes fell to the table when I saw a food smear.
Ew! Don't keep my cake here.
Okay, let's find another table.
No, they're all icky.
And just like that, I began to wipe every available surface. Mom and others couldn't stop me no matter how hard they tried, till I fainted from exhaustion. I was diagnosed with germophobia, an unhealthy fear of germs. Over time, my condition worsened, and people viewed me strangely. But Mom remained my one and only bestie. We still went to her farm together, though I stuck to caring for the flowers. The sight and smell of them made me so happy, and they fetched us money. And then one day at the farm, Mom suddenly came to me in tears.
Mom, what's going on? Pearl, we are about to lose this farm if I don't renew payment for the lease, and I don't have the money.
When no one seemed willing to help us, Mom got the craziest idea.
I saw this guy on a dating app. He's a vet doctor and he is crazy about my beauty. If I marry him, he can support me and we won't lose the farm.
Are you thinking straight, Mom? You can't marry someone for money. Worse, someone from the internet.
He also has no ex-wife, no kids. Perfect, right?
How are you sure of that? You don't even know him in person.
Not for long.
The next day, I came back from school to find muddy footprints everywhere. What in the world? I began to clean my way inside until I ended up in the sitting room where Mom and a strange big head were smooching.
Welcome back, sweetie. Meet your stepdad-to-be, Jack. He just proposed.
You told me about him just yesterday.
We were still talking when Jack grabbed my hand just to rudely place a kiss on it.
Nice to finally meet you.
I left them in a hurry to wash my hands. I couldn't believe that Mom would agree to marry a man so rashly. The next morning, I went to the bathroom to brush my teeth, and my anger bubbled further when I saw Jack brushing with my toothbrush.
What are you doing? That's my toothbrush!
There wasn't an extra. And after all, we are all going to be family, right?
I felt like punching him all over. What monkey taught you that family means sharing toothbrushes?
Before I could finish, Jack loomed over me like a monster.
You holier than thou neat freak. Don't worry, I will make you normal the moment I become your stepdad.
What's all the noise about?
The moment he heard Mom's voice, Jack grabbed me in a choking hug.
Nothing. Pearl and I are just getting to know each other.
Aww, how sweet. Breakfast is ready.
The guy was a psycho! I went to school thinking of how I could rescue Mom from Jack. It made me so distracted that during practicals, I missed my footing and fell face first into a pile of manure. My classmates saw it as a perfect time to make fun of me.
Newsflash! Miss Too Clean has just landed in cow poop!
I was on the verge of passing out from the horror of manure on my face when Steve, our class president, came and began to wipe my face clean with antibacterial wipes.
You all right?
Yes, thank you.
Anyone else have something stupid to say?
No one dared to, because as much as Steve was friendly, he wasn't one to be messed with. After school, Steve saw me off, and I felt gooey inside as we walked side by side. Thanks again. Before I could finish, an old woman shoved a picture of a chihuahua in our faces.
Have you guys seen my pup? She has a star under her paw.
I would remember if I saw a cute pup like this.
Me too.
Well, if you do, please call me. I'm Mama G.
I felt really sorry for the woman, so I took the poster to help her look for her pup. On getting home, I was shocked with the sight of Jack throwing pet snacks all over the living room for a pink chihuahua.
Hey, you're back. Got this pup today. Sweet, right?
Leave our house! We can't deal with someone as messy as you!
Too bad. Your mom needs me right now. You can go pop in the popcorn machine for all I care.
I went to get my phone so I could secretly record Jack as he says more nasty things, but when I came back, he was gone with the dog.
Jack! Jack!
I froze when I noticed the poster torn to shreds on the floor. Why would he do such a thing? Maybe he was the Chihuahua thief. Mom got so mad at me when I told her my suspicions later.
I can see you're just trying to find faults with Jack.
Later, when I eavesdropped on their phone call with Jack, I could hear all sorts of mews and barks from animals.
Hear that? Jack is a vet doctor and has all sorts of pets in his. Stop imagining things.
I went to bed angry because Mom swept everything under the rug. But my anger was quickly forgotten because my own Prince Charming was ready to sweep me off my feet. At school the next day, I was about to sneak to the rooftop where I usually ate alone during lunchtime when somebody blocked my path.
Steve!
Where are you off to?
I can't eat in the cafeteria. You have no idea how much of a mess people make when they eat. I can't stand that.
You can if you just look at me. I swear. I eat without spilling.
Arrogant much?
He even asked permission for his friends to join us.
Sure. Why not?
Don't worry. You're gonna like them.
And I did. They were so funny. And for the first time, I was actually having fun with people. After school, Steve asked for us to hang out during the weekend, and I said yes. But Mom had other plans.
I was hoping you and I, plus Jack, could do a little bonding this weekend.
You're the one getting married to Jack, Mom, so you go bond with him.
Mom seemed hurt, but I refused to show support for the messy choice she'd made. After that, I decided to take a walk, and as I was enjoying the fresh air, I met Steve on the road.
Hey, what you doing out here?
Just taking a walk. Are you following me?
I can, if you want me to.
Steve was so flirting with me, and I couldn't stop blushing. We decided to go to the arcade from there. The time we spent there was the most fun I'd had in a long time. He even bought me a rose-patterned bracelet.
May I?
I blushed at the sheer sweetness of him putting the bracelet on my wrist.
My germaphobe stepmom coped better when she had reminders of things she loved. You love flowers. Maybe this can be your soothing reminder.
Where have you been all my life?
Huh?
Thank you. Steve and I kept hanging out every weekend after that. He made it so easy to forget Mom, Jack, and my disorder. But there was something I was curious about. You never talk about your dad. The moment I asked, anger ripped off him in waves.
You mean the baboon that caused my birth.
He's that ugly?
More like nasty. Jumps from one woman to another. I don't want anything to do with him or anyone close to him.
His mood cut our date short, and I went home regretting I asked about his dad. To make it up to him, the following weekend, I baked him a cake to give to him. But when I got to his house, he was arguing angrily on his porch with Jack!
Ugh, have you no shame? Go back to your stupid new family and stop asking Mom for money. Young man, I'm still your dad.
You're his dad? I could see the unmistakable resemblance now.
Pearl, what are you doing here? You know my father?
I turned on my heel and began to run as fast as my legs could carry me back home, bursting through the doors the moment I reached.
Mom, you won't believe—
But Mom was staring at a small paper in shock.
What's wrong?
I'm pregnant!
What? Jack is not even the guy you think he is!
When I was about to tell Mom what I saw, he suddenly appeared at the door.
I have a son.
We turned to see Jack at the door, holding that pink chihuahua and a paper.
What are you saying, Jack?
First, I want you to have this paper and this puppy.
When Mom read the paper, her eyes went wide and she hugged Jack.
You paid for my farmland!
Yes, please, forgive me for lying.
I forgive you! Mwah!
I was so disappointed with Mom, and I left them angrily. How could she brush off Jack's lie just because of her farmland? When Jack left for God knows where, I confronted her in her room.
He could be lying about many other things.
Unless he's a criminal or something. I don't care right now.
But I'm falling in love with his son!
then fall out of love, honey.
Mom, you're becoming selfish.
No, you're being selfish. You want me to sacrifice my only hope to save my farm for your flimsy teenage romance? In fact, we are getting married this weekend.
I will never accept him as my stepdad, and that thing in your stomach will never be my sibling.
I ran out of the house in tears and found myself back at Steve's house.
So, you're part of Jack's new family.
Not if we do something about it. Look, help me out here. Just...
Pearl, I was falling in love with you.
Was?
But I told you, I don't want anything to do with him or people he's close to.
Please, if you don't want us to be friends anymore, fine, but help me save my mom from your dad.
No one saved mine from him.
Steve slammed the door in my face and I felt like a zombie. I left. I went to the park and cried my eyes out. My life was just falling apart and I didn't know where to start. Jack had confessed to his lie himself. There was nothing else I had against him. Just then, I heard a noise and watched in disbelief as Jack jumped out of the window of a nearby house with a cat and a dog in hand.
Hurry up, Jay. Try taking them yourselves. Ouch!
He entered the car park nearby and drove off. I went home after that, but I was determined to find out what Jack was up to for Mom's sake. So the next morning, I snuck into his car trunk. He drove for a while and stopped. When the coast was clear, I crept out of the trunk to the side of the shabby shack they entered. I could see an assortment of pets being bathed with dyed water. I took as many pictures as I could and snuck back to show Mom.
Mom, you need to see this. Jack's a thief. Mom!
Mom wasn't home, but her pet chihuahua was. Hey, cutie, can I see your paw? Her paw had the same star-shaped scar Mama G had spoken of. I took pictures too and called her. Mama G, how do you feel about your chihuahua in pink? She confirmed the puppy was hers and told me she was coming with the police the next day. But the next day was Mom's wedding. The wedding kicked off, and I was on the verge of losing it because Mama G was taking her sweet time. I should have called the police myself.
Does anyone have anything against this couple?
We do!
As if on cue, Mama G stormed in with the police and some others.
This man here pretends to be a vet. To take info on exotic pets he comes back to steal and resell.
Mom was in pieces as Jack was arrested. Despite my efforts to comfort her, she remained mute until Mama G came to visit days later.
Be proud of Pearl. She saved you from getting married to a nonsense man. I am proud of her, all right. Where do I start to take care of Pearl and this baby? I can't use that farm knowing he got the money. Well, I have a few hectares of land to spare. It's a small thanks for bringing back my best pup.
Mama G leased some hectares of land to Mom for free. The best part? Mom decided to raise flowers only and opened a beautiful flower shop she named after me.
You deserve it, Pearl. I got desperate and acted so rashly. Forgive me.
It's okay, Mom. And don't you worry, I will love my kid sister or bro. It's not their fault their dad is a jerk.
Oh, Pearl, I'm so lucky to have you.
When Mom gave birth, it was a beautiful redhead girl like her. And to everyone's shock, I carried her, despite the yuck all over her. I name her Rose. She's as beautiful as one. At school, Steve avoided me, but thanks to him, I had a few people in school I called friends now. So it was a bit shocking when he showed up at our shop one day.
Pearl, I am really sorry for refusing to help. I know I will be asking too much for us to, start again.
To be honest, the fire I had going for him had doused over the months. No hard feelings, but that's a really twisted relationship. I mean, you and I share a sister now.
You're right. Can we at least be friends?
I'll think about it, but maybe. I learned to try and keep a calm head, no matter the situation. Otherwise, you may make a very big mistake and never make rash decisions on marrying a stranger from a dating site. Mom was just lucky to have me.
I tried to hold on to the bar as much as I could with my sweaty hands, until they slipped. My feet were now the only thing holding me from plummeting into the piranha-infested waters below. I heard a click, and before I knew it, arrows were flying at my face. One grazed my ear, but I somehow managed to climb to safety. Whose idea was it to make training courses realistic? Remember to hit those like and subscribe buttons so you never miss out on one of these crazy stories. I put on my uniform and headed downstairs for breakfast. The table was crowded with my brothers stuffing their faces and slobbering like bulldogs.
What are you eating that for? You know this stuff's for men,
said my brother Jackson when I grabbed some of their protein bars. I take the same classes as you do. I need to build muscle too, I replied, throwing a donut at his face. The rest of my brothers all grabbed their donuts and were about to throw them at me, but I ducked into the kitchen. I heard their groans when the donuts hit the wall and chuckled.
Either you boys clean that wall or I make you clean that wall,
yelled my mom at them. She kissed me on the cheek as I headed out to school and threw the bag of daggers I almost forgot at me. I parked my motorcycle at its usual spot and headed in, carrying a monstrosity of bags as always. The girls in my year all seemed to have planned to swarm me on purpose because I heard little yelps and squeals of annoyance that I was hitting them with my bags when there was half a corridor of space for them to walk on. I gave up on making friends with them a long time ago, but an assassin academy is not the best place to make enemies.
We can whip you up something tasty if you get hurt too bad in class today, Lana,
one of the girls quipped. After that, they all headed into their poisons lab. Yeah, I gotta bring all my food and drink from home in sealed containers. I sat in the conference room bright-eyed and bushy-tailed as always. My squad leader walked in with a list of assignments and I crossed my fingers under the table. Some of the guys around me were already reading the information about the client and target when they all looked up in surprise as the team leader read out my name. I have a client? I asked, bewildered. I wasn't the only one bewildered. No one around me could believe it either.
You were specifically requested, actually,
said the team leader.
What?
Shouted my classmates in unison.
She's like the worst in class,
shouted one. I could barely hear them though. Finally, I had a chance to prove myself. The client requested that I meet him at a rooftop bar. I had to contain the giggles I felt coming on. I walked all cool thinking I looked like James Bond. I saw my client at the bar and sat next to him as instructed.
Sorry, kid. I'm not here for fun today,
he said, dismissing me. I'm here for business too, Mr. Clark. Your business, I clarified. He then fully turned to face me. He asked me if I was Agent Lawson, then burst out laughing when I confirmed I was. My cheeks grew piping hot.
I thought you were one of your father's boys. I don't want some girl taking out my target. You can't handle it,
he said. He then stood up and wanted to make a phone call without another word to me. I don't know how I resisted the urge to throw a bottle at him. When I got back to the academy, my brother Rick was already on his way to meet my client with his signature baseball bat slung over his shoulder.
No hard feelings, kid,
he said as he walked past me and ruffled my hair. Now him, I did throw a dagger at. But don't worry, the sheath was on it. I was sick and tired of this place. The girls didn't like me because I took the fighting and weapons classes, the ones they thought too gory and barbaric, while they took poisons and traps. The guys didn't like me because I was a girl and still outdid them in class, though they would never admit it. My brothers were always making fun of me because they were known as my assassin's father's sons and accomplished assassins themselves, while I was the newbie. I had all these thoughts running through my mind as I beat up a training dummy in the gym. I was about to go grab knives when I heard the doors open. I wasn't technically supposed to be here alone, so I hid behind some equipment. I expected to hear loud, manly laughter, but instead I heard women's voices whispering. It was a large group of women who I had seen around the academy, but they weren't assassins. They were teachers, secretaries, and cooks, and they were being led by my mom? My feet were glued to the ground as I watched these women grabbing all sorts of weapons and using them with as much skill as professionals. Heck, my mom was better with the flamethrower than my dad. My confusion reached its peak, so I came out of the shadows and marched straight to my mom. I wasn't sure what I felt. Pride? Joy? Betrayal? Because there was this badass group of female assassins doing what I wanted to do and my own mother didn't tell me? It was mostly the last thing. Mom, what are you doing here? I asked. Her face paled before she took me aside.
I should have told you sooner, baby,
she said.
I'm not just a chef. I'm an assassin on the side,
she explained. She told me she only became a chef because she loved knives so much. because she and Dad had decided when my eldest brother was born that they shouldn't both be assassins.
But when you kids grew up, I wanted to go back to work, though your dad says it's too dangerous.
My mom explained. She introduced me to the rest of the group. They were all women who couldn't be certified assassins for one reason or another, so they formed a small organization. They made money by taking the Academy's files and taking out targets, then going to the client with proof and collecting the money. I heard a rumor that someone was swooping in on the cases, but I thought that's all it was. I spent the evening training with all of these ladies. They were all impressed by my level of skill and complimented my mom. Then they all huddled together and whispered something to her. My mom smiled from ear to ear.
Lana, do you want to join our organization?
She asked me. I almost broke my neck nodding so hard. God, I was ecstatic. My mom said she had a client that contacted her personally, and we had a huge job coming up that weekend. I walked around so smug and happy until the weekend came that my brothers were scared I did something to their food whenever we ate. Mom, it's a little cramped in here, I said in my little corner of the porta potty. The weekend had finally arrived, and we had to get to our mission in a few minutes.
Give me a sec,
she said, applying lipstick while looking in a little compact mirror. I complained that the dresses from the femme fatale department at the Academy were so uncomfortable. I am in love with these shoes though, I said. Then my mom warned me to be careful not to activate them unless I really needed them. I was amazed as we walked up the stairs of the most luxurious museum in the city. The red carpet was full of celebrities and politicians. My first mission, and at a gala. My mom and I covered our faces with fans and walked through the entrance as fast as possible to avoid the cameras. Once inside the magnificent hall, some of the ladies from the organization took us to our seats. They were all there in different disguises. There was a black envelope under my mom's plate. She opened it while I kept a lookout. It was the details of our target. "Who is it, Mom?" I asked impatiently. My mom looked at me with wide eyes and a paling face. I got worried just looking at her. And then I saw the name. It was the Dean of the Assassin Academy. I started saying, "Mom, we can't," when she cut me off saying,
"We have to. It's the job."
We looked around for the dean. He was sitting at a large table surrounded by local politicians and the last person I wanted to see there, my dad. My mom saw him too, and I could see the gears turning in her head. She quickly pulled me to the side.
"I can distract him, but you're gonna have to finish the job,"
she whispered. I could tell she was worried about me, and I was too. I didn't think the target would be this much of a big shot, or that I'd have to do this alone.
"I believe in you,"
my mom said, stroking my cheek before she went over to greet my dad and the dean with a big movie star smile. Meanwhile, the pit of anxiety in my stomach almost made me throw up. I watched the dean all night. There weren't many opportunities, but I was informed that he reserved a room in the hotel next door to take a nap after dinner. Typical rich old man. My mom and my dad were dancing when I gave her a subtle nod saying, "I'm on it." She smiled at me, and then my dad twirled her away and they were out of sight. I had to find a way into the hotel without being seen. I'm sure the creepiest smile grew on my face when I remembered my shoes. I went outside into the alley between the museum and the hotel. The dean was on the top floor. With the click of my heels, the stilettos retracted into flats, and the soles became sticky. I pried them off the ground and started climbing the side of the hotel. When I got to the dean's floor, I made sure no one was in the room before I cut the window with my ring and climbed in. I could hear the dean on the phone in the other room. Suddenly, it all felt too real. I felt faint and was about to climb back out the window when a hand grabbed me and pulled me into the bathroom. I started panicking, but the light turned on and it was the dean's wife?
"You have to go through with it,"
she said. She revealed that she was the client.
"He's corrupt. He takes good people out when politicians ask him to,"
she explained. I couldn't understand why she was with him if he was such a horrible person.
"Do you think he would ever let me be with anyone else?"
she said. Her eyes growing teary is what really did it for me. I patted the sides of my legs to feel my weapons and walked out of the bathroom. I found the dean sitting in a big leather chair, smoking a cigar like some villain. I also left him in that chair, but he wasn't smoking anymore. I had a lot of mixed feelings about what had happened, but the confusion cleared up when I went back to school a few days later. The academy looked completely different. It was much darker, but less cold. There were books everywhere and portraits, and the lessons were louder. I guess the former dean's style was wiped out with him. I heard over the intercom that I was requested at the dean's office. That's when I realized I had no idea who the new dean was. I hurried over there and found the same big leather chair in the office. I could see a hand holding a lit cigar. The chair swiveled around to reveal the dean's wife.
I didn't think he'd be so kind as to leave the academy for me,
She said smugly.
Things are gonna be a little different around here now.
I grinned at her. This place was due for a change.
What's up? I'm Mandy from New York. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Growing up was very difficult for me. At the age of just 4, our family moved into a small village and I had to work on our family farm milking cows. One day I was milking the cows in the barn when the wind slammed the door shut and one of the cows got startled. It kicked out its back hooves and smashed me on the mouth. I let out a loud scream and my parents came bursting into the barn. When they checked my mouth, they noticed both of my teeth were missing.
Mandy, let me check your mouth.
We need to get her to the hospital immediately. Let me take a look. Looks like she will be fine. Her teeth will grow back over time. But years went by and my teeth never came back. We realized that something was very, very wrong with me. We've run some tests and your daughter has a rare condition that limits her production of teeth. I'm afraid she will never grow new teeth unless you can afford surgery. Although I must admit, it is very pricey. My parents were poor, so there was no way we could afford it. I would have to suffer a terrible smile for the rest of my life. I would get teased about it all the time at school. I remember in 5th grade, I had just moved to a new school. When I entered the classroom, the teacher asked me to introduce myself. Hi, I'm Mandy, I smiled. Then everyone, including the teacher, gasped in horror. Ew, gross! What's wrong with your teeth? She's a monster! I was so embarrassed and horrified. But then I felt someone step up beside me. It was a boy, a kid with brown hair and glasses. Hey, don't be mean. The boy turned to me and smiled. He was really cute. I'm Ahmed. It's nice to meet you. I sat down at the back of the class and felt a little better. Later at lunch, I grabbed my lunch tray and started to walk towards an empty table when I collided with someone, spilling my food all over me. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, The boy looked at me. Oh, hey, I remember you. I'm Ahmed. Hi. I was really shy. I like your shoes. I was wearing my favorite white Nikes. Thanks. I like your glasses. Thanks. Do you want to have lunch with me today? Sure. We had lunch and it was awesome. Turns out we had a lot of the same interests. We agreed pineapple was the worst thing on pizza, Attack on Titan was the best show ever, and we both loved playing soccer. When the bell rang for lunch, Ahmed asked me to hang out again. I agreed. I was so glad I'd found a friend. Ever since that day, Ahmed and I have been best friends. And I'll be honest, I've always wanted to be more than just a friend to Ahmed, but I always get the feeling that Ahmed doesn't feel the same way about me. So I usually just suck it up and push through the pain that Ahmed doesn't have a crush on me. I'm usually good at keeping my feelings inside, but one time at a pool party, I just couldn't. Vixie, the mean girl at school, was hosting the party. I hated Vixie. She always commented about my teeth whenever I passed by her. One time, I opened my locker to find a note saying, "No one wants a girl with holes in her smile." And I'm certain Vixie was the one that wrote it, because when I read it, I could hear her laughing as she watched me. She always had a gang of followers around, some worthless sheep who just wanted to use her to gain popularity. I really didn't want to go to her pool party. I couldn't even swim. My parents never had enough money to pay for swimming lessons, but Ahmed convinced me to go. When we arrived, Vixie's parents greeted us at the door. They let Ahmed in, but blocked my way so I couldn't enter. Who invited you? Snapped Vixie's mom. I'm with Ahmed. Oh God, what's wrong with your teeth?
Ahmed appeared to save me. Come on, Mandy. While he dragged me away, I'm pretty sure I heard Vixie's mom say I looked like a human rabbit. How rude! Ahmed went to get changed while I waited by the poolside. I spotted Vixie on a daybed, while an audience of sheep surrounded her. They all snickered, whispering,
I hope she doesn't think she could really have Ahmed.
Vixie was wearing this super tiny bikini, and I have to admit, she looked hot. Hey, Mandy. I turned to look at Ahmed, and my heart skipped a beat. He was shirtless, and his body was like an Olympic swimmer. While I stared, I felt someone brush by me. It was Vixie.
Hey, Ahmed,
she said silkily. My blood immediately started to boil.
You're looking extra cute today.
Oh, thanks, Vixie. Hey, Ahmed, let's go get some soda. I tried to put myself between Vixie and Ahmed. Vixie looked at me like she had just noticed me.
Oh, Mandy, I'm so sorry.
Huh? Why are you sorry?
I'm so sorry you were born with such hideous teeth.
Ouch. I really walked into that one. While Vixie laughed, I grabbed someone's drink and splashed it all over her. She screamed.
You brat!
She shoved me and I fell into the pool. Panic clouded my mind. I couldn't swim. I splashed and gasped for something, but all my hands met was empty water. I sank deeper and deeper. No one seemed to notice I was drowning. I started to lose energy, and I waited for the end, when suddenly, a strong arm wrapped itself around me and lifted me to the surface. Ahmed held me to him while I shook uncontrollably. There, Mandy. You're okay. Vixie watched Ahmed hold me and scoffed.
Ha! What a drama queen!
Vixie, you nearly killed her! Mandy can't swim!
What kind of person can't swim? What a loser!
Honestly, you're unbelievable. Ahmed lifted me up and carried me inside. He wrapped me in a warm towel and we got some privacy in one of the rooms in Vixie's house. When we sat down, I felt so emotional. I don't know whether it was the fact that I had nearly died or that Ahmed had saved me, or everything all at once, but the words slipped from my mouth before I could stop them. I have a crush on you, Ahmed. Ahmed froze. What? I have a crush on you. I'm so sorry if this ruins our friendship or makes things weird, but I had to tell you. Wow, this is a lot to think about. Ahmed grabbed my hands. Listen, Mandy, I can't give you an answer right now. Can you wait a bit? I just need to clear my head. I nodded. Of course. The next week was Ahmed's birthday, and I was so excited since I got him the best gift ever. An Attack on Titan lamp that lit up and played the intro song. It cost a lot, but I'd been saving up for a while. The party was at Ahmed's house that evening, but I wanted to surprise him earlier with the gift, so I walked over to his house at noon. I'd never met his parents yet because Ahmed had been really secretive about it for some reason. But when I arrived, I realized why. He was rich! There were dozens of fancy cars in the driveway, a huge boat and their own private lake, and even a helicopter pad. When I knocked on the door, their parents opened it and beamed. You must be Mandy! Ahmed's told us a lot about you! Come in. Ahmed will be down shortly. I was busting for the bathroom though, so they directed me upstairs. The bathroom was so luxurious, but when I exited, I heard some voices and one of them sounded like Ahmed. I entered the room where the voices were coming from, but found the shock of my life. Ahmed was kissing a girl, and that girl was Vixie. Mandy, how could you? Mandy, I'm so sorry. This was a mistake.
Hey!
Please, Mandy, let me make it up to you. I'll pay for the teeth surgery that you've been dying for. I hesitated. If I could finally get that surgery, then all my problems would be solved. I nodded. Okay, fine. We have a deal. A few weeks later, I had the surgery and didn't see anyone for days. Then it was time for my big reveal. I arrived at school, and when I entered the classroom, I smiled. Everyone stopped to stare. One boy walked up to me nervously. Wow, Mandy, you look beautiful. I blushed. No guy had ever spoken to me before. Pretty soon, the guys were all over me. I was more excited to show Ahmed my new smile, but he didn't seem that shocked or impressed. That made me a little sad, but hey, now half the class wanted to date me, so I could move on from Ahmed now. He was still my best friend, so I asked him for advice on who I should date. Now that guys think I'm beautiful, I can actually start to date people. Who should I date? Oh, Mandy, you were always beautiful. I froze. What did you just say? Ahmed looked embarrassed and cleared his throat.
Nothing. Don't worry. Mark's pretty nice. Maybe date him?
That was kind of weird, but I knew Ahmed didn't feel the same about me, so I moved on. In class the next day, I was inspecting boys who I could potentially date when my eyes fell on someone new. He must have just moved to our school. He was really cute, and he had that dark, mysterious vibe to him. I could tell other girls were looking at him too. Suddenly, he turned and we made eye contact. I smiled, showing my teeth, and he looked mesmerized. But then, the look vanished and he turned the other way. I was smitten. When the bell rang, we went out into the hallway. I spotted the new guy and boldly walked up to him. Hey, are you the new kid?
Yeah.
I'm Mandy. What's your name?
Cody?
It's nice to meet you. If you want, I could show you around.
Yeah, nah, I'm good.
Then he walked away without even saying goodbye. How rude! When I told Ahmed about it, he agreed I shouldn't try dating that guy. But then one day, Ahmed and I went to the skate park, and Cody was there too. I tried to avoid him as much as possible. Ahmed left to get us some ice cream. Then suddenly someone yelled, "Watch out!" And I turned to find a skateboard flying straight towards me. Ah! I braced for the pain on a board smashing into my face, but I felt nothing. I opened my eyes and the skateboard seemed to be levitating. Well, no, actually, someone had caught it midair and saved me. I turned to see who my savior was, and you'll never believe who saved me. Cody! Wow, thanks, Cody. Cody just looked at me. Sure. We hung out for the rest of the day. Cody took me to this crazy restaurant that served everything in shoewear. I ordered pumpkin soup in a boot. It was so weird, but so cool at the same time. Kinda like Cody. He was actually pretty cool, but he just came off as moody sometimes. Hours passed and we were sitting by the park's lake, watching the sunset. Cody looked at me.
You know, I've been wanting to kiss you for the past hour.
I gulped and blushed. Well, what are you waiting for? Cody leaned in, but suddenly Ahmed's voice interrupted us.
Mandy, I've been looking for you for hours.
Ahmed walked up to us, 2 melted ice cream cones in his hands.
Where have you been?
Ahmed, I'm kind of in the middle of something.
What are you doing here?
Ahmed said to Cody. Ahmed!
Come on, Mandy, let's go.
Ahmed grabbed my hand and dragged me away. I protested, but he dragged me all the way to the other side of the park. What was that about? We were about to kiss.
You can't date him.
What?
You can't date anybody.
Ahmed, why would you say that?
Because
Ahmed stopped and looked at me seriously.
I like you.
I was frozen. But suddenly, my body moved on its own, and we were kissing.
What's going on here?
Cody! Listen. But Ahmed stepped forward.
Get lost, dude. She's with me. If I remember correctly, we were about to kiss just minutes before. Bro, leave.
No, you leave. Cody shoved Ahmed. Guys, please. Ahmed shoved Cody back, and suddenly they were full on fighting. I had to call others to help me pull them apart. And finally, I managed to tell Cody that, hey, I'm sorry, but you and I aren't going to work. When he left, he yelled,
Hey, Ahmed, you're gonna regret this.
The next day, I told my parents about Ahmed. I was so happy, and they already knew I'd had a crush on him for ages. But to my surprise and dismay, they were really disappointed. Ahmed isn't good for you.
Yeah, we don't really like him.
I was so shocked. He was my best friend. I hung out with him all the time. Now my parents tell me they didn't approve of Ahmed? I didn't care though. I continued to date Ahmed for a while. But then for the summer break, he told me some bad news. He was going to spend the next month in Pakistan with his family. But it was okay. We'd see each other again soon. I was at home one day when I opened the door to find Cody there. What are you doing at my house?
He came to give you this.
He gave me my necklace.
You dropped this in class. I was gonna give it to you then, but you'd left so quickly.
Oh, thanks. I was about to close the door on his face when my parents appeared behind me out of nowhere. Honey, don't shut the door. Invite your friend for dinner. What were my parents doing? This wasn't like them at all. To my horror, Cody had dinner with us. It was so awkward, but my parents seemed to love Cody. When he left, this is what my mom said. Forget about Ahmed. You should date someone like Cody. Seriously? But I don't like Cody. I like Ahmed. They just wouldn't listen. For the next few weeks, my parents invited Cody around all the time, despite my protests. I was so confused by my parents' behavior, but then one day I found the answers to my questions. I was cleaning the house and I was in my parents' bedroom. I opened a drawer to reorganize it and found a random envelope. Usually I wouldn't be so intrusive, but the letter had Cody's name on it. Curious, I opened it. Inside were a ton of $100 bills. Where had my parents gotten this? Why was Cody's name on it? Then I noticed something else, a note. It was from Cody, and he was telling my parents if they forced me to date Cody instead of Ahmed, he'd send them this amount of cash every month. I felt so betrayed. How could my parents do this to me? That evening at dinner, I immediately confronted them. How could you do this to me? My mother immediately burst into tears. My father put his arm around her.
Listen, Mandy, you have to understand. We can barely afford food. This cash would really help us. But if you really don't want to do this, then we won't force you. We'll tell Cody no.
At first, I agreed, but then I hesitated. If we didn't do this, we'd be turning down a lot of money. Maybe I could do it for a bit while Ahmed was still away in Pakistan with his family. I could just pretend to date Cody. I looked up at my parents. I'll do it. For the next few weeks, I pretended to date Cody. I could tell he was surprised by my sudden switch, but he sure enjoyed it. We made out all the time, and I have to admit, he was a really good kisser. But other than that, I hated his personality. He was rude, self-absorbed, and just an all-around jerk. I missed Ahmed so much. He wasn't due back for another month, so I would have to put up with Cody for ages. One day we were at the skate park, the same place we first met, and Cody leaned down and kissed me. While we were kissing, I heard a voice I never would have expected.
Mandy?
I broke away from Cody to find Ahmed standing over us. Ahmed, what are you doing back?
I came back early to surprise you because I missed you. And you're cheating on me?
No, it's not what it looks like. Cody stood up smugly.
Yep, she's mine now. She told me she thought you were gross, so that's why she came to me.
What? I never said that. Ahmed had tears in his eyes. He turned around and took off. Ahmed, wait! I rushed after him. I followed him into the city but soon lost him. I turned down an alley to a dead end. When I turned back around, there was a man standing there. He had a knife in his hand.
Give me your money.
I screamed and I saw Cody run by down the street. Cody, help! Cody saw me, saw the robber, then backed away and abandoned me. What a coward! The robber advanced towards me. I screamed for help, but it looked like no one would come. I would die here alone, and Ahmed would think I had cheated on him. But then suddenly the robber fell to the ground, unconscious. Ahmed was here. He knocked out the robber with a random dustbin lid, and he wrapped me in his arms. I explained everything to him. Cody's offer of money, my parents' betrayal, everything. Ahmed hugged me tight and told me he forgave me.
You're the one for me.
So are you. We kissed and I felt like the luckiest girl in the world. It was Mom's 30th birthday and I couldn't wait to show off my birthday present.
Ta-da! Mom, meet Shiny. This little guy will help you vacuum the carpets and couches. Hey, Shiny, show Mom what you got.
Manami! Get that thing out of here!
No, Shiny! Stop, you bad boy, Shiny! See, Mom? How useful he is?
How many times have I told you making these useless robots isn't gonna get you anywhere? Why can't you just focus on your science lessons?
Okay, that didn't go as expected at all, but at least Mom clocked in some good cardio that day. Shiny ended up in the trash the next morning, and it broke my heart to see the garbage man take him away.
You could have at least let Shiny stay in the garage. I spent 3 whole days building it.
I can't believe you spent so much time on a silly robot when you could use it to read that science encyclopedia your dad bought you. It cost a fortune.
I didn't tell him to get me that ridiculous book.
Watch your words, young lady. If you want to be a doctor, you need to be really good at science.
My parents were obsessed with making me a doctor, so much that they'd started saving for my medical school even before I was born. I think they believed if I became a doctor, all their money problems would be solved. So to keep them happy, I studied my butt off and aced all my science quizzes and competitions. But my first love was coding. One day, I read in a journal something about the government's latest space program. It seemed pretty exciting, and I was totally intrigued. That night, I spent hours online trying to learn more about the program, but then suddenly, some information started flashing on my screen that looked kinda top secret. The more I looked at it, the scarier it got. Could it be that I'd hacked the government database? Feeling alarmed, I quickly switched off my laptop and went to sleep. The next morning, I woke up to ear-piercing screams.
Manami, wake up! We're under attack!
What? The aliens are here?
Not aliens. Some guys wearing black suits and black glasses. And there's a frickin' helicopter circling our home.
I jumped out of bed and rushed to the window to see a helicopter landing on our front yard. 5 commandos got out of it, along with a gentleman who I vaguely remembered having seen on the TV.
I'm the president's PA. Someone from this house hacked into a top-secret government database last night. Government database? We don't even know what it looks like. Do you have a computer?
Sir, I have a laptop.
Go inside, Manami, and let the adults talk. Mr. Nelson, this is serious. Someone from this address hacked the database, and if you don't tell us who it was, we'll have to arrest all of you.
No! Leave my parents alone! I hacked the government database, but it was totally by mistake. I swear I just wanted to know more about that space project.
I told the gentleman everything about how I accidentally hacked the database, and he was intrigued. He asked me how I knew so much about codes and computing, and I showed him all the certificates and trophies I'd received over the years. Then he made a few phone calls and gave us the most shocking news.
The president is impressed with your daughter's coding expertise and wants to offer her a place in a top-secret government facility. But you'll have to move to the city. We'll send you the details soon.
With that, Mr. Wilson left with the commandos, and Mom and Dad turned to me with fire in their eyes.
I knew this girl was up to no good, spending hours on that stupid laptop of hers.
You could have got us arrested today, and I've heard they serve very bland food in jail. Worse than the soup your mom makes.
I'm sorry, okay? But on the brighter side, we'll be able to move to the city. How cool is that?
No one's going anywhere. Your dad's job is here, and that's what's paying our bills.
My parents simply refused to budge, but everything changed the next day when a big, fat envelope landed on our doorstep. Inside it were 3 air tickets to the city, details of our stay arrangement at a 5-star hotel, and $10,000 in cash. The next thing I knew, my parents and I were on a plane to the city, and Dad and I were super excited because it was our first time flying, but Mom kept saying there was something fishy about the whole thing.
It seems too good to be true. Are you sure they wouldn't ask you to do anything illegal or dangerous?
Relax, Mom. I'll just be on their coding team. I'll work with military officials, spies, aeronautical engineers. Oh my god, I'm so excited already!
Okay. As long as you're happy and we're getting the money.
A few hours later, when Mr. Wilson escorted me to the secretive government facility where I was supposed to work, my jaw literally hit the floor. The place looked straight out of a sci-fi movie. Just as I was gathering my wits, my eyes fell on the Milan Husk, the AI genius worshipped by every coding expert worth their salt.
You might want to close your mouth. We have some tiny robot dragonflies flying around.
Who are you?
He is Marco. He's also a coding genius like you. He'll be your guide for today.
Marco showed me every nook and corner of the facility and introduced me to my trainers. My job was to identify loopholes in the facility's computer networks and protect sensitive government data.
Basically, you need to make sure no one's able to do what you did 2 days back.
I didn't do it on purpose.
I know, but I must say, you gave everyone minor heart attacks here. I've never seen the president look so pissed.
You've met the president?
Yeah, he has an office in this building.
The next few days went by in a blur. Marco and I received training from the best coders in the country. We worked together on several projects and bonded over our love for codes and computing. I worked super hard for months and ultimately came up with a software that no bug in the world could destroy.
Whoa, Manami, this is pure genius. No, wait, you're pure genius.
Tell me something I don't know.
The next week, the president himself called me to his office and congratulated me on my outstanding achievement.
Well done, Manami. I'm very impressed. So much that I'm considering putting you on my team of cybersecurity advisors.
I couldn't believe my ears. This was big. That night, Marco offered to take me out for dinner to celebrate, and I couldn't refuse. But the moment we reached the restaurant, I regretted my decision. The restaurant looked so swanky, and the people inside looked as if they'd catwalked straight out of a fashion magazine. Now that I saw it, Marco was quite well dressed himself, and here I was in my oversized sweatshirt and faded denims.
So, would you like to order?
Burger and fries?
Manami, this is a fine dining restaurant. They don't do fast food. How about we try some of their French delicacies?
Oh, French. Sounds awesome. I looked at the menu and my mind started spinning reading the names of all those fancy dishes.
I'll just have this with this.
Are you sure?
Positive. I love it. I always have it when I'm in France.
In reality, I'd never set foot in the country, but Marco didn't need to know that. But when my order arrived a few minutes later, my eyes literally popped right out of my head. It was a mix of friggin' snails and some other creepy crawlies.
What happened? You said you loved it.
I do, but I was so busy creating that software that I haven't pooped in like 5 days. If I put anything else in this tummy, I'm sure it will explode.
Marco laughed like an idiot at that, then grabbed my hand and took me outside.
You don't like French food, right?
Honestly, the only French food I'm familiar with is French toast and croissants.
Then why didn't you tell me?
I guess I didn't want to let you know what a villager I am.
There's nothing wrong with being a villager, especially if that villager is a top-class genius like you. Okay, how about that burger and fries? I know of a fantastic fast food joint down the road.
Say no more. My tummy is already growling. I had an amazing time with Marco. Marco was super easy to talk to, and I ended up telling him everything about my parents and my very middle-class upbringing.
They must be super proud of you.
Not as much as you'd think. They wanted me to be a doctor because they think doctors earn well. That's why I want to earn tons of money and show them coders can be richer.
I wanted to be a footballer as a kid, but Dad wanted me to take up coding. He wants me to be a part of the National Cybersecurity Office. So now that's my goal, too.
I'm sure you'll get there soon. The next day, I walked into the facility with a spring in my step. My software was going to be installed in every computer at the facility. But as soon as I got inside, I was greeted by pure chaos. What happened?
Someone hacked into the facility's main server, and a major chunk of sensitive government data is gone.
What do you mean, gone?
He means someone stole sensitive data and put a bug in the main server.
What? Who would have done that?
Someone smart enough to hack into the government database, someone who knew this cannot be done once the software gets installed, someone who wants the money that data can fetch.
I don't understand.
Stop playing games, girl. I know it's you.
Why would I do that? I created the software to protect sensitive data.
It was all a farce so no one would find out what you were actually up to. Weren't you telling Marco yesterday that you wanted to earn tons of money?
I looked at Marco shocked, but he was just as surprised as me.
Every single person in this facility gets spied on. Now listen, girl. Either you get that data back or get ready to rot in jail with your parents.
But I don't have it! Please, give me a few days and I'll try and find out. Please.
Sir, let's give her 6 hours to get back the missing data. Manami, your time starts now.
With that, Mr. Wilson and the president simply left. My mind went numb. 6 hours? How could I retrieve the missing data in such a short span of time? I rushed back to the hotel to Mom and Dad. Mom, Dad, pack your bags, quick, we're leaving.
What? Why? Are they shifting us to a better hotel?
They will shift us to jail if you don't hurry up. I knew it. I knew this job meant trouble. What did you do? Is it something illegal? I didn't do anything. Someone framed me for a crime I didn't commit.
And you think running is the solution? They're the government, Manami. They'll find us no matter where we go.
Your mom's right.
I turned around to see Marco standing at the door. In my hurry, I hadn't even realized I'd left it open. Then what am I supposed to do? Just sit here and wait to get arrested by the authorities?
No, do what you do best.
Marco then suggested I hack every computer at the facility and try to locate the missing files.
I'm pretty sure this is an insider's job. Come on, let's get to work.
For the next 6 hours, Marco and I worked like crazy, hacking every system in the facility. And then just as we were losing hope, we managed to locate the missing files, but in the most unexpected place. Isn't this the president's system?
Yes?
Why would the president steal these files?
I don't know. This is bizarre. Wait, there's one other person who can access the president's computer apart from himself.
His PA, Mr. Wilson?
Precisely. Mr. Wilson, the president's PA, and my dad.
I was shocked. Mr. Wilson was Marco's dad? How come you never told me you were Mr. Wilson's son?
I thought you already knew.
Gosh, this is so confusing. Mr. Wilson is your dad, and apparently he hacked the main server, stole these files, and put them on the president's computer, and then blamed me for stealing them. But the question is, why?
I guess our only option is to ask him directly.
Marco, I hope you know what that means.
I do. Listen, Manami, if my dad's really guilty, he needs to be punished. Nothing is above the safety and security of the nation.
Marco and I were about to leave for the facility when a team of commandos arrived at the hotel to arrest me, apparently. We both calmly accompanied them to the president's office.
Sir, we've located the missing files, and they're right here on your computer.
What nonsense! This is impossible!
We have proof, Mr. Wilson. Whoever hacked the main server and stole these files put them on the president's system. This was the safest place to store them, right?
Wilson, what is she talking about? How did this happen? I don't know. She has something to do with it. She put the files in there. Stop lying, Dad. I was with her the whole time. She didn't do it. Marco, you stay out of this. I won't. I know Manami is innocent. I can't let her get punished for nothing.
Suddenly, Mr. Wilson's face contorted with rage.
You idiot. I did all of this for you. I wanted you to be on the national cybersecurity team. But this girl outsmarted you and grabbed the position. I had to get her out of the way.
Mr. Wilson's confession left all of us stunned. Suddenly, he broke down crying, and a part of me felt sorry for him. But he had committed a crime, and he had to pay the price for it. Mr. Wilson was fired from his job and had to serve 5 years in prison. Meanwhile, the president included me and Marco in his cybersecurity advisors team. We created some software and robots, but over time, Marco started getting antsy at work. He'd always be in a hurry to rush back home, and we almost never hung out after office like before.
Wait, Marco, I need to complete this code.
We'll work on this tomorrow. I have to go now.
You seem to be quite busy lately.
Yes.
With whom, may I ask?
Let's just say the love of my life is keeping me busy. Bye. Gotta go.
I don't know why, but I felt like punching a hole in the wall at that moment. Marco was in love with someone? Why did the thought make me want to puke? Without thinking, I picked up my bag and decided to follow Marco. I wanted to see the bimbo he was in love with. I followed him to the car park, but noticed instead of going towards his car, he was headed in the opposite direction.
Oh, so his girlfriend has come to pick him up. How romantic.
I kept following him, but then he turned abruptly around a corner and simply vanished. I was looking for him when suddenly a strong arm grabbed me and pulled me against a wall.
Why were you following me?
I wasn't. I was just... Okay, I was. I thought since you'd not bothered to introduce me to your girlfriend, I might as well introduce myself.
My girlfriend?
Didn't you just tell me you've been busy with the love of your life? The girl you can't wait to run to after office every day? Oh, wait, now I know why you never introduced us. She must be some sophisticated, rich socialite. You wouldn't want her to know you're friends with a poor village girl.
Suddenly, Marco bent forward and kissed me. I felt a million bulbs explode in my head.
I'm in love with you. Ever since you walked into the facility that day, open-mouthed, your eyes shining with excitement.
But you said something about the love of your life.
Yep, football. Remember I told you I wanted to be a footballer as a kid? Well, I've been training to get into the state team.
What? That's awesome.
I wanted to keep it as a surprise. I thought I'd tell you once I get selected.
But what about this job?
This job was my dad's dream, not mine. And as much as I love coding, I've realized this isn't what I want to do with my entire life.
I was so happy that Marco was trying to follow his true passion, but a part of me was also sad that he might no longer be with me in the office.
So, about what I said earlier, I love you, Manami. And if the raging jealousy I saw in your eyes when you were giving your little speech about my rich, sophisticated girlfriend is any indication, you like me too.
Like? No, silly. I love you.
Hey, my name's Amanda, and I'm from Alaska. I don't have much time to write this, so I'll jump right into the juicy stuff. A brick came loose from the wall. I watched it shatter and knew that would be my skull if I wasn't careful. I knew cutting my hair was a bad idea. I could be pulling a Rapunzel right now. Wait, this doesn't make any sense. Do you want to know how I ended up escaping a tower? Then stick around. I never excelled at school. I used to take naps in class, and one time I even snuck out the window to go get food. Those were the days. But one day, I got called into the principal's office.
I won't lie to you, Amanda. Your grades are horrific.
He said with furrowed brows,
I'm assigning you a tutor.
Before I could protest, he shoved me out of his office. Not that I wanted to stay in there any longer, it always smelled like cheese. Later that day, I sat in the school library waiting for my tutor to show up. I didn't even notice him when he arrived. He was as quiet as a mouse.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Michael.
He flashed me a dashing smile. He was kind of good looking, but not exactly my type. Hi.
Where's your pens and books?
I don't have any.
What?
Then he stood up out of nowhere and grabbed my hand. He dragged me into his car and suddenly we were strutting up to a huge school supply store. When we walked in, Michael swept his arms around the whole store.
It's all yours.
Huh?
I booked this store for the day. Whatever you want, take it. My treat.
Sure enough, I looked around and saw the whole place was empty. Was this guy for real? I shrugged, then headed off into the store. I must have filled 3 shopping carts with random school supplies. I felt so cool, like a VIP. This must be what celebrities feel like. I was in awe.
You liked it?
I loved it.
Good to know.
Michael paid for all my stuff and we went back to school to study. He started showering me with gifts after that. I pretty much became his dress-up doll, but I wasn't complaining. I loved getting showered with gifts. Besides, my parents would never buy me all this expensive stuff. They weren't even around. They had been gone for 2 whole days. We got kicked out of the library when school closed.
How about we continue at my place? It's more comfortable than this dump anyways.
I said sure, and Michael took my hand. To my surprise, he led me to a dirty alley behind the school. He pulled out his phone and put in some sort of code. Suddenly, the huge pile of trash in front of us slid to the side, revealing a trap door. Michael opened it and jumped in. I followed suit. The little room we were in looked like the back of a limo, super luxurious. I heard this whirring sound, then I felt like we were moving, but at the same time not. The roof opened up and Michael climbed out. He helped me out and I almost passed out from what I saw in front of me. We were transported somewhere else, far from school. You live in a mansion?
Yeah, pretty cool, huh?
A man and a woman in uniform ran out and grabbed our bags. Michael tossed them his keys and gave me a tour of his huge mansion. How'd you get the money for this place?
Well, I know my way around the internet, and some powerful people would rather keep me rich and quiet than poor and talkative, if you know what I mean.
He winked at me. What's in there? I pointed at a tiny door with a huge lock on it.
Don't worry about it, sweetheart.
I cringed when he called me that. Should we get to work?
Let's eat first.
Michael grabbed my hand again. He did that a lot, now that I think of it. I should have known. We walked outside. The sight in front of me was beautiful. There was a gazebo with a candlelit dinner. Michael sat down and asked the lady servant,
What's on the menu, Mom?
I thought it was a bit weird that his mom and dad were acting like servants. Man, I should have ran out there and then, but I didn't. Can we go study now?
Fine.
We walked back indoors, and behind huge wooden doors was the biggest library I had ever seen. It was straight out of a fairy tale. We only studied for like 15 minutes before Michael suggested we take a break. He grabbed my hand. Again. Yuck. He pulled me into a gigantic room. It was a ballroom with chandeliers and all of that fancy stuff. The male servant that I assumed was his dad was sitting at a grand piano. He started playing swiftly when we walked in.
Dance with me.
Michael tried to swing me around, but I didn't cooperate. He tried again and again. It was suffocating. I don't want to dance. Get off me. I shoved him away. The look on his face changed completely. There was rage in his eyes.
Why do you have to be so difficult? Why can't you just love me?
He yelled. I backed away in fear. He saw this and changed back into his normal self in less than a second. Creepy.
It's getting late. Why don't you get some rest and we'll continue tomorrow?
Can't I just go home?
No, we should start early tomorrow, so just sleep here.
He snapped his fingers and his mom came in. He gestured at me to follow her and led me to a bedroom bigger than my entire apartment. I fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow, like something on it had made me pass out. I woke up all of a sudden and looked around. I wasn't in the luxurious bedroom anymore. I was in this tiny dark room. I ran to the only window. I almost passed out when I saw I was 70 feet in the air. A tower? Seriously? How rich is this psychopath? There was a knock on the door and Michael walked in holding a candlestick.
I'm not a bad guy, I just know better than you, Amanda. You will stay here until you realize I'm the perfect man for you.
You do realize this is real life, right? You can't do this to me. People will wonder where I am. He cackled and said,
Please, not even your parents care what happens to you.
What is that supposed to mean?
How much do you think I had to pay them to leave?
My stomach dropped. They fully left me? It wasn't just for 2 days? They weren't coming back? You're lying.
I'm the only person on this planet that cares about you. Here, I'll let you see for yourself.
He put the candlestick down and left, locking the door behind him. I grabbed the candlestick but almost dropped it in shock immediately. The walls were covered from floor to ceiling in pictures. Pictures of me. Sleeping, eating, shopping. There wasn't an activity he hadn't taken pictures of. He was obsessed with me. I needed to get out of there. I climbed out the window and onto the roof. I was terrible at regular school, but I was the best at PE, and the rock wall was my favorite. I began climbing down the side of the tower. A brick came loose from the wall. I watched it shatter and knew that would be my skull if I wasn't careful. I knew cutting my hair was a bad idea. I could be pulling a Rapunzel right now. When I reached the ground, my troubles weren't over. You've got to be kidding me. A moat? The moat was too wide for me to jump over. I needed something to boost myself in the middle. I hope that's the reason why I wasn't scared when a crocodile suddenly swam to the surface and looked at me. If that's not why, I'm concerned for my mental health. The crocodile was my way out. I grabbed a piece of the fallen brick and chucked it to the other side of the moat. The crocodile turned around and attacked the brick, which was my window. I took a deep breath and jumped right onto its back. Then I boosted myself and jumped to safety on the other side. I always loved parkour. I ran into the thick forest surrounding Michael's property. Suddenly, I heard a whoosh and something hit the tree right next to my head. Tranquilizer darts.
You can't run forever, Amanda.
I heard over a megaphone. Somehow, I kept running until my legs burned. I ran for days. I hunted squirrels and learned to catch fish with my bare hands. I heard howling at night, so I climbed up trees to sleep. After weeks, when my clothes were full of mud and I had bug bites and rashes, I finally found a safe place. There was an abandoned cabin in a clearing right next to a huge river. I had a feeling Michael would find me eventually, so I used everything in the cabin to prepare for the day he did. I woke up one night to a voice over a megaphone saying,
I found you. Come out now.
I strutted outside confidently. Michael stood there with a team of guards. You did manage to teach me something, I laughed. Michael looked so annoyed at the moat I had made around the cabin. It was easy to make. I just diverted the river nearby. Piece of cake.
Get over here. I'm taking you home.
I refuse to be your prisoner, I yelled.
You'll learn to love me.
Leave me alone. I don't want you in my life. Michael refused to leave. He knew I'd bolt the second he was out of sight. I walked back into the cabin and returned holding a box of matches. You see how the cabin is wet, but it hasn't rained in days? I lit a match and gestured at my little island.
Whoa, what are you doing? Put those away!
I don't ever want to see you again, I said. This way, I won't have to. Michael screamed, No! As I dropped the match and lit the gasoline surrounding my cabin. I wonder if the previous owner had something like this in mind, because seriously, there were barrels of gasoline in the basement.
Amanda, my love, no!
As he cried for me, I snuck back into the cabin. The plan worked. I had faked my death successfully. I hope. I ran into the basement and pushed a barrel aside. I crawled into the tunnel hidden underneath, holding my makeshift sled under my arm. The moat wasn't the only thing I used the river for. I had made myself a little underground river inspired by Michael's transportation system between school and the mansion. Neat, huh? Soon enough, I reached the end of my tunnel. I climbed up the little cave and inhaled the cool night breeze. Freedom! Just as the map in my cabin said, I was across the border. I could have escaped earlier, but I needed Michael to think I was dead. He is a powerful hacker, but even he can't find a ghost. I still avoid electronics because, believe me, he sees everything.
Hi, I'm Dahlia. My life was pretty much normal until my family and I made the huge mistake of playing an Among Us game. It completely ruined my family, to the point where my mom and dad don't speak to each other anymore. If you're wondering how it came down to that, stay tuned until the end of the video. Just like any other kid when Among Us boomed, I played it a ton with my friends. We'd have so much fun, and I really loved being the imposter and winning games. I was especially good at being a detective, too. And my friends would always say I was so big-brained whenever I cracked the case on who the imposter was. Naturally, I wanted my family to play with me, too, to see how they would do at the game. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this, but I have 7 other siblings. Crazy, right? There's Dixie, Dario, Daisy, Dylan, Dipper, Dee Dee, and the youngest, Bob. You're probably wondering why everyone except Bob has a name starting with D. But supposedly my parents got so fed up by the time they had Bob that they just couldn't be bothered to think of another name beginning with D. Anyways, one day I asked my family to come play a game of Among Us together, and we all got ready in the living room. It was also perfect since there were 10 of us, so we could have a full game. We got our phones out, sat on the couch together, but positioned ourselves so we couldn't see each other's screens and cheat. And we also all wore earphones, so no one could hear us doing our tasks or hear any of us kill someone either. The first game was pretty funny. No one really knew how to play the game, so it was mostly just a bunch of us goofing around and having fun. But then, eventually my family started to actually get good at the game, and we managed to have some pretty wild and intense games. Like one time it came down to a 50-50 with 3 people left, myself, Dixie, and Bob. Dixie was saying that Bob had killed in front of her, while Bob said Dixie had killed in front of him. I wasn't sure who it was, but when I looked at Dixie, I immediately knew it was her. Don't tell her this. Although, if she sees this video, she'll probably find out anyways. Sorry, Dixie. But Dixie has a tell whenever she lies. She always scratches her earlobe, and she was doing it then. I voted off Dixie, and we won the game. Then came another intense 1 versus 2 game. I was the imposter this time, and I was trying to convince my mom that Dad had killed someone. Dad tried to defend himself and say it was actually me who had been killed. But then Mom just suddenly voted for Dad, and the crewmates lost the game. I was happy since I had won as an imposter, but then I froze because suddenly Mom and Dad were arguing. "You never trust me," yelled Dad. He was red in the face. "Of course I don't trust you," replied Mom quietly. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You know exactly what it means." "Mom, Dad, why are you fighting? It's just a game of Among Us. Don't take it seriously." "You made us lose the game," Dad yelled at Mom again. "You deserved it," Mom yelled back. "Sarah, not in front of the kids. Come on," replied Dad sternly. "Don't Sarah me. Ugh, I can't deal with you. That's it. I'm moving out." "What?" My siblings and I all screamed at once. "Sarah," Dad said in shock, "don't do this. I've had enough. I won't let you treat me like this anymore. We're through. I'm filing for divorce." And with those last words, my mom went upstairs to her bedroom and started filling up a bag with her things. My siblings and I immediately asked Dad what was wrong, but he wouldn't say anything. He just stormed outside and took off in his car to vent out. My siblings and I had no idea what to do. Why had Mom and Dad started fighting all of a sudden? How could a game of Among Us have ruined my family so quickly? It didn't make any sense. I told you I was a good detective, right? Well, I couldn't seem to figure out the mystery of this case. It was just a game. Surely Mom and Dad wouldn't have been so butthurt over that. They were logical people. "Who will we live with?" asked Dylan. "I don't know. How can we choose between Mom and Dad?" asked Dee Dee. "Maybe Mom is just joking," I said. "She'll probably come back down and say it was all a prank, right?" But she didn't. Well, she came back downstairs, but not to say it was a prank. She came back down with her bag of belongings and her car keys. When she saw all of us gathered in the living room, she looked sad. "I'm sorry, my darlings," she said, "but I just don't love your father anymore. I'm moving out. I already have an apartment ready." "But Mom," I said in surprise, "it was just a game. I'm sure Dad was just a little angry because of the game." But Mom just smiled sadly and walked away. "You can choose who you want to live with," she called over as she left. "My apartment isn't as big as this house, but it's your choice." At the end, my siblings decided to flip a coin. We felt sorry for both of them and didn't want to leave them on their own. I ended up living with my dad, with 3 of my other siblings, while 4 others went to live with Mom. It was so weird being separated like this, especially since it was so sudden. Every day after Mom moved out, I wished I could have turned back time to stop us from playing the Among Us game that ruined my family. The worst thing was, Mom and Dad both tried to pretend nothing had happened. They acted like everyone was just perfect, when it so clearly wasn't. And neither of them wanted to talk about the fact that they had divorced over an Among Us game either. It was ridiculous. I also missed living with all of my siblings. It was great having so many brothers and sisters, but now that half of them were gone, I was a little lonely. And of course I missed my mom. Sure, Dad was great, but of course a daughter's gonna miss her mom. Life was pretty miserable, and I decided it was stupid for my parents to have separated over a game of Among Us. And so I made a plan with my siblings to get my parents back together. First, we had to somehow get them at the same house. My mom and dad weren't speaking at all, so that was going to be tricky. To do that, Dixie had the bright idea to tell Mom that she had left some stuff at the house, and she needed to come back to pick them up. Dixie told Mom that Dad was out at work when, in fact, she was lying. Dad was at home. We weren't sure Mom would take the bait, but sure enough, she came over with a bag, ready to grab the stuff she had supposedly left behind. When Mom entered the house, however, she was shocked to find all of her children gathered in the living room again. Dad was upstairs and had no clue what we were planning. "Mom, please take a seat," I said. Mom seemed so confused, but she could tell we were all serious, so she took a seat. "What's going on?" she asked. "One moment," I said formally. Then I ran upstairs quickly and dragged Dad down into the living room. "Dahlia, what are you—" said Dad, but then froze as he saw Mom was there. "Sarah, why are you here?" "I believe our children tricked me," said Mom coldly. I forced Dad onto the couch, and then I explained everything. "Look, we just can't accept that you two are separated. And over an Among Us game? Seriously? And so to resolve your issues, we have decided there's no better way than to have another game of Among Us to prove to you that you still love each other. And a silly game shouldn't be able to break you up." Mom and Dad had their mouths open and were staring in shock. "Wait. You think we broke up because of that Among Us game?" said Mom in disbelief. "Honey, that's not why we broke up," said Dad. I hesitated. "Wait, it isn't? Then why?" But the rest of my sentence was snatched away when I heard the door open. I did a quick head count of the room and confirmed there were 10 of us here. So who was the stranger coming into our house? We were all sort of frozen as we waited for the newcomer to enter the living room. And when she did, let me tell you, it was not who we would have imagined. It was my science teacher. My hot science teacher. She was pretty young, like only 25 years old or something. And all the guys in my class were pretty much in love with her. She was so beautiful too, and I could see why they liked her. But what was she doing here at my dad's house? It wasn't like we'd invited her. "Miss Barry?" I cried out in surprise. "What are you doing here?" Miss Barry looked just as shocked as we were. I'm looking for Harold." Then she spotted my dad in the living room and smiled. "Sweetie pie!" she squealed. And then she rushed forward and hugged my dad and then kissed him on the mouth. My siblings stared in horror. "Miss Barry, that's my father!" I exclaimed. "He is?" she asked in confusion. "Wait, then she looked at my mom, who had turned away in disgust. "Dahlia, this is why your father and I divorced," said Mom sadly. "Wait," said Miss Barry. "Harold, you're married? And you have kids?" My dad looked so uncomfortable. "Well, you see," suddenly Mom shot up and bolted out of the house crying. I ran after her and tried to comfort her. "Your dad cheated on me, Dahlia. I saw them at the restaurant kissing. When I confronted him, he tried to pretend that I was hallucinating and that I was the one at fault. That's why we divorced," she explained. "I thought it was because of the Among Us game," I said. Mom laughed bitterly. "No, darling. We wouldn't have divorced over something silly like that." Mom said she was going home, and I agreed. I went back inside the house to find that Miss Barry was yelling at my dad in fury. "You lied to me! You said you were single!" yelled Miss Barry. "You never would have found out if you hadn't come here," replied my dad. "How did you even know where I live?" "I Googled it," said Miss Barry. "Harold, this is unacceptable." She started to sound like a teacher again. I can't be with you anymore. I feel disgusted now that I know you cheated on your wife with me. That's it. We're over. Then Miss Barry turned to me. Where's your mother? I must apologize immediately. She left, I said. I wasn't sure how I felt about my science teacher anymore. Oh, please tell her I wanted to speak with her. I'm so sorry, said Miss Barry. I nodded, and then Miss Barry left. Meanwhile, my siblings and I all turned towards my father in anger. Dad, how could you do this? We yelled. I'm sorry, he said weakly. Well, we had had enough of him too. We all stormed out and headed to our mom's place, leaving my dad alone. Once we got to Mom's place, we immediately comforted her and told her we wouldn't leave her alone. We were all furious with Dad. I decided I needed revenge on my father. I wouldn't let him treat my mom terribly and then walk away without any kind of punishment. Sure, Miss Barry had broken up with him, so now he was completely alone. But I felt like that wasn't enough, and so I devised a plan. The next morning, my siblings all got ready and set up the apartment for the plan. Mom had called Dad to tell him she was willing to talk to him at her apartment, and he was going to arrive there soon. It was all part of the plan. Soon we heard his footsteps coming up the stairs, and then the door opened. Dad entered, and then he let out a huge scream. All of us were lying on the floor covered in blood. My dad screamed and screamed. It looked like a crime scene. My dad put his hand to his mouth and started to tremble in shock. Then suddenly Miss Barry jumped out of the closet and scared him. She started laughing maniacally. Now that your family is gone, we can finally be together, she yelled. Sweetie, you did this? Asked Dad in shock. Yes, come on, Harold, let's run away together. No, this is insane. My dad started to back away, and then he took off running. Miss Barry laughed again as he ran away. Then she turned to us. The plan worked perfectly, she said. Us corpses stood up. This ketchup looks a lot like blood. Nice idea, Dahlia, said Bob. Thanks. The plan sure did work well. Who knew Among Us in real life could be so scary? I said. Thanks for helping, Miss Barry. No worries. It's the least I can do, she said. You see, I had called Miss Barry to see if she would be part of our prank, and she had immediately said yes. Mom walked over to the window and looked at my dad, who was still running. I should call him. Tell him we are all okay and it's just a prank, said Mom. I still think we were too harsh on him. Oh, I think he got what he deserved, said Miss Barry. She walked up to my mom and Mom smiled back. We all walked up to the window and watched as my dad ran for his life. But before I go on, be sure to like and subscribe and hit that notification bell so you don't miss out on any more awesome stories.
Hi, I'm Phoenix. Ever since I was a little girl, I admired my dad because he worked at the U.S. Space Force. Whenever he had time, we would look up at the stars using his telescope.
Look, that's Mars right there. Did you know I went to Mars once and saw a real-life alien? It had green skin and really long fingers.
Wow, I want to go to Mars too!
You will, my love. You will go even beyond that.
Dad was my childhood inspiration, but Mom, who is a housewife, always scolded Dad when he told me alien stories.
You need to stop talking all that garbage to her about aliens. Kids will laugh at her in school.
Sadly, Dad kept harping on about aliens even at his workplace. And without proof to back up his claims, Dad was assumed crazy and fired. If only they knew how wrong they were. Things went sour between my parents after that. They wouldn't even talk to each other directly anymore, even if they were in the same room.
Phoenix, can you ask your mom why there's no food for me?
Mom, why is there no food for Dad?
Tell your dad that he should tell his alien friends to bring him food.
Ugh, Dad, let's just share mine.
Don't worry, I just lost my appetite.
Over time, Dad turned into a shadow of his former self, and the tension between him and Mom just grew worse. I couldn't wait to grow into an adult and move out. To make time fly fast, I buried myself into my studies, and as soon as I graduated high school, I applied for the U.S. Air Force Academy, and with my results, I was invited almost instantly. However, Mom was not happy about it.
You're going down the same path as your dad.
I'm not going there to chase aliens, Mom. I want to protect the country. Plus, if I succeed, Dad might come back to his old self.
Phoenix, leave the protecting our country stuff to the guys. You're a girl and you're fragile.
Good night, Mom.
She did her best to make me change my mind, but I put my feet down and joined the school. I was the only female in my set, and most of the guys laughed when they saw me. 2 twin brothers named Monkai and Ponkai were the worst.
Oh, look at the Barbie that wants to fly a spaceship. Not that you look bad in the uniform, but I'm sure you'll look better in a pink princess gown.
Their taunts only fueled me to work twice as hard. And though, in a matter of months, I was beating most of the guys in physical fitness tests, I kept to myself. However, one day, I just lost it. I was heading to class from my dorm one morning when I saw Ponkai and Monkai holding Jake, the most quiet guy in our class, against my locker.
Hey, you two, weren't you taught that people who pick on others are scum? Let him go. Or what, princess?
I walked right up to my locker and forced it open, smacking Ponkai in the nose with it.
Oh, my nose! Ouch, didn't see you there.
Monkai rushed at me, but even though he was taller, I had him dangling before me in seconds.
Fetch, Ponkai!
When our instructors came onto the scene, many cadets bore witness to the fact that these twins had always been troublesome. They were tasked with washing the toilets for a whole school year, and I was allowed to go free. I wanted to go my own way, but something about the way Jake was trembling moved me to try and comfort him.
Hey, are you okay?
Don't talk to me.
Huh? I just saved you, mister.
Maybe you shouldn't have. This life is all messed up for me anyways.
Whoa, someone was angsty.
Well, next time I won't.
His attitude annoyed me, as well as made me curious, but I soon discovered what was behind it. Just before we were about to level up from being 4th class cadets, Jake and I were paired to be pilots in test flying a spaceship. I was so excited to finally get in one, but when we entered the cockpit, Jake started shaking like a leaf.
Hey, are you okay?
No, this is my worst nightmare!
Flying a spaceship is your worst nightmare? What are you doing in this academy, dude?
I wanted to be a dancer like Michael Jackson, but my dad forced me to join this academy. He just wants me to be a copy of him.
I felt my heart go out to him. I knew firsthand what a pushy parent felt like.
It's okay. Look, place your hands over mine. We can do this together. Breathe in and out. Ready, steady, go!
We successfully flew the craft around the base and got good marks for the test. Jake was so happy.
Thanks, Phoenix. You're a lifesaver.
After that, we became close friends. He even invited me to his house on his 18th birthday. When I arrived ready to party, I felt myself sweat with how stiff everything was. There was no music, no dancing.
Whoa, Jake, did somebody die?
No, this is how my dad wants it, and I've kind of gotten used to it this way, even when he's not around.
How can you get used to throwing sad parties? Come on, my birthday gift to you is we're gonna dance, baby!
I connected my phone to a Bluetooth speaker, and soon music was blaring from the speakers. I started to dance, and a few others joined me.
Phoenix, I don't think this is a good idea.
You said he's not around, right? Come on, show me those Michael Jackson moves.
I managed to persuade Jake, and soon the guy was rocking on the floor. He was so awesome, everyone stood back to stare at him and clap. Suddenly, the music ended, and we heard a loud crash. The audio speakers had been smashed by an angry-looking man.
What on earth is going on here?
Dad!
That's your dad?
Jake looked ready to pee himself. I looked at the man again and quickly recognized him as one of my dad's former colleagues. They usually went on missions together.
You stupid son! I give you some freedom to throw this party, and you go playing music and dancing like a silly clown?
Party? Was more like a funeral until the music.
What did you say?
With all due respect, sir, Jake only danced. He didn't commit a felony. Besides, he loves to dance. Why don't you let him?
Is that what you go around telling your friends? That's it! Get out, everyone!
I refused to budge, but Jake insisted.
Phoenix, please go. Trust me, my father is powerful enough to kick you out of the academy if you cross him.
That shut me up, and I regretfully left, hoping to see Jake at school and apologize for ruining his party. But when school resumed the following week, Jake didn't return. All attempts to reach him failed, as his number constantly refused to go through. Once I even tried to locate his home again, but I got lost and had to go home. I was so worried about him, and school became lonely for me, but I had no choice than to push on. Years passed, and after my graduation, I was commissioned an officer in the US Space Force. I felt like I had finally arrived. Little did I know that the battle for my dreams was not yet over. On our first day of work, we were all assembled in a large hall for our first assignment.
Welcome, new recruits. The Chief Commanding Officer, Mr. DeVille, will now speak to you all.
But when the Chief Commanding Officer stepped up to the podium, I felt my stomach clench with nerves. It was Jake's dad. With the way he glared at me, I could tell he recognized me. Eeps!
Why are you staring at me?
Sorry, sir.
Who told you to look away?
Huh? Didn't you just—
Who told you to speak? 50 push-ups, now!
What? That's crazy.
Make that an 80.
I dropped to the ground and began to do the push-ups, while my colleagues were assigned missions. By the time I was done, the hall was empty and I hadn't gotten one. I felt so humiliated and angry. I marched to Mr. DeVille's office to tell him that I wouldn't tolerate being treated unfairly. The door was halfway open.
Excuse me, sir?
My eyes popped at the sight of Jake in his father's office.
Phoenix!
Jake!
Before any of us could say anything else, we heard the sound of someone coming in, and Jake grabbed my hand and rushed us out of the office to another empty one.
Jake, why are we hiding? No, where have you been all this while?
After my birthday incident, Dad had me transferred to another Air Force academy in another country.
Oh, Jake, I am so sorry. It's all my fault.
Don't be, Phoenix. The only thing painful about it was how much I missed you.
Thanks to how clueless I was with romance, I didn't understand then the strange flutter in my tummy at his soft-spoken words.
I'm here now.
Yes, you are.
Seeing Jake again, I forgot all about my anger at his dad as we spent a lot of time talking. But over time, my excitement with our reunion dulled in the face of Mr. DeVille's continuous letdown. Instead of assigning me the work I had trained for, he kept sending me on petty errands that were downright insulting.
Onions, shaving stick? Wait, you want me to go shopping for you?
Isn't that what ladies are for?
I'll have you know, sir, that I am here based on pure merit. Being female doesn't make me handicapped.
But being Barnes' daughter does.
Wait, all this while you recognized me? I thought you were my dad's friend. Why are you treating me this way?
Who knows if his craziness is hereditary? That's why I can't send you on missions. Maybe you could be my personal office cleaner instead.
Don't call my dad crazy! Keep your list!
Dad's condition was always a sensitive issue for me, and finding out Mr. DeVille was judging me based on that turned my emotions upside down, and for the first time in years, I broke down and cried. Just then, someone took my hand.
Phoenix, stop crying. I heard everything.
Your dad is a mountain I can't defeat!
About that, Phoenix, there's something I want to show you.
Jake took me out to a restaurant downtown, and he showed me pictures he had taken from his dad's diary. In it were several mentions of how jealous he was of my dad's career success.
From what I gathered, your dad was on the verge of becoming the chief commander before he was accused of going bananas.
Accused? Actually, my dad is a bit banana.
No. After reading Dad's diary, I have my suspicions that my dad did something that made your dad think he saw an alien. I have no idea what. I have searched the whole house for it, but we may find something in his office.
Jake, if this is true, it could mean big trouble for your dad.
Your happiness means the most to me, Phoenix.
Jake's revelation made me furious with Mr. DeVille. I had to find out if he was right, and there was only one way to have access to his father's office without being suspicious. The next day, I stood waiting for Jake's dad at the door of his office.
Yes, what?
If I become your personal office cleaner for 7 days, sir, would you consider me for missions?
I might.
Then yes, I will be your personal cleaner.
He quickly handed me the keys, and I got down to work, searching for clues as I cleaned. 4 days flew, and there was nothing I could find. On the 5th day, I was on the verge of giving up.
What a waste of time! Ugh.
I placed my hand over a spot in the wall to catch my breath, and nearly jumped in fright when I accidentally hit a lever, and a floor tile opened.
What in the world?
When I looked in, I saw a strange green costume. Dad's words from years ago echoed in my head as I stared at it.
It had green skin and really long fingers.
What Dad thought was an alien was only Jake's dad wearing an alien costume. I stuffed the costume in my bag, arranged the office as it should, and snuck away to meet Jake. Together, we drove straight to my parents' home. Dad was sitting on the porch when I arrived.
Dad, did the alien you saw years ago resemble anything like this?
Dad was shocked when I showed him the costume and told him how I found it.
The day I saw that alien on Mars, Mr. DeVille was my partner as usual and had excused himself to check something. He came back some time after that alien disappeared. It was him then! He dressed up in this to fool you! I knew he was always jealous of my success, but to go this far just to kick me out.
Mom came in just then, and her expression looked like she heard it all.
To think we all thought you were mad when you were only tricked. You have to make an entry with the authorities right now.
It had to be the first time in years she spoke directly to Dad.
All right, let's go.
Dad reported to his former superiors, and they promised to look into the matter. Hoping that Mr. DeVille still had an atom of humanity left in him, I endured the 2 days left of our bargain in hopes that he will stick to it. But when the time was up, he wasn't willing to budge.
You said after 7 days you would let me go on missions.
I said I might, not will.
I've had enough. I'm going to write a report of your maltreatment.
And who would believe you? I do. I am a witness, in fact.
The daughter of a crazy man and my idiot son are nothing against me. I am the authority here. Got it?
A group of men walked in just then, and amongst them was…
Not anymore, Mr. DeVille. Or should I say, Mr. Devil.
Dad!
That costume, pal? Think twice next time you tell your enemy's daughter to take care of your personal space.
Jake's father was arrested right there, and Dad was reappointed as space officer in his place. As for Jake, with his father out of the way, he quit the force to pursue his dreams as a professional dancer. One day, he asked me out to a beautiful nature park, and I wore the prettiest dress in my possession for the occasion. Don't ask me why.
You seem like the kind of girl that would punch me if I tell you how pretty you look right now.
Because I'm part of the force? Come on, I'm still a girl at heart.
So, you wouldn't punch me either if I kiss you?
He drew closer, and I felt my whole face go red. What's happening to my face?
You're blushing. Your face is all red.
I don't blush. I'm an officer. Make it go away.
There is only one remedy.
Jake kissed me just then, and instead of the stupid blush going away…
No, you just made it worse.
You've no romantic bone in your body.
Jake and I started dating, and my parents loved each other again. Dad and I even went on missions together. Life was good. I learned that trials are a part of life. It comes in different ways, but if we don't give up, we will overcome it and come out even stronger.
Carla! Carla!
Hi, I'm Tesla from Brazil. Until recently, just your average girl, going to school, having a pretty good life. Until the dreams started. I was born with a really strange birthmark on my neck, and from childhood, I was taught to feel shame about it. My parents, who are carpenters, made sure I covered it with neck scarves or turtlenecks whenever I left the house.
I've picked out your outfit for today, love.
Another turtleneck? It's summer, Mom. The weather is hot. Can I wear a tank top?
No, dear. We can't have the mark on your neck show.
But why?
Look at it, dear. It's so ugly, don't you think? People will run from you if they see it.
We are the only ones who love you with the mark. No one else will.
Thanks to them, I was always self-conscious when I was outside. I didn't want to make friends, so no one could get close enough to see my mark. The only time I threw caution to the wind was when I was close to water. No matter where we were, if I saw a body of water, be it a bathtub or the Atlantic Ocean, if it was big enough for me, in seconds I would be swimming in it. I just couldn't resist the pull of water. When I turned 10, Mom and Dad took me to a fancy dinner to celebrate their anniversary, and while they were eating, I crept away from the table and climbed into the giant aquarium. My parents didn't even notice. I was having so much fun until some bratty kid sold me out.
Mom, look, a real mermaid.
Tesla!
In seconds, the security pulled me out. My parents rushed me home. They told me I ruined their anniversary.
Tesla, this is becoming too much. Were you a fish or something in your former life?
I don't know about being a fish, but I want to be the most popular swimmer in the world. Better than Kate Ledecky.
How about you become a carpenter, like us, and give up this fantasy?
I was really strong-headed, so eventually, my parents had no choice but to support my dreams. They got me an inflatable pool that I could do all sorts of strokes in, and even let me participate in local swimming competitions. But when I turned 13, something happened that turned my love for water into a phobia for it. We traveled to Dad's rural hometown for Christmas, and as a treat, Dad took me to their local lake.
Stay close, Tesla. Swim in the shallow side.
The shallow side is for amateurs, Dad.
I ignored Dad's instruction and dove right into the deep side. I thought I was such a great swimmer, but I was the amateur that day. Suddenly, my legs cramped and I couldn't move.
Help! Somebody!
No one seemed to hear me, and the water was pulling me under quickly. That's when it happened. I couldn't tell if it was a vision or a memory, but the lake suddenly became a stormy ocean, and I saw a ship being carried away by strong waves, and a woman was shouting from the ship. There was something about her.
Carla!
I closed my eyes and saw a woman with sandy brown hair just like mine.
Carla!
Tesla!
When I opened my eyes again, I was on the beach with Dad and several people around me.
Tesla, oh thank God. I thought I lost you.
That experience changed my life. Every night after then, the vision I had seen would always replay in my head at night. It got so bad that the sight of anything related to swimming, like my swim trunks, made me jump. Even bathing became scary. My head was filled with questions. Who was Carla? And why did the ship I saw have the same mark on my neck? What was going on with me? I needed answers, and my parents seemed like the best place to start. I approached them one day in our backyard.
Mom, Dad, have I ever been on a ship before?
To my surprise, they got the strangest looks. Mom even looked like she wanted to faint.
Of course not. Why do you ask?
Ever since I nearly drowned, I've been having these strange dreams. There's a ship and someone screaming a name.
It must be the shock from your experience, love.
Or it could be your body's way of overcoming your obsession with swimming.
Go back inside, and I'll make you a nice lunch.
What they said made sense to me back then. I just wanted the visions to stop. They kept playing over and over like a broken record. I decided to abandon my swimming career and began to learn my parents' business. Every day after school, I dove into how to cure wood, cut, paint, sand. I felt like I was really becoming a carpenter.
Keep your wrist like this, so you get just the perfect arch.
Like this?
Great. You're a natural at this, Tesla.
Although learning my parents' trade gradually made those horrible flashes in my head stop, it was also increasingly dull. Since I was too scared to swim again, I tried to force myself to be happy. I should have known it would never work. A year later, my parents hit the jackpot in their career and transferred me to an elite school. As usual, I stayed away from everyone.
Please don't sit at my table. Please don't sit at my table.
But there was one person who didn't get the hint.
So, Tesla, why do you always cover your neck? Do you have, like, a secret vampire bite? For the 100th time, no. Why do you like to be alone? Do you smell bad? Don't smell bad to me.
Her name was Adriana, and on the swim team. Ever since I defended her from some mean jerks picking on her for being here on a scholarship, she became like my second shadow. A very noisy shadow. When I whined to Mom about Adriana's clinginess,
she's like a 5-year-old that ate too much sugar.
Just make sure she doesn't get too close. Remember, never trust anyone.
I was determined to do just that, but Adriana did something really sweet that broke my shell. It was raining after school one day, and I was so afraid of having my nightmares come back, I refused to leave. I couldn't stay, I couldn't go home, I didn't know what to do. That was when Adriana appeared and gave me her umbrella.
Don't you need it? Looks like you need it more than me. Don't worry, it's been a while since I played in the rain. Come on, it's fun!
She gave up her umbrella for my sake. From that day forward, she was no longer clingy Adriana, but my knight in shining armor. We became close friends after that, and one day, I even invited her to my house. That was a big mistake.
Whoa, your house is so big!
Thanks, but don't touch anything. As if she was deaf, she picked up something that tugged at my heart.
Hey, a swimming medal? For you? You're a swimmer?
I used to be.
Whoa! No wonder I was drawn to you from our first meeting. We have kindred spirit. Why did you stop?
I told Adriana everything about the dreams that made me hate being in the water, and she was so sympathetic.
But you miss swimming, right? It used to make you very happy.
The truth is, yes, a lot.
Well, instead of running from your fears, why don't you face them?
How? I can't fight a nightmare.
No, but you can fight the fear of water by getting into water.
That's crazy!
Trust me, expose yourself to what makes you most afraid, and you won't be afraid of it anymore.
At that moment, my parents chose to come in, and boy, did they look like wild bulls.
You brought someone into this house? What part of trust no one did you not understand?
And there's no way you're going back to swimming. Trust me, all those nightmares would just come back full force. You leave our house this moment.
Before I could think, I grabbed Adriana's hand.
Don't talk to Adriana like that! She's harmless!
Adriana, huh? Isn't she the girl you said is like a 5-year-old that ate too much sugar?
I wanted the ground to open and swallow me when Mom said that, and Adriana turned to me with tears in her eyes.
You said that about me? Adriana, I have to go now.
My parents and I had a big fight after Adriana left. To make things worse, Adriana wouldn't pick up my call so I could explain and apologize to her, but I refused to give up. It was days later when I got an opportunity to talk to her. The next day, our school went for a fun tour in a rural village. While we were crossing the bridge, I tried to talk to Adriana again.
Adriana, I'm sorry about my parents. Can we go back?
Don't talk to me.
She turned away before I could finish, and I was so annoyed.
Adriana, if you just listen! Adriana!
I tried to catch her, but it was too late. We all looked helplessly as she entered the freezing water. We all panicked, but no one was willing to jump in and save her. Our tour guides were busy calling rescue divers to come and save her. I knew it might be too late by the time the divers would come. So I stood on the bridge, took a deep breath, and tried not to freak out. My desire to save Adriana outweighed my phobia. Besides, it was my fault she was in there. She was my responsibility. The current was so strong, and I wanted to puke with how scared I was. But for Adriana's sake, I fought hard and caught her just in time to get us to safety. Adriana's eyes were wide open when I got to the beach, and she had a huge smirk on her face.
Gotcha! Now everyone knows we have a mermaid on land.
Adriana, you're...
Wait, this was a deliberate act? Just wanted to know if I should really forgive you or not.
You're crazy! That was so risky! Adriana, what I said to my mom then was way before we became friends.
Hey, it's cool. You jumped in after me. Of course I forgive you. So, how did it feel to be back in the water?
I couldn't even remember if I was in water or flying in air. All that mattered was saving you. That day, everyone expressed amazement at my skill and bravery. Some had even taken videos of the incident and posted it online. When the rescue divers finally arrived, you can't imagine how happy I was to see Matt Makeson, a popular swimmer, and now swim coach amongst them. He walked up to me.
I've already watched your video. You were like a freaking dolphin in there. Ever considered swimming for the Olympics?
Actually, that used to be my dream.
It should be your reality. You're good. I'm coaching for the Olympics now. You could easily beat Kate Ledecky. Would you like to be part of it?
Seeing Adriana and Matt express strong confidence in me was all I needed to reignite my passion for swimming. And so with all my heart, I said, yes, I would like that. Adriana and I got a ride home, and I was so happy with how everything turned out that I forgot something very important.
Whoa, you're showing your neck for the first time. Is that a moon mark?
My jacket was still off, and now everyone had seen my neck. Don't look.
It's ugly. Are you kidding me? The mark is like a work of art.
Really?
Are you blind? Look at it.
I looked at the mark in the window, and for the first time, I didn't feel disgust. Adriana was right. It wasn't ugly. It was beautiful. For the first time in my life, I was no longer ashamed.
Are you okay?
I am now, thanks to you. When I got home, my parents weren't back yet. They had gone on a business trip. I was not relishing their drama about my birthmark being outed. However, nothing in the world could prepare me for the shock that came the next day. I thought maybe my parents had forgotten their keys. But nope, a grinning Adriana was at the door, with dozens of reporters in wait.
Good morning, Tesla. These news people asked me to show them the mermaid in human form that saved my life, aka you.
I barely had time to react as the reporters started asking me a million questions at a go. And just then, my parents showed up.
What's going on here?
How dare you people film our daughter?
It's okay. Your daughter's a hero.
Adriana showed my parents the video of me saving her life, but instead of congratulating me on my bravery and skills, they shoved me inside and went off on me.
What kind of child are you? Not only did you get into water, you uncovered your neck for the whole world to see. Now we have to leave here before everyone starts treating you badly for it.
Are you for real? I was saving my friend's life. And you know what? My mark is a part of me, and I refuse to be ashamed of it anymore.
Thanks to your carelessness, that dream will come to haunt you for the rest of your life.
People will make fun of you. Your life will be a nightmare now.
I'm not afraid of nightmares anymore. Next week, I will be joining a swim team. I won't let it, or you two, stop me from doing what I love.
This ends now. We're leaving.
My parents were acting like they had lost some nuts, and I was fuming with anger at them.
Ah! Ah! Where are you taking me?
Told you, we're leaving now.
Through the backyard?
Officially, my parents had lost their minds. But just as we got out the backyard, we were met with the unexpected. The police had our house surrounded. Reporters had moved from the front to the back and were capturing the whole thing. I was in shock.
On your knees now! Hands in the air! Let the captive go!
I thought, what captive? Was there someone else in the house? And then I saw her, the woman from my dreams. To my shock, Mom and Dad went down on their knees like common criminals. It turns out that the captive was me. My dream lady hugged me with tears in her eyes.
My Carla, it's really you.
My name is Tesla, but I think I know you.
Your name is Carla. I gave it to you when you were born. These thieves are not your parents. I am your real mom. 12 years ago, when you were just 3 years old, we were traveling by ship. When we got hit by a storm, you were only 3 and got carried away by the waves. I did my best to find you, but these criminals did their best to hide you.
The woman's story made my head spin, and at the same time, something told me it was nothing but the truth.
So the dream I used to have was actually a memory? No, that can't be. Mom, Dad,
She's lying, right?
She's right, Tesla. For 10 years, your mother and I had no child. One day, we went for a picnic beside the river in my hometown and found you by the beach. You had no memory of your past, so we took you as heaven's gift to us and raised you.
Heaven's gift to you? You have no idea how much pain you caused me!
Wait, this mark on my neck.
I have it too. Every royalty in our tribe has it.
Royalty? So this is why you made me hide it, so I wouldn't be recognized and found by her. Everything's a lie, even my name. My feelings ranged from shock to disbelief and mostly anger at my parents. Scratch that, fake parents, selfishness. All these years, you told me I shouldn't trust anyone when you're the ones who shouldn't be trusted.
Take them away, officers.
It broke my heart to see the people I had known as my parents taken away, but they had to face the consequences for their actions. Days later, I was on my way home with my real mom. I had so many questions.
Just ask me already.
So we live on an island? Is that why I can swim so well?
Let's just say we are all very, very good swimmers.
Are my tribe people, like, very modern or stuck in the Stone Age?
Oh, Carla, do I look like someone from the Stone Age to you?
You said this moon mark is for
royalty. All royals in our tribe have that mark.
So am I like a princess or something?
There's a lot to learn, Carla. You will learn everything in due time. But know this, you are the queen of my heart.
Life after that day was just amazing. Just a year later, I held multiple world records, knocking Kate Ledecky off her pedestal in every category, and I was just getting started. But swimming was just a part of my new amazing life. Guys, don't let any so-called flaws make you feel less. Find a way to rock those so-called flaws. Don't let anyone tell you lies or define you because each and every one of you is a royal. You're all queens and kings. And if you're lucky enough, try to be and make friends like my dear
Adriana, over here!
A friend that pushes you to be the best you can be and stands by you through thick and thin. Life is to live. Don't wait another day. Go grab your destiny and never let go.
Hi, my name is Jasmine, and this is my best friend Emma. If you want to find out why we are hiding here, make sure you stick till the end of my story. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Growing up in a desert was fun. Everyone praised me for the unique blue-green color of my eyes, but I didn't care about that. I was always a more outdoorsy type. Out of all of the kids on our campsite, I could build the tallest sandcastle, and all the other kids would have a blast kicking it down. That was the fun part. While I was this fun, popular kid, there was this one day that really made my blood boil, where I saw a shy girl sitting by herself, and then two other boys threw sand all over her hair, so I went to her rescue. Hey, what is wrong with you rugrats?
Leave us alone, Jasmine, or we will dig a hole and put you in it.
Oh yeah? I dare you. The boys looked into my fierce eyes and then changed their minds because they knew how crazy I could get. And then the shy girl softly touched my shoulder.
Wow, you're like a superhero! Thank you!
What's your name?
Emma.
I looked at her sweet smile and knew that she was one friend I was going to keep for the rest of my life. We instantly became besties, and I taught Emma how to climb trees, catch scorpions, and we used to throw stones at all the mean boys. But then, there was this one time when I accidentally hit her older brother, and when Emma took me to her house to apologize to him, her mother was there, and she did not look too happy.
Are you the girl that hurt my son?
I'm sorry, miss. It was an accident.
Where are your parents?
They are at work. My dad is a mine worker and my mom is a nurse.
A modern family. I hate those! Emma, you will no longer be friends with this girl.
I was so shocked, and Emma just stood quietly looking to the ground. Why can't she be my friend?
Because I don't want her to become a wild barbarian like you. Now please leave my house!
I looked at her sternly and left. The next day when I saw Emma at school, she smiled at me from a distance, and then I approached her.
Jasmine, we can't be seen together. Once my mother finds out, she will stop me from coming to school.
Why is your mom like this?
She just has her own set of beliefs on how a girl should be.
Well, if we can't be friends in school, we can still be friends after school when no one can see us. Emma agreed, and after school, we ran off to our favorite play area next to the swings. But this time, the unthinkable happened. While we were sprinting, Emma misstepped on a patchy spot of sand. And suddenly, before I could blink, she started sinking like a stone.
Jasmine, what's going on?
It's quicksand. Hold on, I'm coming. I ran looking for a long branch, and when I got back, Emma was already halfway down. I needed to act fast, or this was going to be the last time I would ever see Emma again.
Jasmine, help!
Grab onto the branch.
I can't reach it!
I had no idea what to do, because if I got any closer, then I would start sinking. So I ran back to the campsite and fetched my father. And when we got back, we could only see Emma's head. Oh no, we're too late! Dad quickly tied his rope around a rock and went in and pulled her out. She started aggressively coughing out sand. To make things worse, when we arrived at Emma's house, her menace of a mom had already blamed me for everything.
From now on, Emma will be homeschooled so she can be as far away from your rebellious daughter as possible.
My daughter is not rebellious, and this was not her fault.
Yes, it was. Now please tell your daughter to stay away from mine.
Dad took me away, and later that night, while I was sleeping in my tent, I heard a voice calling for me. It was Emma.
I'm sorry about how my mom treated you and your dad. Even though we can't see each other, I'll place a letter every day under a rock next to the well to tell you about my days, and you can do the same. That way, we'll never lose contact.
Wow, that's a brilliant idea, Emma. I'm gonna really miss playing with you. Emma and I kept in touch for years after that. And this one time when I saw her at the shopping plaza buying vegetables with her mom, she waved at me, and of course her bratty mom held her hand down and gave me an evil smirk. She then proceeded to talk to the shopkeeper.
I think that girl is a thief. I saw her putting something in her pocket.
The shopkeeper immediately called the guards on me and had me taken out of the shop. My dad will hear about this and close your shop down. I waited for Emma and her mother to come out, and when I saw them, I approached her mother. What is wrong with you, lady? My mother always sends me here to buy my vegetables.
Well, your mother should put a leash on you, since you just can't leave my daughter alone.
We are teenagers now, and I think she's old enough to choose her own friends.
Well, lucky for her. She's getting married next year.
I was shocked at what Emma's mom said, because after school, Emma and I already had plans to leave the desert life and live in the city, and now her mom was standing in our way. I waited for her to leave me a letter, but she stopped writing to me, and one day, when I saw her collecting water from the well, I approached her. Emma, I haven't heard from you for ages. What happened?
Yes, my mom found out about the letters. Jasmine, I'm so scared. I don't want to get married.
I can help you if you let me. Emma agreed one day after school, and the day before she was going to get married to some loser her mother chose. I collected some food and water in a bag, got my camel ready, wrote a letter to my parents, and left. Emma waited for me at the well, as we had planned, and off we went traveling on a camel late at night.
Are you sure about this, Jasmine?
Absolutely. I can't let you get married to someone you don't even like. We are going to the city to live like superstars.
But how?
Trust me, we are going to be just fine. As we rode through the sand dunes, the camel started slowing down, so we had to let it rest for a while. I put up a small tent for us to sleep in, and before we could go to bed, we saw masked men on camels riding not too far from us.
Oh no, those are my uncles. My mom must have sent them.
We quickly packed up, but the camel was too exhausted to get up, so we left it and ran towards a mountain, where we hid in a cave and ended up falling asleep. The next morning, the sun was scorching hot, and our water had run out. And then we noticed a truck parked next to a cactus plant, and there was a man who looked like he fell asleep in the driver's seat. Hey, these are the trucks that go into the city. Come on.
Jasmine, wait! What if it's dangerous?
We can hide in the back. I pulled Emma. We quickly jumped into the back of the truck and hid inside some sacks. My heart was pounding with half excitement and half terror. The truck started, and off we went through a rocky journey all the way to the city. When the truck eventually stopped, we peeked out of the sack and saw cars and people dressed in nice clothes. So we jumped out, and then suddenly a taxi came racing towards us and almost knocked us down. But we managed to move away with our hearts throbbing.
Oh my gosh, Jasmine, we made it!
Yes, we did. We are in the city. We looked around us, and this was our dream come true. I could hear Emma's stomach rumbling, and I looked in my bag, and we were out of food. I didn't have a plan, and that was a big problem.
So what now?
Well, look, there's a place where people are eating. We stood by the glass window looking at everyone eating, and then a man in a white suit spotted us from inside. I don't have any money.
What? Jasmine, I thought you had this all planned out!
Well, while I was thinking about what to say, the man with the white suit stood in front of us.
Hi there, ladies. Do you want to join us?
No, thank you.
What? But we're hungry!
We don't know this man. We can't just trust him.
Yes, she's right. You can't trust anyone. My name is Jeff, and I run a modeling agency, and you are exactly what we're looking for our new perfume brand.
Jeff cupped his hands around my face. I never saw myself as a pretty girl or a model. The only thing nice about my face were my light blue-green eyes. Okay, so you want me to model for you?
Not for me, for the brand. You're going to be a famous girl.
Now this was a dream come true, and it happened just on time. Jeff booked a hotel for us, and we went wild, jumping on the white clean bed, and I took a bath like 5 times in the huge basin that looked like a swimming pool. Growing up in the desert, we did have some knowledge of how people lived in the city, but we only read about it and never really experienced it.
Wow, this is amazing.
Emma and I sat out on the balcony and gazed up at the stars. I turned to her and was happy to see her smile again. I missed that smile of yours. She blushed and then she yawned. It was time for bed.
Jasmine, thank you for letting me see all this.
Thank you for coming with me. We fell asleep and the next day was a complete nightmare. I did the perfume shoot and when I got back to the hotel, Emma was gone. And then I saw a note under my pillow.
My uncles found me. Please just let it be. Don't come back for me. Live your life.
I sat down crying for a while because I really wanted her to be free from her mother and her jail cell life. I continued doing more and more shoots, and eventually I became a very famous model. I bought a house, and then I started thinking of my parents and Emma. Life was great in the city, but I felt so lonely, so I decided to visit the desert. When I went home, Mom and Dad were happy to see me, but they were also upset with me.
Why didn't you just tell us that you wanted to live in the city? We would have let you go.
I'm sorry, Dad. I'm sorry, Mom. I was helping a friend out, and I kind of forgot about your feelings. I'm so sorry. I hugged them and they forgave me, and then I asked about Emma and Mom told me that she was married and told me where she lived. It was a little sad to hear that, but I couldn't wait to see her. And when I found her the next day, she hugged me tightly.
Jasmine, I missed you so much. It's been a whole year now.
Yeah, I'm pretty famous in the city now.
I'm sure you are. You've always been so brave.
And then her mother appeared.
You again? What are you doing here?
I came to see my best friend.
Please leave! We don't want you here!
I'm no longer a child, and neither is Emma. Her mother smiled at me wickedly, and then she called for Emma's husband, who was a tall, butch man.
Javid, please show this pest of a girl the way out.
Before I go, could you at least tell me why you hate me so much?
Because you are a modern girl who would have been a bad influence to my Emma. But thank goodness I stopped that from happening. Look, now she's married while you are living a loose life in the city. Mom, that's enough! Emma, please leave before things get complicated.
I looked at Emma's sad eyes and walked away. I decided to finally let Emma's mother win. But the next day, just before I could go back to the city in my Jeep, I saw Emma's husband holding another woman. I fumed up and faced him. Hey, what are you doing with this woman when you're married to my best friend?
Leave me alone and mind your own business, girl.
He went on to kiss the lady in front of me. I had seen enough and pushed him to the ground. His little minion pounced on me and everyone stood in a circle looking at us as we rolled on the sandy floor.
Jasmine?
I heard Emma's voice and stood up. Emma, your husband was with this woman. Emma looked at the woman who had her arm on Javid's shoulder, and then suddenly Emma's mother came running.
What's going on here? Someone told me that your friend Jasmine attacked Javid! Mom, look at what you made me marry!
Emma's mother saw the husband with the other woman, and he was smiling like it was okay, until Emma and her mother took off their shoe and started giving him the famous desert shoe beatdown. After that, Emma's mom approached me.
I'm sorry. I tried so hard to keep my daughter away from you. All because I didn't want her to be like you. Free and so smart. I was wrong. I'm a bad mother.
Emma hugged her mom and I forgave her. Then Emma came back with me to the city so we could live our dreams together. I thought the surprises were over, but one day, as we sat outside the yard looking at the stars, I looked at Emma and held her hand, and then she leaned closer and kissed me. I had been waiting for this moment all my life, since I fell in love with Emma the very first day I saw her. Wow, I didn't know you felt the same way.
I guess I was just waiting for the right moment.
I love you, Emma.
I love you too, Jasmine.
Mom? Dad? Angelica? Someone, open the door. I knocked, rang the doorbell, banged on the windows, but nothing. I didn't have the keys to my house because someone was always home. I should have probably just sat on my doorstep and waited, but instead, I decided to go to my neighbor's house. It was a weird place, by the way. The windows were tinted and it was really hard to see what was going on in there. I'd only seen my neighbor, a middle-aged man, about 4 times. I supposed it was a good chance to go meet the guy. This decision changed my life and caused a whole bunch of crazy things to happen. Stick with me here because this is nuts. I knocked on my neighbor's door but heard nothing. I went to the window and heard some weird mumbling noises. I pressed my eyes on the glass to see what was making the noise, and I noticed that my neighbor was dressed in a black cloak, and he seemed to be performing some weird kind of ritual. Suddenly, he glanced at me and frowned. In a few seconds, he came to the front door and opened it.
What are you doing here? What do you want?
My house is locked and I can't get inside, so I figured I'd come to say hi. What are you doing?
A magic ritual. You think I'm kidding, don't you? Well, come inside. I'm still an amateur, but I need someone to practice on.
I don't know what persuaded me to get in. I should have just walked in the other direction, but I guess I was curious about what he was doing. I didn't even believe in magic. Maybe I just wanted to be entertained. His living room was the weirdest one I'd ever seen in my life. All the furniture was black and the walls were painted purple. He had stuffed dead animals all over the place. I was horrified. What's with all the animals?
I'm a taxidermist, but part-time I'm a warlock.
What's that?
Like a witch, but male.
You're really funny. What's your name anyway?
You're really silly for assuming I'm joking. My name is Arthur. That's all you need to know. Now, come here and sit on this chair.
I was beginning to feel a bit spooked out, and I honestly wanted to run away, but I felt like it would be safer just to listen to him. I sat on a chair and he drew a circle around it. Then he turned his back, muttered a few words, and threw an odd-smelling liquid on me. After that, he left the room. After just sitting there for a while, he returned and looked at me, confused.
What are you still doing here?
I can leave now?
Yes.
What did you do to me?
Well, if the experiment went well, you'll be able to look any age you want. Just rub your thumb and your index finger together and think about what age you want to be. You should transform within a few seconds.
I decided to try it in front of him. I thought about being 80 years old and rubbed my fingers together. And, ooh, there I was, with wrinkles all over. Arthur brought me a mirror so I could see myself. Oh my gosh, but how do I change back? Whoa, you really are a witch.
Warlock, just rub your fingers together again and think about your actual age.
I listened to him and turned back into my normal self. I was freaked out. Like, you seriously can't imagine how freaked out I was. I ran out of his house and went back to mine. The door was open and my mom was in the kitchen unpacking groceries.
What's wrong, honey? You look like you've just seen a ghost.
Nothing, Mom. I went to my room to try to figure out what to do with my new power. I rubbed my fingers and transformed myself into different ages while looking at myself in the mirror. It was a bit funny. Then I got a bright idea. See, there was this kid at school called Blake who kept picking on me, and I think he wanted to fight me the next day. The only person who knew about my feud with him was my best friend Julian. I thought I could take the day off to do something fun instead of going to school. So here's the stupid thing I did. I left for school as usual the next day. Then I walked over to the nearest elementary school. I transformed into a middle-aged man and went to the principal's office pretending I wanted to register a kid. I gave myself a fake name, then told the principal the kid would arrive in a while. I left the room, then returned as a 5-year-old kid.
Hi, Bobby. Where's your dad?
He had to leave. Where's my class?
I'll take you.
He took me to a kindergarten class and I laughed inside. I was going to have some fun. First, I started off by telling the kids that Santa, the Tooth Fairy, and the Easter Bunny didn't exist. Then I started telling them all kinds of scary stories about aliens. They started crying, and I know you're probably thinking that's really mean, but I found it hilarious. At the end of the day, I left that place and never went back. Everyone's probably wondering who I was and how I vanished so suddenly. I needed something more mischievous to do, and I still didn't want to face Blake. So the next day, I went to my real school, but this time as an older man. I went to the principal's office. Good morning, Mr. Anthony. I'm Brian Wells, and I've been assigned to your school as a second guidance counselor.
That's wonderful. We really need you here, and we actually have a spare office that I'll take you to right now.
This was so incredibly easy, and I couldn't wait to give the most awful advice ever. To my delight, my first client was Delilah, a girl I'd been crushing on since the 6th grade. She said she was sad because her cat died. I'm sorry to hear that, but have you considered getting a boyfriend maybe?
Are adults even supposed to give advice like that?
Well, dear, the times have changed. I heard there's this awesome boy that goes to your school, Fabian. Maybe you should go out with him.
Are you really a professional?
Definitely, and I solve 100% of people's problems. Trust me. She looked confused, but eventually left my office smiling. But nothing would have prepared me for my next client, Blake, the very person I was trying to avoid.
My chemistry teacher sent me here because she says I have anger issues.
Okay, Blake, and what do you think is causing that?
Well, I have a crush on someone, but they don't seem to get the point.
Have you tried speaking to them?
No.
What do you do then?
Well, I make his life hell, basically. I'm always picking on him and threatening him.
Oh, so it's a boy. I see. I paused, gulped, and froze. Was it me Blake was in love with? Blake, did you threaten to fight with him this week at school?
Yeah. How'd you know?
Well, I actually think I know who you're talking about, and my suggestion is that you focus on someone else. Also, you should not show affection by doing or saying hurtful things. That can sometimes have the opposite effect, okay?
Okay. Can I leave now?
This was weird as hell, as you can tell by now. But I wanted to see if Delilah would have taken my advice, so I switched back into my normal self and went to look for her. I found her next to her locker. Hey, Delilah.
Hi, Fabian.
Do you want to watch a movie with me this Saturday? She looked at me like she was hesitating for a while, then she answered,
Okay.
So you probably think I used my powers to get a date, but let me tell you, I wasn't satisfied, and the next thing I did will probably make you think I'm a real jerk. But anyway, I really wasn't in the mood to go to classes that day, so I changed back into my school counselor persona and went back to my office. After playing games on the computer for about an hour, the principal came in with Julian's mom. You remember Julian, right? My best friend? Anyway, a quick background story. I'd always had a bit of a crush on her. I mean, although she's my friend's mom, she's hot. And when I say hot, I mean hot. She only wore the latest designer clothes, which were all tight-fitting and brought out her curves perfectly. She always smelled like really expensive perfume, and everything about her was just totally irresistible.
Mr. Wells, I brought in a parent who says she needs to speak to you about something urgently.
Thank you, Principal Anthony. You can leave and I'll try my best to assist. The principal showed her to a seat and left the room. Julian's mom, right?
How do you know? Well, anyway, I'm here to talk to you about him. Lately, he's been so lazy. He doesn't do any homework and he's flunking all of his classes. Do you think there might be a problem? I've tried talking to him, but he won't say much to me.
I'll try to talk to him to find out what's wrong. On another note, would you like to go out with me on Saturday evening?
Well, that's weird of you to ask so soon, but, okay.
It was only when Friday arrived that I realized I'd scheduled 2 dates for the same day. But before worrying about that, I decided to talk to Julian because I really didn't know that he was flunking all his classes. Hey Julian, is everything okay lately?
Not really.
What's wrong?
Well, my mom got a new boyfriend, and he's really weird. I don't like him, and I miss my dad. I wish they never divorced.
Well, they did what was best for them, and I'm sure that new boyfriend will be out of the picture soon. I smiled inside because I was going to make sure she fell for me so hard that she'd let that other guy go. Aren't I a good friend? So Saturday came and I sort of rushed my date with Delilah because I was more excited about meeting Julian's mom later. Don't get me wrong though, Delilah looked really cute and I made sure I got a goodbye kiss when our date was over. After that, I changed back into my middle-aged self and went to Julian's house to pick up his mom. She was stunning. She was wearing a tight-fitting red dress with a perfect necklace, earrings, and shoes to match. I told her that my car broke down, so I asked her if she could drive us. The truth was that I didn't even have a license, but whatever. We ate at a fancy restaurant and I couldn't stop staring at her the whole time. I paid for our expensive dinner with my life savings, then we went back home. We stood on her porch and just as I was about to go in for my goodnight kiss, I saw my crazy neighbor charging towards us.
Vivian, are you cheating on me?
Arthur, no, it's not what it looks like.
Oh my gosh, Arthur's your boyfriend?
It's you, that stupid boy. I'll put another curse on you. You'll never be able to grow again.
He stared at me and muttered something under his breath, and I transformed back into a teenage boy.
Oh my gosh, I just went on a date with a kid. But how did you pay for all of this? Arthur, I told you to stop dabbling in the occult. I'm breaking up with you. You're too weird and spooky.
No, I'm breaking up with you. How could you go on a date knowing we were in a relationship?
So, I guess I solved Julian's problem, huh? But I didn't get to make out with his mom, and that was sad. Anyway, instead of staying and listening to their argument, I walked home feeling worried, confused, but also a bit amused. It's been 10 years since that incident, and I still look the same as I did 10 years ago. I've tried so many things to look older, but I just can't. But somehow Delilah still likes me and we're still going out. So maybe it's not all bad. But I'm staying away from all the weird neighbors from now on.
When I was born, it was on a pirate ship. When I took my first steps, it was on a pirate ship. When I said my first words, you guessed it, I was on a pirate ship. My parents were the greatest pirates who ever sailed the seas. Other pirates cowered whenever they saw the flag of my family, the Shellwalkers, wave up in the air. Growing up, I loved the pirate life, the adrenaline, the fresh ocean breeze. My parents always make sure to take good care of me too. Life was good until it all came crashing down with the force of a tsunami. One night, I was in my room when I heard a loud crash. I ran outside to find colossal waves and a giant storm above us.
Mom! Dad! Tina! Quick! Get to the lifeboat! No! I'm not leaving you two! Henry! Take her! We'll be with you soon, honey!
Henry, my parents' right-hand man, lifted me up and ran with me to the lifeboat at the side of the ship. We hopped in, but suddenly the rope holding it up snapped and the boat fell into the water with us in it.
Mom! Dad!
I screamed at them, but it was too late. A giant wave appeared and capsized the ship, smashing it into pieces. There was no way anyone could survive that. Henry and I tried to stay afloat, but our lifeboat got overturned too, and suddenly I blacked out. What seemed like eons later, I woke up on a desolate island. There was no one there. No one had survived the storm. I was utterly alone. Days, and then weeks passed before I saw any sign of life. I managed to survive off crabs and coconuts. Then finally one day, a ship arrived on the island. A whole crew of men walked off the ship.
Huh! Look at what we have here. Hello, little girl. You got any treasure on you?
Then suddenly one of them gasped.
Wait, that's the Shellwalkers, kid! The Shellwalkers?
Please help! My parents, our ship. I'm the only one who survived the storm. The crew of pirates hesitated. Then their captain stepped forward.
Your parents helped us when we were in need of them most. It's only fair we do the same for you.
The captain took me in and raised me until I was 16 years old, and he passed away from an illness. After him, I became the captain of his crew, and we became known as the New Shellwalkers. After many years of hard work and struggle, I managed to train my crew into becoming the best pirate crew out there. I wanted to make my parents proud.
Captain Shellwalker, there's a ship heading our way.
What?
Starboard side!
All right, crew, you know the drill.
Ready the cannons!
My crew got into place within a few seconds. I nodded approvingly. The ship approached closer and closer. I grabbed a giant conch shell and shouted into it.
Ahoy there! Who are you? Speak your business!
There was no reply. Then suddenly, a white flag raised.
Help! We're sinking!
It didn't look like their ship was sinking, but I immediately called my crew to stand down. We always helped those in need.
Ready the planks! We need to help these people! But Captain Skywalker, this could be a trap! You heard me! Get to it!
With reluctance, my crew began to ready the planks and lifebuoys. The other ships soon arrived beside us. When they arrived, I saw someone who appeared to be their captain. He leaped across the giant gap between the boats as if it was nothing, then landed with a thud on my ship. He hadn't even asked if he could board yet, but when he looked up at me, I gasped. He was so handsome. I don't think I'd ever seen anyone as handsome as him before. Good day, miss. Where's your captain? I was a little stunned at first, but I gathered myself quickly. I am the captain of this crew, Captain Shellwalker. He looked surprised. Good day, Captain Shellwalker. I'm Captain Redhawk, and I'm taking over this ship. Excuse me? Suddenly, there was a giant roar, and the other crew leaped onto our ship. You liar! Captain Redhawk grinned. Sorry, miss. Nothing personal. I growled as I unsheathed my sword. We began an epic duel, the Shellwalkers against the Redhawks. but the Red Hawks had a much bigger crew than ours, and before long, I was the only one left standing. The rest of my crew had been tied up in rope. Red Hawk smiled charmingly as he approached me with his sword. Listen, miss. You can call me Captain Shellwalker.
Captain Shellwalker, just surrender. You're outnumbered.
Never. Let's kill her, Captain! Yeah, kill her! Red Hawk looked a little concerned, but then the look vanished.
Now, men, you know that's not how we roll.
His crew grumbled in annoyance. Red Hawk turned to me. Surrender. No! Red Hawk rolled his eyes, then he lunged at me. I expected him to stab me, but instead he brought the butt of his sword around and knocked me out. I saw stars before I collapsed to the ground. When I woke up the next day, I was in a tiny cell. I was still on a ship since I could feel the sway of the ocean below me. Suddenly, the door opened and Red Hawk walked in. What have you done with my crew? Red Hawk walked in calmly. Relax, miss, they're fine. I told you, you can call me Captain Shellwalker. Now where is my crew? They're in a separate dungeon downstairs. I gave you this private cell to show you some mercy. I'm being kind. Kind? Kind! You tricked us! That's pirating for you, Missy. What are you going to do with us? Well, I know the name Shellwalker, you see. I've heard about you before, and so have a lot of people. The king actually has a bounty on you and your crew. So, I'll sell you to the king. It's a very nice reward. Oh, and I'm taking your ship and the rest of your treasure too. You worthless brat! Red Hawk winked at me. I couldn't help it. I blushed. Well, I'll see you tomorrow then, miss. Sleep well. He shut the door, and the room went dark. I sat there, helpless. I had failed my parents, my crew. What could I do now? The next morning, one of Red Hawk's men walked in and woke me up. Get ready. The captain wants to see you. I yawned and stood up. The man grabbed some rope and tied me up before shoving me ahead. What could Red Hawk want with me? Did he want to brag in my face about the horrors I would soon face? Here she is, Captain. Thank you, John. The man left, leaving me alone with Red Hawk in his private office, it seemed. What do you want? Red Hawk waved a hand at the table. I thought you could eat one last nice meal before I send you off to the king. What was this? Did he feel sorry for me? Suddenly, I realized I could play this to my advantage. Now, I had a plan. Oh, thank you. I sat down at the opposite end of the table. Red Hawk smiled at me. Dig in. I showed him my tied hands. I can't really eat. Red Hawk raised his eyebrows. You really think I'm that stupid? I know you'll jump me the moment I untie you. I shrugged my shoulders. I just wanted to eat. You can make do. I sighed and began to eat the bread. It was delicious. Was Red Hawk really just being kind? I looked up. Listen, Red Hawk, what's your deal? My deal? How did you end up captain of a pirate ship? You're handsome. You seem young. Why are you here? I could say the same thing about you. You're beautiful. You're young. Why are you a captain? I hesitated. I was supposed to seduce him, not the other way around. I took a deep breath. I asked you first. My parents. Red Hawk stood up, then walked over to the window and looked out. Slowly, I stood up and approached him. They passed away when I was very young. I stood closer to him. I could see the golden ends of his hair. Me too. Really? Yeah. I got stranded on an island before this crew picked me up. Wow, we're pretty similar, you know. I nodded. I stepped even closer. I wasn't kidding, you know. What? When I said you were handsome? Really, you're the most handsome guy I've ever seen. Red Hawk looked at me, his eyes round and full of emotion, and that's when I struck. I smacked him on the temple and his knees crumbled beneath him. I checked to make sure he was truly passed out, and luckily he was. Then I grabbed a knife from the table and cut through my hand ties. Before long, I was free. Time to get my crew back. I rummaged through Red Hawk's pockets and found the key to the dungeons. I ran down into the dungeons below deck. Captain Shellwalker! Shh! Don't let them hear you. I unlocked my crew cells and we readied ourselves for battle. Let's get our ship back! My crew roared in excitement. We charged above deck and faced the Red Hawk's unknowing crew. I'm the new captain of this ship, Surrender or face the consequences! The other crew panicked as they faced my group of warriors. Suddenly, one of them grabbed a stick of dynamite. Wait, no! Too late. The idiot threw the dynamite and a giant hole exploded in the ship, narrowly missing my feet. Suddenly, water poured in from below, and the ship groaned as it began to sink. Quick! To the other ship! Behind this ship, my own ship had been towed by rope and was unaffected by the dynamite. Everyone scrambled for the other ship. All thoughts of attacking each other went out the window. Pretty soon, all of us were on my ship. No more fighting! We must work together now. It seemed Red Hawk's crew would comply. But suddenly, I noticed someone was missing. Your captain! He's still on the sinking ship! He's in his private office! None of his crew moved a muscle. You're gonna abandon him? All they did was look at me. I groaned.
Don't save him, Captain. He's not worth it. Yeah, he tricked us. He was gonna turn us into the king.
I knew they were right, but there was something about him. I couldn't let him die. I leaped across the ships and into the sinking one. Water gathered at my feet, and when I opened the door to Red Hawk's private office, water flooded everywhere.
Red Hawk! Where are you?
I waded through until I found him floating by. I scrambled over and checked his breathing. Thankfully, he was still alive. I gave him a quick slap on the cheek and he woke up with a jolt.
Whoop!
What? Where am I? The ship's sinking. Hurry! I can't carry you! Red Hawk nodded, and together we waded out of the office and back to the deck. We clambered onto my own ship and collapsed on top of each other. I quickly removed myself from him and stood up. Red Hawk slowly looked at me. You saved my life. Why? My face reddened. I wish I wasn't so nervous around him, but I couldn't help it. I think I had a crush on him. I did what any good pirate would do. Red Hawk stepped closer. I'm so sorry I tricked you. It's okay. I understand. Red Hawk grinned his charming grin and leaned in. Suddenly, we kissed. I didn't know what to do, what to think, but I didn't push him away. Then, someone yanked Red Hawk away from me.
What are you doing, Captain? What are you on about? She's the enemy!
No, she's not! One of my men pulled me away too!
Captain Shellwalker, don't!
You can't tell me what to do, boy!
He just tricked us!
He's a pirate! It's what pirates do! Red Hawk pushed his guy away and rushed towards me, holding my hands. We should join crews. We should!
What? No! No! We should kill them! Don't join forces!
The crews shouted and hollered at us. Red Hawk and I looked at each other with concern. Suddenly, one of the members from Red Hawk's side shouted,
These captains are intolerable! I say we throw them overboard!
John, how could you?
You know what? The man's right! We should throw them both over!
Lucas, you raised me! How could you betray me?
It's what pirates do, isn't it?
He said mockingly. Red Hawk and I made eye contact. Things weren't going well. The betraying crew members slowly approached us, cornering us against the edge of the ship. We had nowhere to run to, nowhere to go. This was it. Then, suddenly out of the blue, another ship banged into the side of my ship. Red Hawk and I were thrown to the floor. So were the other crew members. I looked up with a gasp when I spotted who was on board the other ship.
Tina! Climb on board!
Henry? Hurry! I didn't even think. I grabbed Red Hawk's hand and we jumped into Henry's ship. His crew heaved at the sails, and within a few seconds we were speeding away from our old crews. They screamed and shouted curses at us, but we were too fast and soon left them behind as a tiny dot on the horizon. Henry, you're alive! I am. A rescue boat found me after the storm. Your parents didn't make it though, but thank the heavens you survived. I've heard of you. The legendary Captain Shellwalker. I've been looking for you for years. Your parents would be so proud of the woman you've become. I grinned as Red Hawk and I held hands. Henry raised his eyebrows. Now, who's this? I smiled. It's a long story.
¡Shoot! ¡Shoot! Los gritos de los espectadores me animaron. La meta estaba a la vista. La adrenalina bombeaba por mis venas, dándome la fuerza que necesitaba para seguir corriendo. Solo unos metros más y podría dar en el blanco. ¡Bang! Caí con un ruido sordo. Un jugador del equipo contrario me había derribado con una entrada. No la había oído venir por detrás, y cuando la vi ya era demasiado tarde. El dolor atravesó mi cabeza cuando caí al suelo. Pero antes de continuar, asegúrate de darle me gusta, suscribirte y de presionar la campana de notificación para que no te pierdas ninguna de nuestras locas historias. Al crecer nunca había podido escuchar por mi oído izquierdo. Mis padres me dijeron que era algo con lo que nací. Me habían llevado con doctores cuando era muy joven, pero me habían dicho que no se podía hacer nada para arreglar mi audición. Realmente no me molestó. Supongo que simplemente ya estaba acostumbrado. Me acosté en el suelo sujetándome la cabeza. De repente noté algo brillando en el césped al lado de mí. Lo levanté para ver qué era. Parecía un diamante realmente caro. Mis compañeros de equipo comenzaron a reunirse a mi alrededor. ¿Estás bien? Los miré con sorpresa. Podía escuchar sus palabras con gran claridad. No podía creerlo. Ya no era sordo de mi oído izquierdo. Me pregunté cómo pudo suceder. Luego recordé el diamante que estaba sosteniendo. ¿Podría haber salido eso de mi oído? Lo puse en mi bolsillo. No quería que nadie más viera lo que había encontrado. Después de que terminó el partido de fútbol, corrí directamente a casa. No podía esperar para contarles a mis padres las buenas noticias. «Mamá, papá, vengan», grité. «Tengo una fantástica noticia». Les conté que me caí jugando a fútbol. Y ahora puedo escuchar tan claro como el día. Pensé que estarían muy felices, pero no obtuve la reacción que esperaba. ¿Cómo ocurrió eso? ¿Qué hiciste? Me abordaron y me caí al suelo. Después de eso mi audición volvió. ¿Exactamente dónde te caíste? Fue a unos 10 metros de la portería. ¿Por qué? ¿Viste algo inusual en el suelo cerca de ti? Pensé en el diamante en mi bolsillo. ¿Eso era lo que realmente preguntaban mis padres? Decidí que no les diría nada. No, para nada. Ok, espera aquí. Tenemos que ir a hacer algo. Mamá y papá salieron de la casa. No había forma de que me sentara a esperar. Les di unos minutos de ventaja y luego los seguí. Se dirigieron directamente al campo de fútbol. Mantuve la distancia para que no me vieran. Para cuando llegué al campo, ya estaban de rodillas buscando por el césped. Con una lupa. No lo podía creer. Estaban buscando el diamante. ¿Podían haber sabido que estaba en mi oreja? No iba a esperar más. Corrí de regreso a la casa lo más rápido que pude. Tenía que averiguar si conocían el motivo de mi sordera. Sabía que mamá guardaba todos sus papeles importantes en un archivador. Fui a ver si podía encontrar alguna evidencia de que me habían llevado con doctores. A ver si había algún registro médico o algo así. Comencé a buscar en los archivos, pero no pude encontrar nada. Luego encontré un archivo que estaba sellado. En el frente decía, privado y confidencial. No abrir. Abrí el sobre y vacié el contenido sobre el escritorio. Era un montón de artículos de periódicos. Los recogí y comencé a leerlos. Todos estaban relacionados con el robo en una joyería. Jadeé cuando leí la siguiente línea. Diamante de valor invaluable robado en la redada. ¿Mis padres habían robado el diamante? Eso era una locura. Seguro que no harían algo así, ¿cierto? Dejé los archivos en el armario y me fui de la habitación. Traté de buscar en internet más información sobre el robo y el diamante, pero todo lo que decía era que el caso ya estaba cerrado, ya que no se habían encontrado nuevas pruebas después de 10 años. Bueno, si el caso ya estaba cerrado, no había nada que me detuviera de vender el diamante, ¿cierto? A la mañana siguiente le dije a mis padres que iría a ver a un amigo, pero en lugar de eso tomé un autobús a la siguiente ciudad. No quería ir a una joyería cerca de la casa por si alguien me veía. No me tomó mucho tiempo encontrar una tienda. En la ventana había un gran letrero. Compramos y vendemos joyería. Fui adentro y le mostré el diamante al dueño de la tienda. Pasó como 10 minutos inspeccionándolo antes de finalmente decir: «Es un diamante muy bonito el que tienes ahí, hijo. ¿Cuánto quieres por él?» Su pregunta me desconcertó. Sabía que valía mucho dinero, pero no tenía idea de qué decir. ¿Cuánto me ofrecerías? Yo creo que $1,000,000 es lo justo, ¿no crees? Casi me ahogo cuando escuché sus palabras. $1,000,000. ¡Era rico! Sí, parece lo justo. El dueño de la tienda me transfirió el dinero a mi cuenta y salí de ahí con una sonrisa. Todo el camino a casa no pude dejar de pensar en qué iba a gastar el dinero. Ahora podía comprar todo lo que quisiera. Cuando llegué a casa, mamá y papá estaban esperando en la sala. «Ven aquí, Alex, tenemos algo que decirte». Entré a la sala. «Siéntate». Los dos se veían muy serios. Papá comenzó explicando todo acerca del diamante, pero lo interrumpí. «Está bien, no necesitan decirme. Sé exactamente lo que hicieron. Se robaron el diamante, son unos ladrones, pero no importa, porque lo vendí. Ahora soy rico. ¿Qué? No, ¿qué has hecho? No somos ladrones. ¿Ah? Pero los artículos sobre el robo. Mamá negó con la cabeza. La joyería robó el diamante de los antiguos miembros de la tribu de los Malawi. Lo tomamos para poder devolvérselos a ellos. Entonces, ¿por qué lo pusieron en mi oreja? Debíamos ponerlo en un lugar seguro, donde a nadie se le ocurriera buscarlo. Te lo íbamos a sacar cuando cumplieses 16. Debíamos esperar hasta que el caso cerrara, antes de poder devolvérselo a la tribu. El mes que viene es tu cumpleaños número 16, y era ahí cuando se lo íbamos a regresar. Ahora no podemos devolverles lo que les pertenece por derecho. Dinos, ¿a quién se lo vendiste? Lo siento mucho, dije. ¿Y qué tal si les damos el dinero en lugar del diamante? Bueno, seguramente apreciarían el dinero. Pero el diamante era una joya sagrada para la tribu. El dinero ni se lo compara. Bueno, ¿hay algo que podamos hacer? De hecho, sí. Hay algo que podemos hacer. La tienda tiene otra joya que es sagrada para la tribu. Si pudiéramos conseguírselas, eso los haría muy felices. No hay nada más que podamos hacer. Vamos a tener que cometer otro robo. O al menos tú lo harás. Hicimos un plan para poder entrar a la tienda y robar otra joya. Estaba realmente asustado de hacerlo, pero sabía que no tenía otra opción. Era mi culpa que la tribu hubiera perdido su diamante, así que tenía que ser yo quien consiguiera la otra joya para ellos. Esperamos hasta medianoche. Papá y mamá me llevaron a la tienda. Se estacionaron a la vuelta de la esquina y caminé sigilosamente por la calle. Miré a mi alrededor para asegurarme de que no había nadie. Luego rompí la ventana y entré a la tienda. Fui hacia donde estaban las joyas más valiosas. No me tomó mucho tiempo para encontrar lo que buscaba. Extendí la mano y lo recogí. De repente hubo un estruendo de luces y una alarma comenzó a sonar muy fuerte. La puerta se abrió de golpe y el dueño de la tienda entró. ¡Alto ahí!, gritó él. Espera un minuto, solo eres un niño. ¿Por qué te llevas esa joya? Me la llevo a donde pertenece. Tú se la robaste a la tribu de los Malawi. ¿De qué estás hablando? Yo no robé nada. Tengo los papeles de propiedad. Lo compré directamente en las minas de diamantes. Le dije al joyero lo que mis padres me habían dicho acerca de la joya sagrada de la tribu Malawi. Creo que tus padres te están engañando. ¿Por qué te pedirían que entrarías aquí solo? Mintieron sobre la tribu. Tal vez no sean tan buenos como crees. Mis padres son buenas personas, grité. Obviamente no le dije que habían sido mis padres quienes habían cometido el primer robo. Por favor, no llames a la policía, le dije. Toma, te devuelvo la joya. Le di la joya. Por suerte decidió darme una oportunidad. Ok, me olvidaré de lo que has hecho, pero asegúrate de ya no involucrarte más en los trucos de tus padres. Cuando llegué a casa, mamá y papá estaban esperándome en la sala. ¿Lo conseguiste?, preguntó papá. No lo conseguí. Ya sé que los dos me han estado mintiendo sobre las joyas. La tienda las compró legalmente de la mina. No te hemos estado mintiendo. El vendedor es el que te está mintiendo. No sabía a quién creerle. ¿Mis padres eran quienes decían la verdad o era el joyero? Sabía que solo había una forma de saberlo con certeza. Tendría que escucharlo de la boca del jefe supremo. Decidí ir a ver al líder de la tribu de los Malawi para preguntarle. Busqué en Google el lugar donde mis padres me dijeron que vivían los Malawi. No iba a ser sencillo, pero tenía que llegar allí. Elaboré mi plan y al día siguiente salí a buscarlos. Pero cuando llegué al lugar donde se suponía que vivían, estaba vacío. Miré a los alrededores, pero no pude ver a nadie. Solo era un claro en el bosque. No había ninguna señal de vida, así que al parecer, el joyero era quien estaba diciendo la verdad todo este tiempo. No existe la tribu Malawi, pensé. Estaba a punto de darme la vuelta e irme cuando escuché un crujido proveniente del interior del bosque. Miré en dirección de donde provenía el sonido, pero no pude ver nada ni nadie. Caminé un poco más cerca. Fue entonces cuando los vi. Dos ojos me miraban desde el interior del bosque. Unos segundos después estaba rodeado por unos 20 hombres. Todos sostenían lanzas e iban vestidos con trajes tribales. ¿Qué es lo que quieres? ¿Qué estás haciendo aquí? ¿Quién te envió?, preguntó un hombre que parecía su líder. Estoy aquí para ayudarles. Quiero ayudarles a que recuperen su diamante sagrado, les dije. Todos se congelaron. Entonces uno de ellos se echó a reír. ¡Diamante sagrado!, se rió entre dientes. Asentí. No lo entendía. ¿Qué es tan gracioso? Oh, no te preocupes por eso. Tenemos un montón de esos en nuestra tienda de regalos. ¿Tienda de regalos? ¿Qué tienda de regalos? ¿No se supone que son una tribu antigua que vive en medio de la nada y aislados? No, soy Dave, de Arizona. Y estás en medio del parque temático de Universal. Miré a mi alrededor. No podía creer que había sido tan estúpido. Era tan obvio ahora. Los árboles eran falsos, incluso las hojas de plástico. Incluso los pájaros y otros animales estaban pintados en piedra. Entonces, ¿me estás diciendo que esto es solo un show? Le dije. ¿La tribu Malawi realmente no existe? Sí, por supuesto. Pero lo que quiero saber es, ¿por qué te tomarías todas estas molestias para ayudarnos? Le expliqué que habían sido mis padres los que habían querido ayudar a la tribu, que habían sido ellos los que me habían hablado de las joyas sagradas. ¿Pero por qué mis padres pensarían que el diamante valía tanto dinero? Pregunté. Creo que podría saber la respuesta a esa pregunta. Hace unos 10 años, cuando el parque temático abrió por primera vez, publicamos un anuncio de que se había perdido un diamante con un valor de $1 millón en algún lugar. Les dijimos a todos que había una gran recompensa si alguien lo encontraba. Escondimos uno de los diamantes falsos de la tienda de regalos en algún lugar del parque. Por supuesto, recibimos miles de visitantes. Todos querían tener la oportunidad de encontrar el diamante. Entonces, ¿qué pasó cuando alguien lo encontró? Esa es la cosa. Nadie reclamó la recompensa. Simplemente asumimos que alguien lo había encontrado y se lo había llevado a casa. No nos importaba. Sabíamos que no valía nada. Y si alguien era lo suficientemente tonto para comprárselo sin comprobarlo, entonces sería su culpa. Pero un joyero dijo que lo compró en una mina y que luego se lo robaron. Sí, recuerdo haber leído sobre el robo de ese diamante. Todos nos reímos de que un joyero no se hubiera dado cuenta de que era falso y de que unos estúpidos ladrones se habían tomado el esfuerzo de robar un diamante falso. No le dije que fueron mis padres los que habían sido esos estúpidos ladrones. Tampoco dije que había pasado los primeros 16 años de mi vida sin poder oír correctamente por culpa de ese diamante falso.
Hello, friends. I'm Tumisha from the Thar Desert, also known as Butterfingers or Miss Clumsy Onesie, because that's why. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Everyone in my family had a gift except me. Mom loves stitching the most craziest designs. Once, she stitched a picture of a zebra with all its stripes coming off on my only white Punjabi.
Isn't that pretty?
What's wrong with the zebra?
It symbolizes how you keep dropping things. If you were a zebra, you would probably drop your stripes.
That's interesting. My sister Siri, who was 2 years older than me, loved drawing, and she was so good at it. Hey Siri, what's the weather like today? Hot like an oven. Make sure to wear your sun hat. You wanna play? Not right now. Mom asked me to draw something for Dad's workplace. My dad had a gift with animals and worked at the Desert National Park.
Tomisha, you wanna try feeding?
I loved it when Dad asked me to help out, but the animals usually didn't stay still in my arms. How come the animals don't like me the way they like you, Dad?
They need to get used to you, and you need to relax around them. I'll teach you everything you need to know about wild.
Learning from Dad was always fun, but although I loved all animals, I wasn't passionate about them like Dad was. I sucked at pretty much everything. I tried desperately to find my strength in many things, like for instance, stone hockey.
Tumisha, I walked miles for that water. Why, oh why?
It was an accident.
You and your silly accidents. I'm getting so tired of it.
Well, stone hockey was obviously not in my good books, so when I was 9, I tried out our tribal dance, which only certain people could pull off. I had it going until I started spinning. Okay, yeah, everyone had something special about themselves but me.
Tumisha, bring me the ostrich egg.
Whenever Mom asked me to do anything, I got so excited. Because she always let Siri do everything. And then, boom! There was a rock in the way and the egg flew in the air, cracking open on Mom's head.
Tumisha!
It was an accident.
You always say that. Why can't you learn from your sister?
It was really an accident. I'm sorry. Well, Mom never let any of my accidents slide by that easy. Later that night, we each got a piece of pastry and the broken pieces of the eggshell for dinner.
Sari, did you show your father that beautiful bird you drew today? Maybe he can hang it up at the national park.
This is it, Dad.
Wow, this is indeed very nice. I am so proud of you, Sari.
Thank you, Dad. Our dinner time was usually like this. Sari, Mom, or Dad received praises for what they accomplished while I watched. I was happy for Sari, and she always tried to involve me. That's because my sister was a true sweetheart. Tomisha also discovered something amazing today, Dad.
Oh, great. What did you discover?
Well, I was looking at the sun and realized the sun rays are even stronger than before. I think it's searching for water to suck up so it can rain.
That's the most craziest thing I've heard. I'll tell you what your daughter has been up to. She broke an entire egg, and that's why our plates are half empty.
I told you it was an accident, and we learned about evaporation and how the clouds get full at school. I think that there is a drought coming, a big one if it doesn't rain soon.
Well, if there is a drought, we all know who to blame. You.
Mom didn't like me because I wasn't perfect like Sari, and no matter how many times I apologized about my mistakes, Mom always saw me as some big failure. I enjoyed school, especially when the teacher spoke about inventions, nature, and how humans were made. They called it science, and it was the coolest thing ever.
Now, who can explain living and non-living things?
Living things are people, plants, animals, and seeds, and non-living things are stones, sand, and air.
Well done, Tamisha. You get a star.
Later that evening, I finally had something to boast about at the dinner table.
Tamisha, when are you taking that thing off your forehead?
You mean my star my teacher gave me because I was brilliant in class?
Brilliance is when your hands can be put to good use. What will you do with knowledge in a desert?
Well, I think it's a good thing.
Don't be ridiculous. All the girls in the desert know that cooking, cleaning, and sewing gives them a better opportunity to lure a rich man. Tamisha is almost a teenager and she can't do anything.
I guess Sari will remain your star girl. Tamisha. I knew my sister didn't mean any harm. I was just so tired of Mom's negativity towards me. Sari, why does Mom hate me? She doesn't hate you. She's just looking out for you. She loves you. But isn't love accepting a person as they are? I don't know. I think love is having a roof over our heads and food to eat. Yeah, maybe you're right. Can you teach me how to do things like you? Of course I can, sis. I shadowed Sari, trying to be just like her. And it wasn't easy because it wasn't me. You have to focus on this one. I don't understand why we can't just carry the pot in our hands. It's so much simpler. It's lighter on the head. No matter how much I tried to be a perfect lady, it didn't work. And to make it worse, one of the women saw me drop the water and looked upset.
You girls are silly to waste water at a time like this. That was probably the last bit of water you will find in the well.
What are you talking about?
The well is dry, dear. The men of the desert will have to leave tonight to buy bottled water from the faraway stores.
This was bound to happen since there hasn't been rain for a very long time. Gosh, the lady was right. What's going to happen to all of us? How will we survive? Those are some tough questions. Let's go back home and see Dad before he leaves with the men. I wish Dad didn't have to go. Even though he spent most of his time with animals, at least he wasn't like Mom. He never paid attention to my mistakes. Please come back safely, Dad.
I will. You take care of your mom and Tamisha. You are not perfect, but you are brave.
Dad's words gave me courage to stay strong. I never thought of myself being brave, but maybe that was my purpose, to be a brave heart. Days passed since our fathers left the desert to get water from the faraway stores, and everyone looked so miserable, and I felt this urge inside of me to save everyone.
Yes, Tamisha.
Can't we do something using science to save the desert?
All our fathers are out there trying to make a plan. I think we should leave it to them.
I couldn't understand how everyone could continue with life so normally. Everything was drying up. During recess, I spent time in the library researching for a way to save the desert from the drought. An ancient riverbed in the Thar Desert. Wow, there's even a map. I could use this. Later after school, I took Sari with me following the map in the book, but her mind was not at all into finding a solution. She had her own set of problems I never knew about. That book was made ages ago, Tamisha. There's no way that map can still work. It's worth a try. Imagine if there really is an ancient riverbed and we find it. Well, that would be great for you, since you're the smart one. Hey, is something else bothering you? Yes, I think I might fail school. What? How come you never said anything before? I was embarrassed, so I faked my report card the whole year. Now it's end of the year. Oh, Sari, I really could have helped you. But don't give up. There's always next year. I wish I was smart like you. And no, I'm not going back to school next year. I'll be turning 18, and I think I'm going to take Mom's advice and wait for someone rich to marry me. Mom's influence on Sari was so strong that whatever I said meant zilch. Sari started spending more time with Mom, and I became almost invisible around the house. Hey, Sari, you still want to come with me on that adventure?
You almost got it, Sari.
Okay then, I guess I'll go alone. Jeez, do you have to be that hot? Like, ugh. give us a break already. I followed the map over the sand dunes and further down to the valley between the dunes. I couldn't make out the rest of the directions on the map. It was an old history book, so the map was faded. Wow, I've never seen butterflies here before. I know it was crazy, but it was like a voice inside of me urging me to dig the ground. I had to save the desert.
Where is she already? What if something ate her up?
Calm down, Mom. It's not that dark yet. Let's go find her.
I know I've always been hard on her, but I wouldn't be okay if something happened.
Tumisha is a strong girl. You have nothing to worry about. My body and mind couldn't stop. I felt so close to something big until I heard Mom's voice.
Tumisha!
Tumisha! I'm in here.
Oh, thank the gods!
What are you doing here? We were worried sick.
You trying to bury something?
Oh my gosh. No, Mom. I got a good feeling that there's water below this spot, so I started digging.
Oh, why me? What will the people say when they find out my child has lost her mind?
Oh, Mom, do you have to be so dramatic? I strongly believe that I can save the desert from a terrible drought. Okay, let's just go back home. But I'm not done here. Don't be crazy. Mom is worried sick about you. Please, let's just go. I followed them back, but that didn't mean I was going to give up on my mission. I did not go to school for 7 days. What was the point of having education if it was not put to use? So I used my knowledge even though people laughed at me. Hey, crazy girl, when are you going to clean up this mess you made? I'm sure after I find water, you'll be the first one down here to quench your thirst.
No water down there, crazy girl. You have been digging here for 7 days. You will only find snakes down there.
Their words didn't stop me from proving my point. Digging a hole was not easy, but I couldn't give up. Have to stay strong. Have to stay strong. When I opened my eyes, I saw this very good-looking creature in front of me. Am I in heaven?
No, you fainted. You should take a break.
No, I have to finish. I have this feeling that I'm very close.
Okay then, I'll help you.
The boy's name was Ekram. He was cute, and I looked like I just stepped out of a dry desert. Ironic, I know. Looks like you found a crazy person to join you. Your mother should be ashamed.
You are very brave to be doing this. What if you don't find any water?
Look, if you're going to have doubts, then maybe don't help me.
Fine, rude. The ladies are right. You are crazy.
Oh my gosh, the sand is wet! The sand is wet!
You're right. We need to keep digging.
Water! I knew it!
Everyone, come see! We found the water!
We? You were only here for a couple of seconds.
Ekram found the water, everyone!
Ekram! Ekram! Ekram!
I felt like a bomb about to explode. This boy took my shine. I couldn't believe how blindsided everyone was. Was it a curse to be a girl? The people had a celebration even though our fathers were not back. No appreciation was shown to me. When I wanted to speak my mind, Mom stopped me. This is so unfair. I'm the one who believed there was water underground. I'm the one who went there every day. I never gave up. Then this dimwad comes along and steals the show. I can't watch this.
Well, he is a boy and the water was found when he was with you. That's what they've been saying.
Oh, so being a girl means we are disqualified from making any discoveries? That is just ridiculous.
You be quiet. That's all. This is the way things are and we have to accept it.
I know it's painful, sis. No one will hear you out. Just let it be. When I was just about to leave the party, everyone screamed. An Asiatic wildcat had crept into the village, no doubt lured by the sight of water. Dad told me about them when I was little, and they are only dangerous when attacked, or in instances like this where there's a lot of panic. Ekram, save us from the cat! Never turn your back on a wildcat. Stand tall and look them in their eyes.
I'm too scared to do that. You save them.
My heart pounded as I faced the wildcat and hoped what Dad taught me would work. Give me your scarf. When the wildcat finally disappeared, I faced the people who looked at me speechless. Why are you all so shocked? Is it because I'm a girl? Where's your Ekram? Oh, look, he is hiding. Come out, Ekram. Come out, Ekram, and act like you saved them from the wildcat, too.
Tomasha, I think it's time to go home.
No! I am tired of women pulling down women just for being brave. What is wrong with you? Ekram, did you dig a hole for the past 7 days? And what were you about to do when I found the wet sand?
Walk away.
Louder, or else I'll call the cat back.
I was walking away.
Thank you. So your hero, who is a boy, did not discover anything. I, Tumisha, a strong young woman, made that discovery because I believed in knowledge, while all of you laughed at me. I'm not going to be quiet just because I am female. After some days, I was the famous Tumisha, but my sister was very distant. Hey Siri, what's the weather like? Very dull at the moment. Please carry an umbrella. What's really wrong? I've decided to go back to school. You promise you'll help me? Hey, I'm the girl who dug the biggest hole. Imagine what I can do for my one and only sister whom I love so much.
Hello! Where is everyone?
Dad!
Oh, thank the gods!
Dad and the rest of the fathers didn't come with any water. Dad said they were held up by some bandits. But that's another story.
Tumisha, you have made us proud. Thank you for being brave.
We are so proud of you, Tumisha.
I was always special. I just had to persevere to realize it.
A few months ago, I lived the normal life of an average teen. You know, get up, go to school, do homework, chase my little sister out of my room, normal things. Until that one event that turned my entire life upside down. Hi, my name is Gary. Do not forget to like this video, hit that subscribe button, and tap on that notification bell. If you do, your secret admirer will call you today. My dad died a few months ago, and it was extremely rough on all of us, me, my sister, and my mom. My father was the main breadwinner of the home, so when my mother got the opportunity to start a new teaching job at a small village called Las Cuevas, she grabbed the chance. We packed up all our belongings and moved. After we had settled in a few days, I went to my mom. Hey, Mom, would you be okay if I took my camera out and did a little exploring? My mom smiled and said, sure, just be careful. I waved goodbye to her and my little sister who was watching the TV. I was so deep in thought that I did not realize that I had walked into a small forested area. I stopped and thought, maybe I should go back, but I felt as though I needed to keep going to see where the path led. Along the way, I took pictures of squirrels, birds, and butterflies. It was not long before I came upon a small logged cottage. The cottage was entwined with vines and wildflowers. I approached the cottage with caution while snapping a few shots with my camera. I pressed my hand against the dusty window and peered inside. Cobwebs and dust lined the walls and wooden furniture of the cottage. I was about to turn back when my eyes caught the glimmer of something on the wooden table. Is that a camera? I asked myself aloud. I knew that what I was about to do was a mistake and was also illegal. But hey, I'm a teenager, and we make mistakes sometimes. I walked around the cottage to see if there was any way to sneak in. I found a little opening to the back of the cottage where one of the logs had gotten loose. I looked around to make sure no one was coming, then slid into the cottage unnoticed. I dusted away the cobwebs from my face and clothing before heading towards the table. I picked up the camera. I wonder who this belongs to. The camera was small, black, and surprisingly clean. I turned it over and saw a small engraved image on it. Must be the logo of the company that created the camera, I mumbled as I passed my fingers along it. I've never seen this logo before. On the table next to the camera were 3 packs of film. Each pack held 8 films. I grabbed them up and pushed them in my pocket. A pan fell behind me and I jumped out of my skin. Luckily for me, it was just a rabbit. Okay, that's it. Time for me to head out. I held the camera safely in my hand and exited the cottage the same way I entered. I was unable to try out my new camera until a few days after. I had to hide it away since my sister always, and I mean always, got into my stuff. I placed the first reel of film into the camera, and 8 orange lights at the top of the camera indicated that I had 8 shots. I stuck the other 2 rolls in my pocket. I hung my camera around my neck and held the Polaroid in my hand. I decided to head to the market, which was busiest on a Saturday, and it seemed as though the entire town was there. The market was not only loud, but it was quite animated with vendors inviting people to make purchases and customers haggling for a better price. I walked through the market snapping photos of vendors and residents of the town. I placed all the completed photos in an envelope and stuck them in my back pocket for safekeeping. I had completed one roll and had just placed the other into the camera when I felt a tug on my shirt. I looked down to see what it was. A little girl of around 5 years of age was looking up at me with her large brown eyes. "Can you please take a picture of me and my dog?" she asked, holding up a scrawny pup for me to see. "Sure, no problem. I would be honored," I said as I did a little bow and she giggled. I took the picture and she ran over to see the end results. I showed her the picture and her eyes lit up. "Would you like to keep it?" I asked. She nodded excitedly and I handed the picture to her. I watched as she ran over to a plump woman who was selling fish and showed her the picture. The little girl pointed in my direction and I gave a small wave and smiled. Over the next few days, a series of weird and unfortunate events took place that had the entire town buzzing. Mr. Randolph, the manager at the grocery store, fell asleep behind the wheel. The car crashed into a light pole and burst into flames. My gym teacher, Mr. Hazel, got into a freak parachuting accident. They said that some strange wind turbulence happened and that the strings of the parachute wrapped around his neck, and to make matters worse, his parachute got stuck in a tree. Then there was a third, fourth, fifth, and sixth death. All around were strange, unexplainable circumstances. The seventh death knocked the wind out of me. My face turned pale as I recognized the little girl from the market. The picture on the front page of the newspaper was the same picture of the little girl and the dog that I had taken at the market. The article said their house caught on fire, but even though they were able to save the house and rescue the family, the little girl and the puppy sadly had passed away. I had not looked at the pictures I took out that day. I ran to my room and opened my desk drawer where I kept the pictures in the envelope and the camera. I took out the pictures and spread them on my desk so that I could get a better view. They were all there. Every person that had died. I had pictures of them. This was just a coincidence. How could a camera be the cause of these deaths? I muttered. I decided to stick all of the pictures up on my bedroom wall in order of number and batch of film. I left a space where the little girl's picture was supposed to be. There were 16 people in total. I used a marker to cross off the people who had died. I placed my hand over my mouth in shock as I realized that the deaths took place in the order of how their pictures were taken. Just then, my mother shouted for me to come quickly, and she showed me the news channel. "Justin, we have just received word that employees and customers at Marigold's financial institution are being held hostage. Information is still sketchy, but stay tuned for more." I ran back to my room and looked at the pictures. I gasped. The next person on the list was Mrs. Walters. Mrs. Walters was our next-door neighbor. She was an elderly lady, and I helped take her dog for walks, and she and my mom would often go to the supermarket together. I ran back to the TV room and sat in front of the TV with my mom and sister as the news report unfolded. It was a few hours before the police had everything under control. One senior citizen, you guessed it, Mrs. Walters, needed to be rushed to the hospital. News reports said that the events of the robbery were too much for her, and she started complaining about chest pains after they were released from the hostage situation. The very next day, on the front of the newspapers was a picture of Mrs. Walters. She died the night before of a heart attack. In the short space of 2 weeks, 8 people from the village had died. I sat on my bed looking at the picture of Mrs. Walters when my sister came into my room and sat on my bed. "Is that a picture of Mrs. Walters?" she asked, pointing to the picture. "Yeah, it is," I said. "Can I see?" Jazzy pleaded. I handed the picture over to her and she looked it over. "What's wrong with the picture?" Jazzy asked, turning the picture in different angles to get a better view. "What do you mean?" I asked with raised eyebrows as I noticed Jazzy trying to take something off the picture. "What's that on Mrs. Walters' chest? You need to take better pictures, Gary," Jazzy said. "Jazzy," Mom called from downstairs. "Coming, Mom," Jazzy replied and ran out of my room, leaving me with a bewildered expression on my face. I looked closely at the picture and realized that Jazzy was right. There was a fuzzy imprint on the left side of Mrs. Walters' chest. I scrambled out of bed and searched my room for my magnifying glass. I finally found it in a box I had not unpacked yet. I took down the other 6 pictures from the wall and checked for clues. In every picture, there was a fuzzy image, every single one. Mr. Randolph's picture had flames. Mr. Hazel had a thin white line around his neck. The little girl had clouds of smoke around her. I needed to get rid of the camera, and quick. I grabbed the camera and ran into the forested area. I searched for the small logged cottage, but I couldn't find it. I stood, scratching my head. How does a small cottage just disappear into thin air? I used a stick, dug a hole, and placed the camera inside and covered it up. I wished I had never entered the cottage in the first place. After burying the camera, I dusted my hands and knees and headed home. When I arrived home, my mother said, "You left your camera on the kitchen table." I rushed to the kitchen, and there it was, the camera. "What the heck?" I exclaimed as I grabbed the camera. I searched through the kitchen cupboards until I found a hammer. I carried the camera outside and smashed it to pieces. I grabbed the pieces and dumped them into the trash can. I felt a bit relieved until I entered the kitchen to pack away the hammer, but there it was, the camera, with its 8 glowing orange lights glaring at me. Now, you would think that after that, I would stop trying to get rid of it, but I didn't. For the next 7 days, I tried everything under the sun to get rid of it. I even tried to burn it. Nothing. Then, one day, after my numerous attempts, it did not show up. Finally, victory is mine, I thought to myself as I did a victory dance. I was sitting at home one Saturday watching some movies. My sister and mother went on a picnic, and I had the house all to myself. That past week, 8 students from my class had been mauled in the woods from wolves after going on a camping trip. At least I didn't have the camera to worry about anymore, but the guilt of knowing if I left that camera where I found it, then maybe those 16 people would have been alive. I must have fallen asleep because the next sound I heard was click. My eyes popped open, and right in front of me was a grinning Jazzy holding a photo of me. "What are you doing?" I yelled at her as I grabbed the picture and the camera. She ran upstairs, and I heard a door close. All the lights were out on the camera. I had mixed feelings. The deaths would now stop, but now I was the last person on the list. I ran up the stairs to Jazzy's room. I inhaled deeply before knocking and slowly opening the door. Jazzy was laying on her bed, her head buried in the pillows. "Hey, Jazzy, sorry for getting so upset with you back there, but you know I don't like pictures." Jazzy just lay there silent. I sat next to her and touched her shoulder. "Can I see the pictures that you took with the camera?" Jazzy got up reluctantly without saying a word and opened her backpack and handed me the photos. The 7 photos were of her and Mom. A chill ran down my spine, and it felt as though all the oxygen in the room was gone. All I wanted was a picture like the one Daddy had. "What do you mean? Dad had a picture like this?" I asked Jazzy, the fear rising in my voice. She nodded and walked over to her dresser. She opened one of the drawers and pulled out a picture and handed it to me. There he was, my dad, smiling in a picture. I looked closely at the picture and realized it had 3 red fuzzed marks on his chest. You see, my dad got mugged coming home from work. He put up a struggle and he got shot in the process. I wonder if Mom... I ran down the stairs. "Mom! Mom! Mom!" I shouted at the top of my lungs. My mother came running from the kitchen. "What's wrong, Gary?" my mom asked in a concerned voice. I showed her the picture of Dad. "Did you take this picture?" I asked. My mom took the picture and tears swelled up in her eyes. "No, but this was the last photo that was taken of him. He came home one day and said a young man asked him if he wanted to get his picture taken for a small price of $1. My mom gulped back the tears and continued. "You know how your father was, always tried to help where he could." My heart sank. Who was this young man? Where did he get the camera? Did the camera find him as it found me? I wanted to tell my mom about everything that happened, but I didn't want her to live in fear. If you're watching this, be wary of people who approach you with Polaroid cameras asking to take your photo. To the young man who took my dad's photo, please let me know how to contact you. Leave your information in the comments. I have so many questions to ask you. My days are numbered, and I just need answers. Maybe, just maybe, I can save myself and my family.
Aloha! My name is Dawn, and I live in the Amazonian rainforest. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, I lived in the jungle with my amazing nature-loving dad. We didn't really have a house. We lived in makeshift tents near a local tribe that Dad was filming for one of his numerous award-winning documentaries. My mom was a famous talk show host in the United States, and she only visited Dad and I once or twice a year. When I was 13 years old, Dad was attacked by a caiman and passed away. A few weeks later, Mom told me that we'd be moving to the United States. I tearfully said goodbye to my best friend Hero as my mom waited impatiently.
Will I ever see you again?
I'll come back, I promise. We quickly did our secret handshake, then I turned and left. From the moment we got off the plane, I felt like an alien. People pointed and stared at me. Mom, why are they staring?
Because you're dressed like a caveman. Why don't you wear the clothes I buy for you?
They're old designer dresses, Mom. Not exactly jungle-friendly.
Well, we're not in the jungle anymore. You need a makeover.
Cora, is that your daughter?
I was startled by a sudden flash in my face. A man with a camera was blocking our exit from the airport.
Get that camera off of her face.
I need a photo for my blog.
The man walked around my mother and shoved the camera back in my face. I took several steps back, but the man kept advancing, so I pushed my suitcase and tripped him with it.
You owe me a new camera.
Mom took my hand and literally dragged me to the nearest taxi. The next day, a video of the incident was all over social media with headings like, "Cora's jungle daughter attacks reporter like the wild animal she is." As you can imagine, my first day of school wasn't so pleasant. There are so many buildings. How will I know where to go?
You'll get used to it.
That's all the advice my mom gave me before she drove off, leaving me stranded. It didn't take long before the other kids took notice of me.
New girl, what's your name? I'm Heather.
Dawn.
Like the morning?
Yeah, like that, I guess.
What's with your hair and your clothes? You live in the forest or something?
Actually, yeah. She touched my hair and made a face.
Ever heard of shampoo? Oh my god, did you live with animals?
I knew a mean girl when I saw one, and I wasn't about to let Heather make me her victim. So I grabbed her hand and squeezed. She tried to snatch her hand back, but I held on tighter. I stepped right into her face and sniffed her, then widened my eyes. You heard that right. I sniffed her.
Ew, what are you doing?
I'm making you my friend. That's how my fellow animals and I make friends. You're my friend now. I lied. That wasn't actually how we made friends. But I liked freaking her out. I released her hand and she took several steps back.
Stay away from me, you creep. My dad is the principal, and if you touch me again, he'll expel you.
Heather didn't bother me again after that. All she did was roll her eyes every time our paths crossed. I could live with that. As months went by, I started to love my new life. Mom got me a smartphone and a laptop, and I spent hours teaching myself how to use them. It was tough adjusting to this new life, but by the time I was in senior year, I had gotten used to this civilized world. One morning, Heather and her flock walked into class gushing about some boy.
OMG, did you see his eyes? I can't believe he's living in your house.
Well, Dad's the principal, so...
You're so lucky.
Just then, the principal walked in, followed by a tall and very handsome boy. Something about the boy looked familiar.
Attention, everyone. I'd like you to welcome this year's exchange student, Hero.
I couldn't believe it! Standing there was my childhood friend. Before I could stop myself, I leaped from my seat, ran, and threw my arms around him. I can't believe it's you! Hero remained stiff and didn't hug me back. I released him and stood awkwardly as the whole class watched. Don't you remember me?
Yeah, I do. Hi, Dawn.
He looked past me and locked eyes with Heather.
Excuse me.
I slumped in my chair, wishing I could make myself disappear. What just happened? Later that day, when I approached Hero, Heather stood up and blocked my path.
Stay away from my boyfriend, weirdo.
Boyfriend?
Did I stutter?
I waited for Hero to deny it, but he remained quiet, so I walked away. One evening, I was out walking our dog when he suddenly got excited and started to bark at a tree. You're so silly, Rufus. It's just a tree. But Rufus barked even louder, so I decided to check out what had him so excited. Hey, look, it's a chameleon! I pulled Rufus's leash, ready to keep walking, but then I remembered something. When we were kids, Hero loved chameleons. I knew what I had to do. I picked up a stick and nudged the chameleon until it coiled itself around the stick. Bingo! I was so excited to go to school the next day. I carried the chameleon in a cardboard box, walked straight up to Hero, and placed it on his desk.
What's this?
It's a gift. I waited eagerly as Hero opened the box. As soon as he saw the chameleon, his face broke into the cutest smile I've ever seen. He picked up the chameleon and started to pet it. It was a perfect moment. Until...
Oh! Get it away from me!
Ugh! Heather was such a drama queen. I tried to calm her down, but she lost balance and fell, taking me down with her. I ended up in detention because Heather told everyone that I attacked her. That evening, I sat in my room reliving the moment Hero saw the chameleon. The smile on his face made me melt.
Dawn, you have a visitor.
That was strange. I never had visitors. I went to check who it was, and my heart started racing when I saw that it was Hero.
Hi, Dawn. I'm here to return this.
Hero held out the cardboard box with the chameleon in it, and my heart sank. I thought you liked it.
I do, but it's freaking Heather out, so I can't keep it.
It's okay. I can keep it for you, and maybe you can see it when you visit.
I can't. Heather will not like that.
Why are you so afraid of Heather? A loud honk sound came from outside.
I'm sorry, I have to go.
Hero bolted out the door, and when I ran after him, I saw him get into Heather's car. Back inside, Mom took one look at the chameleon and demanded I get rid of it. But I got it for Hero. I have to keep it in case he changes his mind.
Forget about the boy. You won't be around much longer anyway.
What do you mean?
We're leaving at the end of the week.
What do you mean we're leaving?
We are going back to the jungle.
What?
My charity organization is doing an important project for the community. Come on. I thought you'd be happy we're going back there.
Before, I'd have jumped on the chance of going back, but that changed when Hero showed up at our school. Can't you work on it from here? Mom ran a charity organization, but she had employees who did everything for her.
Not this time. We're leaving and that's final.
I tried to say goodbye to Hero, but as usual, Heather never let me anywhere near him. Leaving for the village and knowing that Hero wouldn't be there made me super sad. But on the other hand, I was excited to see everyone else. I felt both nostalgic and sad when we arrived. Everything reminded me of Dad, and I felt tears well up in my eyes. Mom surprised me by taking my hand and squeezing it.
You're gonna love it again here. This time even more. I have a surprise for you. Wait till you see.
See what?
That.
I don't understand. How?
It's our house. Isn't it perfect? We even have internet.
It was perfect, sure, but I couldn't help but notice how it stood out like a sore thumb, while the rest of the village looked the same as it did when we left. Weeks went by, and I still hadn't gotten a chance to see and talk to my old friends. Mom was eyeing me like a hawk and forbid me from leaving the house. One afternoon, however, I decided to stage a prison break, so I climbed through the bedroom window and jumped. I landed on some bushes and only got a small scratch on my arm. I ran all the way to the footbridge that led to the local school, only to find that the footbridge was gone. Instead, a bunch of canoes were docked by the riverbank. When I was a kid, I watched Dad use a canoe all the time, and it looked so easy. I could do it too, right? Determined, I pushed one canoe into the river and climbed into it. Big mistake. I barely had control of the paddles as strong waves rocked the canoe back and forth. It was not long before the canoe tipped over, throwing me into the cold, brown water. Help! Somebody! I screamed and splashed around, but I ended up swallowing gulps of disgusting water.
Dawn? Hold on, I'm coming to get you.
Was that Hero? I had to be hallucinating.
Dawn!
His voice sounded far away, but seconds later, strong arms grabbed me and dragged me out of the river. I collapsed on the ground and puked brown water.
What were you thinking? You could have drowned.
Why are you back?
My mom is unwell, and after you left, I was miserable.
I don't understand. You barely spoke to me.
Dawn, I'm so sorry. Heather, she threatened to have her dad kick me out of school if I didn't do what she wanted.
So she forced you to be her boyfriend?
Yeah, she did it to make you jealous. She even asked me to kiss her, but I said no.
Why did you say no?
Because there's only one girl I want to kiss.
I hated that girl already. Oh, okay. She's a lucky girl. I have to go. I was about to leave, but Hero turned me toward him and kissed me! Suddenly, my clothes weren't so cold anymore. The kiss probably lasted seconds, but it felt like a lifetime. We held hands all the way home, but our happiness was short-lived. Mom took one look at our drenched clothes and exploded.
Where have you been?
I'm sorry, ma'am. It's all my fault.
Hero was clearly lying so I wouldn't get into trouble. No, it's not. I'm the one who—
Don't cover for him. This boy is nothing but trouble.
But he saved me!
Enough! Go to your room, now. And you, leave.
I didn't see Hero for several weeks. Then one morning, he burst into my room. Hey, what's—
Dawn, where's your mom?
She's not home. What's going on?
Someone demolished the village school during the night. I think your mom had something to do with it.
What? What makes you think that?
Last evening, I saw her sitting inside a really nice car talking to a man I've never seen before.
Okay, that's weird, but what does it have to do with the school being destroyed?
I just saw the same man driving a bulldozer on the school grounds.
What? We need to go there, now! Hero and I paddled across the river and found angry villagers gathered.
There he is!
Hero pointed at a pot-bellied and balding man in a dark suit and sunglasses. At first, the man seemed unbothered by the chaos, but then he turned his red face to us.
Listen here, you fools. My name is Mr. Baldwin, and what I'm doing here is for your own good. I'm building a 5-star hotel that will attract tourists to your pathetic village. Do you know what that means? Jobs. Money.
We booed him and continued to protest, but by nightfall, we were all so exhausted, so we went home. The moment I got home, I marched straight to my mom's bedroom, but it was locked. Mom! Mom ignored me and avoided me for days. Clearly, she knew something. By the end of the week, I was so frustrated that I decided to take matters into my own hands. With the help of Hiro and my camera, we took photos and videos of the construction. I interviewed Hiro, his mom, and some of the villagers about how the school was demolished and the sorry state it was in before. Then we posted everything on social media using my laptop. It was a lot of work, but it meant that Hiro and I spent lots of time together, so I wasn't complaining. As weeks went by, my post started to get attention from people all over the world. Some were lawyers offering their legal assistance, and others were powerful politicians. Soon enough, Mom found out what I was doing, and she was not happy about it.
Dawn, you need to stop these online campaigns and stop interfering with this project, or I will confiscate your camera and laptop.
What happened to you, Mom? I thought you ran a charity organization that fights for people like Hiro and his community. Mom looked really sad, but she didn't answer me. That night, I was woken up by angry shouts. It sounded like it was coming from the living room.
Your daughter is treading on dangerous grounds. You need to make her stop or you will lose everything, including this house.
I spoke to her, but she's a stubborn girl. Also, her campaign is gaining huge support. I'm starting to think that letting you destroy the school was a bad idea.
You should do the job I'm paying you to do. Remember, this house and the money I paid you could be taken away as easily as it was given to you.
As soon as he left, I walked in to find a distraught Mom looking pale and shaken. I heard everything, Mom. I thought you cared about this village. Dad would be so disappointed in you. She broke down, and I held her for a long while before she calmed down and finally spoke.
Mr. Baldwin is a very rich man. His company built his house for me as a bribe to let him grab the school's land.
But that's illegal!
Don't you think I know that? I wish I could stop him.
You can. All you have to do is tell the truth. I ran to my bedroom and brought my laptop. I sat next to Mom and started a live stream. Talk, Mom. The world is watching. Mom confessed to everything that she and Mr. Baldwin did. The stream was flooded with angry comments, but some applauded her courage. TV stations flew in reporters to cover the story, and Mr. Baldwin and Mom were arrested. Of course, we lost the mansion, but as Mom served her jail time, I went to live with Hiro and his mom. We oversaw the construction of a new school funded by my online campaigns. A few months later, Mom was released and she came back.
I'm so sorry for everything, honey. I will do everything I can to improve this community for real this time.
How about you start by helping us carry sand from the river? We're building a footbridge.
But I just had my nails done and…
Mom!
Okay, let's go.
The end.
Hi, I'm Rhea. I was raised by a single dad, and although he was a big businessman, he cried every time he had to spend a penny. But I was not like that. I was super generous with my things, and this annoyed him. One time when I was 10, we baked a batch of cupcakes from some leftover flour.
Rhea, don't take the whole pack of cupcakes outside. All the neighbor kids will eat it.
But I love sharing, Dad.
Fine, then that's the last cake that you will bake for this year.
People around me say my heart was exactly like my mom's. She left us when I was 2 because of the way Dad was. But I didn't miss her too much because at school, I was admired by many kids and had my best friend Jack. He was a big science genius and could even mix together healing remedies. One day at the school lab, I made a silly mistake that my hands almost paid for.
Ouch!
In seconds, Jack mixed up some things that instantly healed my hands.
Whoa! Way to go, Jack! Thanks!
Just practice for when I become a doctor in the future. Then I'll always come home to your delicious baked cookies.
You shameless foodie.
Only for foods you prepare.
Jack was totally sweet, and I thought I knew him inside out. But soon, he began to act weird. One evening, he was having his 17th birthday when I arrived with the cake I especially baked for him.
Hey, Rhea, over here.
But before I could reach him, I stumbled and fell into the pool. I struggled in the water for just a few seconds before I heard someone dive in and help me out. Before I could process anything else, I was receiving mouth to mouth. I opened my eyes and saw the face of an angel.
Are you okay?
Before I could respond, Jack appeared and pushed the guy away.
Are you okay?
Yeah, My eyes slid to the guy who had saved me from the water, and he smirked at me, making me forget what I wanted to say.
Little brother, won't you introduce me to your friend?
Little brother? He's your brother?
Unfortunately, yes. That really hurt. Like, right here. Come over here.
Jack's blatant rudeness to his big brother made me blink in surprise, and his hunk of a brother took the insult in stride, like it was an everyday thing.
Bye, pretty nameless friend. I'm Noel.
For the rest of the party, Jack went about all sulky, and when I questioned his attitude, he went off on me.
You were just lying there, letting him kiss you.
Excuse you? I was still in shock from nearly drowning, and that's called CPR, you idiot!
Just anytime my brother comes that close to you again, run like he's the devil.
Why?
Just do as I say.
I couldn't take the attitude anymore.
You know what? I think I've had enough of this party already!
I stomped out of the party, and just as I was about to enter a cab to go home, a motorcycle stopped right before me. It was Noel.
Hey, need a ride?
I was thrilled with the opportunity to talk to him again, but Jack's warning made me cautious.
Don't worry, I'll take a cab. Thanks.
Come on, I don't bite. Don't mind all the lies my brother spreads about me. He's just jealous.
Why would he be jealous?
Because I'm better looking, and my hair's longer. Why else?
I couldn't resist accepting the ride. Noel was a whole dish of funny. He made me laugh all the way home. We got to my home in minutes.
Whoa, nice place. Your father must be rich.
Thanks. Want to come in and have, water?
Nah, how about I take you out instead? Next week, my treat.
Despite Jack's warning, I found myself saying yes. We exchanged numbers and he zoomed off. Jack later called to apologize for his moodiness, and I forgave him. But I forgot to tell him about my coming date with his brother because soon we were submitting college applications to countless universities. When I got the invite from my choice university to study baking and pastry arts, I was so ecstatic I rushed home to tell my dad, but he gave me the shock of my life.
Dad! I got in! Woohoo!
And who says you're going to a university? You're going to take over my real estate business, so no need to waste money on something you wouldn't be needing anyway.
What are you saying, Dad? You know I have always wanted to be a pastry chef.
Well, I am sorry, but that won't work. I have other plans.
It felt like the ground had been ripped from beneath my feet.
What other plans? You're just a cruel man that doesn't give a cent about his only child. You have done nothing for me.
I have done everything for you.
Like what? Buy me oversized Barney shoes so it would take me 10 years to grow into it?
It's not. Now's not the time to say it. I
was too mad at him to listen and just left the house. I didn't know where I was going, but in that moment, I wanted to be as far away from Dad. I was nearing the park when a motorcycle sped past me and the rider grabbed my phone.
Thief! Thief!
But to my shock, the rider stopped and pulled off his helmet. It was Noel.
Hey, Rhea.
Have you turned into a thief? Why did you grab my phone?
I was just playing with you. We still have our date tomorrow evening, right?
Yeah.
Cool. See you, mon chéri.
With Dad's words still weighing on my mind, I didn't have much headspace to overthink what had just happened. I called Jack, and we met up at the park.
I can't believe your dad said that.
Beats me.
Well, look, this is your dream. You can't let anyone stop you. Maybe you should think of something you can do to raise enough money to go to college.
There was only one thing I could think of.
I can bake mini cakes and sell them.
Bingo! People are gonna love it.
Jack's mom even agreed to help me sell them at her coffee shop. But the next day, when I set to bake the first batch I would sell, my world turned upside down. An hour into baking, I began to feel numbness and tingling in my feet, and soon my vision was all blurry.
Dad? Dad?
My own voice was so tiny to my ears, but thankfully, Dad was close enough to hear me.
Rhea, what's wrong? Honey, talk to me.
Dad rushed me to the hospital, and the doctor diagnosed me with diabetes.
You will have to avoid every form of sugary food to better manage it.
I was crushed. How could I go to a baking school and become a baker if I couldn't eat sweets?
Sweetheart, it's not the end of the world. You can just be a business person like me.
I don't want to be anything like you, Dad. Even if this means I won't become a baker. When did being diabetic mean I can't go to college?
Later that evening, I was sitting on the porch trying to figure out what to do when Dad came out too.
Rhea, sweetheart, you don't need to be so upset. It's all for the better, I promise.
The roar of a bike cut him off. It was Noel. And worse, Jack was coming up right behind him.
Hey, babe, ready for our date? I sure hope you can dance.
I was so lost in my thoughts I had forgotten all about our date this evening. I felt a different kind of horror hit me as Jack turned to gape at me.
You're going on a date with my brother?
What's wrong with that? You never told me why—
Send him away. You don't deserve someone like him.
Send him away? Don't talk to me like that. You don't even know what I'm going through right now.
Yes, little brother. Stop treating her like a little girl and get used to the friend zone. Rhea, what is going on here? Stop pretending to be nice, Noelle. I know who you truly are. A brave beast, unlike you.
To my shock, Jack roared like a freaking lion and tackled his brother to the ground. Dad managed to pull them apart, and I was so mad at Jack.
You two get off my property right now. I don't tolerate violence of any kind.
Jack can go. He started the fight anyway, but Noel stays.
Rhea, we still have something important to discuss.
If it isn't about you accepting that I'm going to college, then I'm not interested. After Jack left, I canceled the date with Noel in favor of us just hanging around the backyard.
Sorry about that. My brother has got the temper of girls that have lost their makeup.
I was so touched that he was apologizing for his brother's rashness. He's the one that should apologize, not you.
What was that just now with your dad?
I told Noel everything about my issues with Dad and college, and he said the most shocking thing.
If your dad wouldn't give you money for college, then find a way to take his money. Simple.
You mean I should steal his money?
I prefer to use the word borrowing. You can pay your miser of a dad back later if you want.
There's no way I'm taking his money without his permission. His suggestion was crazy, but something happened that made me decide to do it. That same night, for the first time in my life, Dad bought me a box of chocolate and ice cream.
Ta-da!
What's going on? It's not my birthday.
I know, sweetheart. I just want to apologize. I know how much you wanted to go to college and all that, but the truth is, my business is going down. I don't have enough money to sponsor you at college. If I did, why wouldn't I send my only child to college?
My heart broke at the gesture and Dad's sadness. You should have just told me, Dad. I believed Dad completely, because while he was stingy, I had never known him to be a liar. But when I woke up the next day to see if he could let me take on a part-time job so I could help, my jaw dropped at the sight of an open safe filled with money, and Dad was talking about giving it to some girl.
All these years of being tight-fisted is for her, you know. She will be the happy one in the end when I show her.
I steamed with anger. Dad had lied. Not only did he have lots of money, but also wanted to give it all to some girl while denying me college. I couldn't let that happen, and only one option made sense to me. That same day, I called Noel up and we met at a small coffee shop. There, I said the words I would forever regret. I want to do it.
Oh my god, Rhea, please don't propose to me yet.
Propose? You're one crazy dude. You made the suggestion last time. I want to borrow money from my dad. Can you help me?
Sure.
We made our plans, and 2 days later, when I was sure Dad had gone to work, I snuck into his room with Noel in tow. There is loads of money in this safe. We will just take what I need to cover my college fees.
Can you open it?
Just as I punched in the code, Noel suddenly pulled a mask over his face. Noel! What are you? A scream left in my mouth when 2 other masked guys jumped in from the window.
No, Shelly. Don't worry. We will give your dad the punishment he deserves.
So this is who you really are! A thief! That day on the road, you really wanted to rob me of my phone! Jack was right. You are worse than the devil!
Aw, that's a sweet compliment. Thanks.
I was numb with shock as Noel and his gang packed everything without leaving a cent. He even had the guts to sing to me when they were done. I was still shivering like a leaf when Dad stormed into my room that evening.
Rhea, we have been robbed.
I wanted to pretend I didn't know anything about it, but guilt and fear was eating me up, so I broke down. I confessed to what I had done.
No, Rhea. Why did you do that?
I heard you over the phone talking about saving all the money for some girl. I just wanted a cut to help myself through school.
But Rhea, you're the girl I was talking about. All this while, I've been saving up money for you to run the business with as soon as you graduate high school.
I couldn't believe my ears. All this while, Dad has just been saving up for me.
I'm so sorry, Dad. I'm so sorry.
Dad quickly set the police on Noel's tail, but weeks passed and he wasn't found. Even his mom didn't know where he was hiding. I couldn't forgive myself, but to my surprise, Dad wouldn't even find fault with what I did.
It's all my fault, Rhea. I shouldn't have left you in the dark or lied. My dad had a lot of money, but he wasted it early in our lives. So by the time I was grown, I suffered to fend for myself. When I had you, I promised I would make you have the most comfortable future, even if it meant some temporary hardship. But somehow, it's good this happened. I know now that I took it too far and made the impression of being a wicked and stingy father.
Nothing you say excuses how I led thieves right into our house, Dad. I am so sorry. I will learn the business. Forget about college. I'll do whatever you want.
What happened to becoming a baker?
I'll have to forget about it. After all, I'm diabetic now.
Or maybe you can research on making desserts that even diabetics can eat. You have no idea how many of them crave stuff like that.
Although we lost a lot of money, the incident made my relationship with Dad better than ever. But I knew I had one more relationship to mend. I went to Jack's place early one morning. I had to apologize for not believing him and sending him out of my house in favor of his criminal brother. Jack, your brother...
I know, I heard.
I should have listened to you.
No, I should have told you the plain truth about who he really is. Noel is the black sheep of our family, and he was just fresh from rehab that day you saw him first. I was just very jealous.
Jealous of what? His long hair?
Ew, is that what that idiot told you? You were obviously charmed by him that day at the pool and...
At the sight of the blush on his cheeks, my eyes widened in realization. Wait, Jack, do you... like me? Like, more than a friend?
I'd rather say no if yes will freak you out. I'm a coward in that regard.
Of course not, dork. Just let's take it slow, alright?
Starting with, will you be my date for the prom?
It would be my pleasure. In the end, Dad let me get into college. And when I was done, I took his advice in creating special dessert recipes for people like me. Jack became a doctor. We didn't remain a couple, but we stayed best friends.
How do these sugar-free macaroons taste better than those with sugar?
Secret recipe. Though things worked out in a way for me, I would forever regret letting my anger control my decision. Guys, if you ever get mad like I did with my dad, don't act on it. Find a way to calm down, take a breather, or else he could make a horrible mistake, like I did.
Hi, my name is Lydia, and I'm from Chicago. Please like and subscribe. I was born to a very poor family. Mom and Dad couldn't even afford to buy me new shoes every year, and I would end up wearing the same ones over and over again, even though they now had a hole bigger than the Grand Canyon. One day when I was 7 years old, I went to school with those antique shoes, and everyone started making fun of me.
Look at her shoes. They look like they could be on display at a museum.
I wanted to cry, but suddenly I felt like I should say something. Yes, just like your underwear. His face was frozen, but everyone else laughed more. Even though they laughed at my joke, no one wanted to hang out with me. One night before I went to bed, Mom came to me.
Don't worry, my lovely Lydia. I'm sure that time will bring you the right friends.
She smiled at me and kissed me goodnight. But instead of friends, time just brought me more bad events. One morning, when I was 10, Mom and I woke to find out that Dad was missing. He was nowhere to be found and he didn't come home all day until Mom decided to call the police.
When was the last time you saw him?
Well, he was sitting on the sofa.
But as Mom was mumbling and crying, she suddenly saw a note on the sofa.
Dear Teresa and Lydia, I am sorry to go, but I can't provide for you anymore. I have to see if I can make it on my own first.
Mom burst into tears, but I wasn't feeling anything. A few days later, she started struggling between jobs to pay the rent and bring food to the table. We had to leave the city and move to the countryside, to a more affordable place, and I enrolled in the nearest school.
Never give up on your studies.
I did as she asked. One day, when my classmates and I had a school project where we had to create a comic, I decided to take a new approach and paint my comic strips. Turns out that I was a very good painter. For that project, the teacher was impressed by my paintings even more than the other people's printed images.
Great job, Lydia. A+ for Lydia and her group.
But Melissa, the richest and most popular girl in school, wasn't so happy about it.
Ridiculous! She can't be better than my $5,000 printer that my dad just bought for me on purpose for this project.
I wanted to tell her to shut up, but I still had a feeling that being the new girl in school, I had better make friends before I made any enemies. That's fine, Melissa. Next time we will all use your printer to make you happy. But she wasn't an easy-to-please person and got angry at me.
How dare you talk to me like that?
What an idiot! She didn't even understand I was trying to be fair. Luckily, one of her hyena best friends spoke to her.
Melissa, she didn't say anything wrong.
And the whole class burst into laughter. Melissa was more furious than a volcano and walked out. A few days later, while I was walking in the school's corridor heading to my locker, I saw an opening for a design competition. I couldn't believe my eyes! Melissa was looking for a personal fashion designer to pay for drawing whatever dresses she had in mind, and she was paying a lot. While I was reading the ad, someone spoke to me from behind.
Do you think a loser like you will satisfy my fashion needs?
I turned around and Melissa and her ugly hyena girlfriends were strangely looking at me. I wanted to be someone, and so I had to stand up for myself.
Oh, shut up, you spoiled brat!
What did you just call me?
I immediately regretted it. I needed the job so badly. Of course, I won't satisfy your expectations. I will do my best to surpass them.
We'll see.
As she left, I heard a sweet voice right behind me. It was Thorn, the weird guy from my class.
Don't listen to her. Just apply. I've seen your drawings. You have talent. You could win.
Well, now he also seemed very handsome to me. Trying to stop myself from saying some stupid thing, I ended up mumbling,
Thank you.
I'm sorry?
You're so sweet.
I am what? Excuse me?
I didn't know what to say anymore, so I just left. As I turned around the corner, I entered the restrooms and looked at myself in the mirror. Right after me, Melissa entered the bathroom.
Hey, you better not be thinking about winning the competition or having Thorn.
Why? Is he your boyfriend?
Of course. That guy dressed in rags is not my boyfriend. But I know he likes me, and I'd like to keep it that way. I want everyone to like only me.
And she left. What a jerk! As soon as I got home, I immediately started working on the competition's requirements. I didn't sleep for nights. One day, I was laying on a private beach in a huge mansion with my yacht parked in front of me, sunbathing while the butler was serving me fresh juices, when a hand on the shoulder woke me up.
Hey, Sleeping Beauty. You've been sleeping during math, biology, and literature. Time to go home.
Oh no, Thorn had seen me! I probably looked like a zombie! I checked my phone. It was so late! Mom would be so worried! The last bus had left already, and in the countryside, there is no other way to get back home unless you have a car, which neither I or Mom had.
How will you get home?
I'll walk.
Really? How far do you live?
Not so far. About 20 miles from here.
Nonsense. Come on, let me give you a ride home.
What? He had a car already? I wanted to refuse, but I was short on options, so I accepted his offer. When we were outside the school, there was no car parked in the parking lot. I got so angry at him. Are you playing around with me? There's no car here.
I never said I have a car.
He smiled and jumped on a crazy sports motorbike. He turned it on and pressed the accelerator once. My heart thumped. How can you possibly have a motorbike at this age?
Gift from my dad for my 16th birthday. Come on, hop on.
Driving fast with Thorn on the country roads was far better than the dream I just had. When he finally stopped in front of my house, I was a bit disappointed because I wanted to go for a longer ride. But eventually, I took off my helmet and handed it to him. Very kind of you. Thank you. Good night. A few days later, Melissa's competition was taking place. She was sitting in a classroom together with her two ugly and stupid friends, while at least 30 girls from the school, including me, were waiting in line outside the classroom to present our work. At the classroom's door stood a guy about my age checking our work before Melissa. He had to make sure to discard anything that could look like trash to her before she could waste her time. Probably one of her slaves that she kept around. When it was my turn to enter the class, he looked at my work to check if it was printed or handmade. Hey, who do you think I am?
I am sorry, I am just doing my job. I never seen such unbelievable art before. It's so perfect, it looks like you have printed it.
Well, FYI, I can't even afford a printer. Otherwise, I wouldn't do this.
And I've never seen a girl at our age being so honest. My name is James.
My name is... I have a boyfriend waiting to applaud for me right at the end of this corridor. But when I turned around, Thorn wasn't amongst the crowd. Where the heck was he? I didn't have time to look for him because it was my turn to enter. James let me pass through and I approached Melissa.
Well, well, well. Look who's here. The loser.
More than Melissa, I hated her friends laughing at every dumb thing she'd say. Melissa, I am not here to make friends. I am here to do business with you. You don't have to like me as long as you like my work. You pay me, I work for you. That's it.
I'm pretty sure they're no better than the others before you.
But as soon as she opened my sketchbook, she didn't say a word for 5 minutes. Melissa was impressed for the first time in her life, and she didn't know how to react. So, she tried not to say something nice, and the best she could say was,
"They're not bad. Let me ask my brother what he thinks." James, what do you think?
James was her brother? How could they be so different? James was very polite compared to his brat sister.
I love him.
Even though I didn't know James, it felt great to be supported.
All right, Monday after school at my mansion. If you're late, you're fired without even starting. Now get lost. James, wrap it up. It's done.
I couldn't believe it! I was so happy I hugged Melissa for a moment. But then I controlled myself, remembering that she will be my boss from now on.
Hey, don't touch me with those dirty hands of yours.
I couldn't care less for her insults right now. I left the classroom. Where was Thorn anyway? I looked for him everywhere in the corridors, and then I walked outside. He was just getting off his motorbike and running to me.
Hey, I heard you won. Congratulations. I knew it. Hey, I have a great idea. What do you say we take off for a little trip today?
A trip? Today? I can't afford it.
Don't worry, I have some savings from the money that my parents give me. We just need permission from my dad to ride the bike across country. Officially, it's still in his name, and I can't leave the state without his permission.
Unbelievable! He drove me home to pack my things, and I also told Mom. But before we departed, just outside my home, Thorn asked me something that I will remember for the rest of my life.
Honey, listen. Remember I told you that I needed permission from my dad regarding the bike?
Yes.
Well, he would never sign me that permission because my parents are just too worried about me. But I want to make us happy with this trip, so here's what we can do. You're a great painter.
Then he showed me 2 pieces of paper.
This is the permission I need from my dad, and in this other paper, his signature from an irrelevant document. Can you just copy it from here to here?
I was a bit confused and scared. Copying a signature?
It's for us, to make us happy. I love you.
My heart was coming out of my chest. I copied his dad's signature without thinking any further, and we left. A little later, it started to rain like heck. After a few minutes of riding, Thorn stopped in front of a bank.
I need to withdraw some cash from my account.
After 5 minutes, he came out of the bank running, holding a bag full of cash. What? At first he ran past me, but then he remembered that he had left me behind.
Run!
He completely forgot about the motorbike. What the heck is going on, Thorn? He wasn't answering. I heard the police sirens approaching. My legs couldn't keep going anymore, and Thorn just kept dragging me faster and faster. After a few minutes, he turned down an alley. I turned around, and I saw 7 police cars stopping right in front of us. I turned to Thorn to inform him, but he wasn't there anymore and had disappeared altogether with the bag of cash. The police arrested me. I couldn't believe what just happened. And most importantly, I didn't even know what was going on. Police took me to the station where I got to call Mom. She came over quickly, crying and screaming.
My little daughter, she is innocent. Let her go.
After telling them everything, the police told me what was going on.
You haven't signed Thorn's dad's motorbike permission, but rather a super rich businessman's bank account and withdrawal authorization.
Thorn wasn't who he said he was, and he had completely used my drawing talent all this time just for that moment. The police said he had done similar things before. For example, stealing a motorbike. That jerk! How could I have trusted him? A police car took both Mom and me home. I could only cry on my bed all night. Mom sat next to me.
Don't worry, honey. It is normal to be fooled by many kinds of guys at this age. The important thing is to stay true to yourself and not intentionally be involved in such things.
Is this how you were fooled by Dad?
Mom didn't answer, but instead, she just hugged me. On Monday, I went to Melissa's mansion. It was huge. I pulled myself together and rang the bell. James opened the door.
Oh, hi, it's you.
He was looking around for Thorn. Useless to check for Thorn, I broke up with him.
Did you? That's good. I mean, I'm so sorry.
No, you're not. I've seen how you look at me. James only smiled and let me in. I started working for Melissa right away, and James was always there. He was very kind to me, and he for sure wasn't sticking around to make some money out of me. One day, when I finished work, he asked me out.
Would you like to have dinner with me?
I smiled and nodded. It took you long enough to ask.
Hi, I'm Ada from Nigeria. Ever since I was a little girl, I loved working on cars with Grandpa.
Want to give this one a try?
Sure. Grandpa, this is so cool. I want to build cars one day and—
Build cars? Ew. That's not a girl's job.
That was my Aunt Chi. I was raised by her alongside her own daughter June after I lost my parents.
If that is what she wants to be, then you have no right to stop her. The sky is her starting point.
I felt grateful for Grandpa. He always believed in me, unlike Aunt who always tried to make my life miserable. Like this one time my aunt's daughter June and I were playing outside. We had so much fun playing mud. But when Aunt came out, she went ballistic when she saw how messed up our clothes were.
I bet this was all Ada's idea. June, if you continue to follow this rotten girl around, your future will be nothing but a dark shadow.
But Mom, it was my idea to make sand cakes. Please don't blame Ada.
Oh, please, June. Stop making excuses for her. She has always been nothing but trouble.
Why do you not like me, Aunt? I did nothing wrong. Don't worry about my mom, Ada. I think my mom is just jealous her dad likes you more than her.
June always knew how to cheer me up and would sometimes defend me from her mom. But by the time we hit puberty, June began to change. All she could talk about all day was boys and her looks.
What do you think about my hair? And look at the lipstick my mom got me. And guess who asked me out today?
There's more to life than boys, you know.
Why do you always have to be so boring?
Thanks to her mom's influence, June was becoming increasingly mean, and I was getting the brunt of it. One day when we were 14, we were on our way to church when June suddenly let out a scream.
Ah, I forgot to put on my earrings.
I'm sure you can survive today without it. That's why you'll never make it in life. You are fashion blind. Now go get her earrings.
But our house is so far away now, and it's raining.
I said hurry up! Aunt Chi made me trek all the way back home in the rain for a freaking pair of earrings. I came back drenched and so had to wait outside the church till the program was over. I was so mad at her and June.
You made me walk back in the rain for this! Sorry, I just can't do without them.
June might have had the ball in the court when at home, but at school, I stayed top of my class. But June kept flunking her classes up to 12th grade because she was too pretty to read. But her mom didn't seem to mind.
My teacher said I may not graduate high school at this rate.
You don't need good grades when you're this pretty. One day, one rich dude will sweep you off your feet and you won't have to suffer.
You should be telling her to read hard so she can find a good job and be rich herself.
Oh, shut up, grease monkey. I couldn't wait to be free of those two and their low mentality. One Saturday, I accompanied June to go do her hair, and on our way there, we saw a guy strumming along on his guitar with a money bowl that only had chewing gum in it.
Wise men say only fools rush in.
Despite his ragged dreads and outfit, I could see the guy was handsome, but I also noticed he had eyes for June. The moment we were about to pass, he jumped before us and continued singing.
But I can't help falling in love with you.
Hi, beautiful. Are you an electrician? Because you definitely lit up my day now.
Are you blind? You see a hot bod like this, and you assume I am an electrician?
It means he likes you.
Yeah, seriously, you're like an angel. Can I just have your number?
He gave her a piece of paper with a pen. June took the paper and spat on it, then gave it back to him.
You're cute, but that's what I think of broke guys like you.
Find a girl your class. That's rude. June walked away without an apology, and I felt so bad for the guy. Look, nice song there. I don't have money now, but maybe I can treat you to lunch tomorrow to apologize on my sister's behalf. I gave him my grandpa's business card.
Thanks.
I didn't expect he would take me up on my offer, but the next day, Grandpa and I were working on a truck when we started hearing someone playing on a guitar. It was the guitar guy from yesterday.
Hey, remember me?
Of course I remember you.
A little. I realized then that I was covered in grease and wanted to disappear. I don't always look this dirty.
We have a saying that dirty-looking people are the richest. So what I am seeing on you is money, not dirt.
What?
I'm Austin.
Austin was all shades of sweet, and soon him coming over to the garage became a custom. He would keep me company with some jokes, music, or juicy gossip. Although I loved his melodious voice, sometimes I tried to persuade him to make better use of his time here, but he wouldn't listen.
No. Working with my hands is not my calling, only singing.
So you want to be a singer?
Yup. And when I make it as a big star, I'm gonna credit my first music to you.
Though he talked a lot, he hardly said anything about his family, but I soon found out why. A few days to Christmas, we hung out at a lake resort. So, what are your plans for Christmas?
Christmas is for people who have family.
Wait, Austin, you don't have a family? Where do you live?
Nope, no family, and I live there.
Austin pointed at the city's bridge that was a bit in the distance and smiled sadly.
That's my home, Ada, under that bridge.
My heart broke for him that day, and I invited him over to Aunt's place for Christmas dinner. It was the only time she was at her nicest, but I made the big mistake of forgetting to tell her beforehand. Christmas came, and just as we had settled down for dinner, Austin arrived. Aunt Chi, I'm so sorry that I forgot to tell you that I invited my friend. Please meet Austin.
This penniless wannabe musician is your friend?
June, be nice. Austin doesn't have a family to celebrate Christmas with.
Is that so? Oh, Austin, come in and sit.
I sighed in relief at Aunt's friendly tone, but tensed again when I saw her pass a knowing look at June.
Thank you for having me.
What will you have, dear? There's fried rice, chicken, meat pie, and juice.
Anything, really.
To my horror, she picked up a plate with a dishing spoon and began to scoop nothing into the plate while June giggled like a maniac.
That's fried rice, chicken, meat pie, and orange juice. Enjoy.
I felt myself boil in anger. You can have mine.
No thanks.
Austin insisted that he go home, and when he left, I went off at Aunt and June. This is just too much. Are poor people worms to you? You don't respect even your own dad.
Don't yell at me, you ungrateful worm. You have some guts bringing in that stinky brat here.
I didn't see Austin again for about 3 days, but when I did, I was surprised to see him all smiles. Austin, what's going on?
I won a local music competition. A foreign music agency wants me over in the US to sign me up. I will be leaving early next year.
You're going to the USA?
I told you I was gonna make it big.
He was so excited, and I was happy for him, but I was going to miss him. On New Year's Eve, we met again at the bridge for the last time before he traveled, and somehow the atmosphere was just thick. I'll miss you, Austin. He looked at me and our faces grew closer together, and just as the fireworks ensuing the new year went off, Austin gave me a light kiss. It was like fireworks went off in my heart.
Then wait for me. I'll come back.
I did wait, but I made sure to keep busy. With my savings and Grandpa's support, I pursued my dream course, automotive technology, in a university, while June became a model. 3 years passed and I began to lose hope of ever seeing Austin again. But one day while I was home trying to complete a project, June suddenly let out a scream. I rushed out to see her. June, what's going on? Look who's on the television! It was Austin on TV being interviewed. He was now a big star and was coming back to Nigeria for a concert. Mom, I have to go to that concert. He's rich now. I have to see him.
Yes, you'll go, June. Use your charm. Beg his forgiveness.
Seriously? Because he's popular now? That's the same guy you humiliated 4 years ago. It made me so mad to have to go to the concert with June, but I had to see Austin. The concert hall was packed with people, and then Austin appeared on stage. Oh my God! Is that him? He looks like a demigod! He really did. I had to stop myself from drooling the way June was. His singing threw the crowd in a frenzy, and when he finished, I snuck backstage so I could see him. I found a door wide open, and when I looked in, Austin was in the room, but so was June, and she was all over him. I realized I was so wrong, and I'm so sorry. Please forgive me.
You're the one who took my breath away the very first time I saw you. Of course I forgive you.
What's going on here?
Oh, Mary, right?
Wait, you don't know my name again? You told me to wait for you after you kissed me.
Oh, did I? Well, that kiss was a spur-of-the-moment action, you know. June and I make a better couple. She's a model, and I'm a singer. You're just a mechanic. Nah, won't work.
Ew, I'm grossed out just thinking about it. Wait, do you even remember how she treated you?
Because I was poor, but now I am rich and can get anything I want, including her. See?
Angry tears filled my eyes, but I forced them back because Austin didn't deserve them. The insensitive moron went ahead to try and kiss June in my presence, so I took off my shoes to throw at his head, but they hit June instead. Ouch, my head! It hurts! I guess the shoe decided you deserved it more. Austin had his security kick me out, and when June later came home, she told Aunt I had attacked her, and Aunt threw out my things.
We can't accommodate an enemy of progress like you in our house.
Well, I can't stand to live with shallow people like you anymore. And good luck with Austin. You're two stupid people that deserve each other. I moved into Grandpa's garage, and he welcomed me warmly.
Stay as long as you'd like. Honestly, I am impressed you tolerated your Aunt Chi this long. She's my daughter, but I can't stand her.
Austin and June's betrayal still hurt, but I pushed on. And one day, my life completely changed. I was returning from the grocery store one day when I saw a brand new Chevrolet parked on the roadside with several mechanics all over it. Hey, what's going on here?
The owner got it from her husband, took it for a drive today, and it just broke down. No one has been able to fix it, and she doesn't trust any mechanic to take it to his workshop.
I approached one of the mechanics, and when I told him I would love to take a look at the car,
You? Come, guys, back off. This little girl says she could fix what 5 men can't.
all eyes were on me as I popped the hood. It was the longest 20 minutes of my life, but I soon found the fault and the car roared with life. The men were gaping when I came out of the car, and a reporter rushed towards me. Hello, ma'am. Please tell us your name and how you managed to fix this car these men had been working on for hours. I have lifelong experience fixing cars. If you want to know more, you can visit my garage. I gave the reporter my card and ran away from all the curious eyes. The next morning, our garage was swamped with drivers wanting their cars serviced. The video of me fixing the car had gone viral, and almost everyone wanted me to become their car mechanic. In just a few days, I got enough money to expand Grandpa's garage, hire some workers, and buy a cozy house for him and I nearby.
I'm going to leave this world as a happy old man.
Leave this world to where? You're stuck with me, old man. After my graduation and National Youth Service, and I got multiple offers to manage different automobile companies. Life was good and so busy I almost forgot the people from my past. But one day, I had a rude reminder. I went to a restaurant when I noticed the couple across about to be arrested by security. We will pay the bill later, my idiot husband.
Your idiot husband? You wasted all my money!
I felt pity for them. How much is their bill? I will pay. Hey, thank this lady over here. She just paid for your bill. The couple turned to look at me, and my world froze. It was Austin and June. The sight of them brought back bitter memories, so I stood up to go. I had just reached my car when I heard Austin behind me.
Ada!
What is it?
Wow, you look different, in a good way.
You look different too, but not in a good way. He was so thin and harrowed.
It's all your cousin's fault. She ate all my money and reverted to a nagging crone. Please forgive me. If I leave June, would you marry me?
I saw red. I popped open the bottle of water I had taken from my table and threw it on him. Shame on you, Austin. June is pregnant, for goodness sake. You know what? I should be thankful to her. She saved me from being with a rotten, selfish jerk. I'll not be anybody's second choice, and I won't take leftovers either. I got into my car and drove off, my heart aching for my cousin and the horrible man she had married. Girls, we don't need some prince to rescue us or some rich man to free us from hardship. Work hard, be focused, and you'll see, you'll be your own hero.
I first met Kim when I was 6 and I found her alone in our backyard. My screen attracted my mom, who came running to see what the problem was, and she was also surprised when she saw a strange child in the backyard. She didn't understand what was happening until a few seconds later when a large sweaty man ran into our backyard. The strange child laughed as soon as she saw him, and he picked her up and held her in his arms. He apologized profusely, and then we realized that he was her father. It seemed like she had slipped away when no one was looking and had somehow found her way into our backyard. The man was a new neighbor who had just moved in a week ago and was still getting used to the neighborhood. That was how I met Kim, or at least that's how I remember it, although Kim swears it happened in a whole different way. Within a year, Amanda, Freya, and Clara had moved into the neighborhood too, and pretty soon we all became friends, bonded by our mutual likeness for causing mischief. We were inseparable in the years that followed, and we all had just turned 20. Out of all of us in the group, I was the most attractive and desirable because of my model-like features that included my thin waist, tall height, and slim, long legs. Kim was the richest and the most spoiled, as she always got whatever she wanted because her parents could afford it. There was a boy who lived around. He was not part of our group, but we all knew him, and he knew us too. His name was Fika, and he was a tall, athletic-looking guy. He was handsome too, and one day Kim confessed to us that she had a crush on him. We all teased her about it, and she made us promise not to tell anyone. I was on my way to Kim's house one day when I saw Fika coming in the opposite direction. It seemed like he was coming towards me. I smiled at him and waved, expecting him to walk past me when he stopped right in front of me.
Hey, Pen!
Hey, Fika.
Do you have a moment, please?
It depends. What do you want to talk about? I asked, hesitantly.
I want to talk about you.
Oh, really? What about me? He hesitated and I saw him fidgeting with his hands in his pockets. It seemed like he was sweating too, which was a bit strange, as it was a very cold day and he was in a hoodie. He paused for a while, and I was beginning to grow impatient with him when he finally spoke up.
Pen, I just want to let you know that I like you and I'd like you to be my girlfriend.
He said as he avoided my gaze. What did you say? I was shocked out of my mind, but just before he could talk, I cut him off and rejected him on the spot. I told him that it was never going to happen, and I told him not to ever ask me out again. I walked off, still feeling freaked out. How could he like me? Didn't he know that Kim had a massive crush on him, and I could never date him because of that? I wasn't ready to ruin my friendship with Kim because of a guy I barely knew. Although I told Fika not to disturb me again, I found him almost everywhere I went. It was like he always knew my whereabouts, no matter how hard I tried to hide from him. At some point, I wondered if he was tracking me. How come he always found me so easily? He always brought me gifts whenever he saw me, gifts ranging from cards to chocolates, and one time, he even brought a huge teddy bear, but I instantly rejected all of it, and continued to avoid him whenever I could. One day, Kim, who was almost always the mastermind of most of our mischief adventures, suddenly came up with a random plan. She said that she had caught my neighbor, Mr. Longhair, cheating on his wife, and that he had offered to bribe her by offering to let her take his Jaguar out for a ride. The 5 of us were all together when she told us. Really? When did this happen? I asked, curious.
Oh, a couple of days ago. I was walking by this house when I saw a strange car parked in his driveway. I knew it didn't belong to his wife, so I decided to snoop a little. One of these days, your snooping is gonna get you in trouble. Maybe, but today, it got us a ride in a sweet Jaguar.
Kim said, smiling mischievously.
So we all get to ride in the car?
Freya asked.
Of course, we can all take turns driving it. It's gonna be legendary.
So when are we gonna get to drive the car?
He said that tomorrow would be okay. Anytime from 9 p.m.
So we decided that, since my house was closest to Mr. Longhair's and he knew me, I was going to be the one to collect the car keys from him and was to drive the car to a particular junction where the others would be waiting for me and we could begin our joyride. The following night came, and a few minutes past 9, I was in front of Mr. Longhair's. I had never been in a Jaguar before, and I was also going to be the first of us to drive it. I pressed the doorbell and had to wait for a few seconds before I heard movement, and Mr. Longhair opened the door.
Come in.
He invited me to come in, and as soon as I did, I felt 2 strong hands grab me into a hug, and before I knew it, I felt a kiss on my face. It took me a while to realize that it was Mr. Longhair that did it, and as soon as I regained my senses, I landed him 2 quick successive slaps after I succeeded in pushing him off. He threw the car keys at me and he ran off into a room in the house. What a weirdo! Click the subscribe button and drop a like in this video if you know you're not a weirdo. I grabbed the keys and walked out of his house, still annoyed. I got into his car and drove off to meet my friends at the agreed location, but no one was there, and after waiting for a long time, I picked up the phone to call Kim, but her phone was switched off. I tried Freya, and thankfully she picked up. But she informed me that Kim told her that the plan was called off because Mr. Longhair had already confessed to his wife. After the call, I began to feel uneasy. Something was wrong. As soon as I stepped out of the car, I was suddenly surrounded on all sides by policemen and was promptly arrested. They opened the boot of the car and found all sorts of stolen items in it, and I was charged for car theft and possession of stolen items. I was given 5 years in prison, and while serving my time, the only person that regularly came to visit was Fika. One day, he showed me a newspaper article about me, showing pictures of Mr. Longhair kissing me. They had written all sorts of unbelievable and untrue things about me, which made me cry. I told Fika everything that had happened, and he believed me. He also suggested that Kim must have been behind it all along, which I agreed with. The 5 years passed quickly, and on the day of my release, Fika was there to pick me up, but when we got to the parking lot, staring back at me were the same people who didn't come to visit me once while I was in prison. As soon as Kim saw Fika, she went into a rage, screaming at him and inadvertently confessing all she had done, while also yelling at me that I deserved everything that she did to me since I was dating Fika. I looked at my other friends and was surprised when they didn't seem shocked at the revelation. They had found out a while ago, but Kim threatened them to keep quiet about it. They said they felt guilty about it, so they couldn't visit me while I was in prison. I just stood there, shocked and unable to move. I was shocked that my friends, who I had grown up with and had known all of these years, would do something like this to me. A few minutes passed before I calmed down and quietly told them to leave. You should all leave. But, Clara started to speak, but I cut her off. I said leave, and I never want to see any one of you ever again. You all disgust me. If you could treat a friend like this, I pity each and every one of you because you're all friends to each other too.
You aren't my friend. You never were. Friends don't steal each other's man.
It was then that Fika spoke up.
I'm not your man, Kim. I never was, and I never will be.
As soon as Kim heard this, she let out another scream and they got into their car and drove off angrily. Unbeknownst to me, while we were out in the opening having this conversation, some security guards who were nearby had heard this exchange, and using their testimony, I was able to clear my name before Kim was able to bribe or threaten them, as well as implicate Kim and Mr. Longhair for what they had done. Mr. Longhair and Kim were then arrested and were required to pay a huge amount of money as bail. They were also handed jail sentences corresponding to the gravity and weight of their offense, and all through the trial and sentencing, Kim showed no remorse for her actions or any remorse for setting her friend up because of stupid jealousy. Amanda, Freya, and Clara were also arrested, but they were handed suspended sentences because they initially had no idea about what Kim had done. Throughout this traumatic ordeal, Fika and I grew closer, and I began to see him for who he was. He was kind, honest, and understanding. He had been the only one who had been with me throughout, even when my friends had abandoned me. It did not take long before we began to date, and after much talk and deliberation, we decided to travel to a foreign country and start afresh there. We wanted to start a new life. We finally settled in a country, and we had lived there for about 5 years when one day we were on one of its exotic beaches. I was under a beach umbrella, lying on my belly and enjoying a good book, and Fika, who was now my husband, had gone to get us some drinks when I felt a tap on my back and a voice following it.
Excuse me, miss. Can I talk to you?
The voice said. Yes, I replied, turning to face the person, and as soon as my eyes saw him, I screamed at the top of my voice. It was Mr. Longhair. What was he doing here? How did he find me? My scream alerted Fika, and in a flash, he was by my side. As soon as he saw Mr. Longhair, he moved towards him menacingly with his fist tightly clenched, but he soon stopped quickly. This was not Mr. Longhair as we first thought, but his first son, who was almost a spitting image of him, albeit younger. He apologized for startling me, and Fika unclenched his fists. He then explained to us that his dad was somewhere on the beach and had spotted us, but was hesitant to approach us as he didn't know how he'd react. So he sent his son to us instead. He wanted to apologize to me about what had happened all those years ago and for the part that he played in it. He also wanted to ask for forgiveness from me. I thought about it for a while before I told him to inform his father that I had accepted his apology and forgiven him. He left quickly. I really didn't need his apology, but I felt a little bit better that he did apologize. Don't forget to join us next time for more stories like this, and like and subscribe if you enjoyed this video. Someone pushed me and I went tumbling down the stairs. I hit my head on the handrail. I held my head in pain, and that's when I realized that one very important thing was missing. Oh no, this can't be happening. I tried to get up, but the throbbing in my head got worse. Kate, who was supposed to be keeping it a secret, was waving my hearing aid in the air for everyone to see. Give it back, Kate.
Give what back, Molly? This little hearing aid?
I jumped and tried to reach it, but missed. Kate and her friends laughed as a crowd started to gather. I knew I was doomed. I buried my face in my hands and started weeping. Kate leaned in closer. That's when I grabbed her hand and bit hard.
Ouch, you psycho! You bit me!
She dropped the hearing aid and I grabbed it and bolted out of there. Hi, my name is Molly and I live in London. Please subscribe and keep watching the video to find out what's going on here. Even though I was born deaf, my parents were rich and I lived a pretty decent life. I never lacked anything, and my mom worked extra hard to make sure that I was comfortable and protected. That might sound like it was a good thing, but I hated it. One time when I was 7, my parents had guests over for business or something, and everyone kept staring at me and petting me like I was some helpless puppy. At one point, I got so agitated and just screamed at one of the guests, who was petting my head, stepped on her foot, and ran out of there. My dad was furious at me while Mom was furious at the guest. Why would you pet her like a dog just because she is deaf? There she was again, always defending my bad behavior because I was deaf. As I grew older, Mom kept insisting that I get ear surgery to make my hearing better. Against my will, she took me from doctor to doctor, and most of them told her the same thing. That the surgeries she wanted was too risky for me, and they could not guarantee that I would regain hearing. I don't need to be fixed, Mom. I'm not a broken toy, so just stop. No one in school, except Kate, my friend from kindergarten, knew I was deaf. I always kept my hair down to hide the hearing aids, and since I had perfected my speech over the years, no one suspected a thing. But Kate and I drifted apart over time after she started dating Dario, the rich and popular bad boy of the school, even though she knew I had the biggest crush on him. Kate, how could you? You knew I liked him.
Do you know him? You're just jealous because he chose me over a deaf girl. Did you honestly think you had a chance?
After that, my relationship with Kate completely changed. She became the mean girl while I was left with no friends. And that's how I found myself at the bottom of the stairs with Kate holding my hearing aid for the whole school to see. I was now officially the poor little deaf girl. When I got home that evening, I told Mom everything, and as always, she overreacted. Oh, honey, this would have never happened if you gotten that surgery. Mom, we already talked about this. I don't need fixing, so just drop it. Okay. Let's just go get you checked. You hit your head after all, so we need to make sure you're okay. I let her drag me to the hospital. After a few tests and scans, the doctor concluded that I might have a concussion and that they needed to admit me and observe me overnight. This was not part of the plan, Mom. I want to go home. Molly, please. Stop being so stubborn. Just do what the doctor says. Whatever, Mom, but tomorrow morning I'm out of here. The smile she gave me should have warned me that she was up to something. The next time I woke up, I realized that I shouldn't have trusted my mom. Thank you for this, doctor. I know she will hate me when she wakes up, but it had to be done. You don't need to thank me yet. Let's just wait and see if the surgery was successful or not. Surgery? I tried to adjust my hearing aids, and to my surprise, they were not there, which meant I could hear clearly without my hearing aids. Mom must have asked the doctor to do the surgery she'd always wanted for me. How could she do this without my consent? This made me so mad, so I decided to teach her a lesson. I sat up slowly, pretending to be confused and not knowing where I was. Mom? When she heard me, she turned, a worried look on her face. Oh, baby, how are you feeling? I looked at her, pointed to my ears, then shook my head. Sweetie, can you hear me? Mom, I need my hearing aids. I can't hear what you're saying. I shouted and used sign language at the same time. The look on her face was priceless, and I almost burst out laughing. She looked at the doctor with desperation as he examined my ears. Everything looks fine. So why can't she hear? Let's just give it a few days until the swelling goes down, then we can test her hearing again. Give me back my money. The doctor looked terrified. That was not our deal. I told you from the start that I could not guarantee that the surgery would work. Also, I risked my career by doing it against Molly's will. Mom must have seen red because she picked her purse and attacked the poor doctor with it. I tried so hard not to laugh. Security guards rushed in and dragged Mom and her killer purse out of the hospital. At home, I continued to pretend I was still deaf. This is why I didn't want to do it, Mom. I'm so sorry. I just wanted you to have a normal life and not have to wear hearing aids. My life was normal. Then why did you hide your hearing aids and ask Kate not to tell anyone about them? She had me there. I didn't want to be seen as the poor little deaf girl at school. You already do that at home. I'm not some helpless kid, Mom. Molly, I'm so sorry. I just wanted you to be happy. Seeing her crying almost made me confess, but I was still so mad at her, so I let her cry. I went back to school ready to face the trouble I had brewed with Kate. As expected, she and her new friends were waiting for me and they blocked my way to class. Kate, get out of my way. Or what? Can you read my lips or should I speak slower for you? I shot her a deadly look and clenched my fists. Oh, you're so scary. Is that because the surgery didn't work? Kate's mom was my mom's best friend, so of course she knew about my failed surgery. Why are you trying so hard to fit in? Just wear your stupid hearing aids and spare us all the trouble of talking slowly. I had it, and just when I was about to start throwing punches, Dario and Marcus, his biker friend, showed up. Dario was just as mean as Kate. Sometimes I wondered why I was crushing on him. I knew he was there to join Kate in humiliating me, so I started to back away. But what he did next surprised me. He pushed Kate out of the way and grabbed my hand. Marcus took the bag and carried it for me. Together, they walked me to class, leaving Kate and her minions shocked and confused. What was going on? For the next couple of weeks, Dario and Marcus became my two very hot personal bodyguards. Marcus even offered to pick me up every morning on his bike. The bike was what attracted him to every girl in school, and being seen with him on the bike was a badge of honor. Only the hottest girls had ever been on it, so his offer made me feel so special. Dario started learning sign language, and it felt so good to see him try to impress me. For the first time, I was loving the attention, which motivated me to keep up my deaf act. One day after lunch, Dario seemed so nervous, and I got curious. Is everything okay? Without a word, Dario hopped on the cafeteria table and tried to get the attention of everyone. Excuse me, everyone. Can you all give me your attention? With that, the whole cafeteria went silent. I was confused when Dario took my hand and helped me up on the table. Everyone was now staring, and a few cameras were already recording and taking pictures. I was about to get off the table when Dario grabbed me and kissed me, and then picked me up and spun me like they did in the movies. It was a miracle we didn't fall off the table. I looked at Kate's table and I expected to see smoke coming out of her ears, but to my surprise, she was laughing. Okay, that was strange. How could she just be fine with what her boyfriend just did? My answer came a few days later, and it was not good, guys, so brace yourselves. I was in the bathroom thinking about how amazing the past few weeks had been when Kate and her friends walked in and started talking.
I can't believe you just let her kiss your boyfriend, Kate. Oh, that little show he put on? It was nothing. Dario doesn't even like her like that. What do you mean? Oh, you foolish girls. Do you think a rich bad boy like Dario would take any interest in Molly? This whole thing has been a dare. Marcus dared Dario to make Molly fall in love with him, then break up with her soon in front of the whole school. It's gonna be epic. My heart sank. I was about to open the stall door when Kate continued talking. It doesn't even matter anyway. I don't like Dario like that. He's just good for my reputation. Now Marcus is who I'm crazy for. For reals? Yeah, we've been hooking up behind Dario's back for a while now. The dare was Marcus's idea to keep Dario preoccupied as we sneaked around. Just then I came out and the other girls panicked. Oh, don't worry, girls. She can't hear a word you say. Just don't talk facing her. The girls sized me up, laughed, and walked out of the bathroom, flipping their hair in my face. After a while of crying and self-pity in the bathroom, I composed myself and decided to go confront Dario. As soon as I walked into class, Dario got up to hug me, but I pushed him. What's wrong, Molly? Drop the act, Dario. I know everything. No, actually, I heard everything. I turned to Kate and she looked terrified. What? What are you talking about? That's right, Kate. I'm not really deaf. The surgery worked and I've been faking it this whole time. You're bluffing. Am I really? I went to the school media room and connected my phone to the speaker system. Everyone listened in horror as Kate exposed herself. You see, since I started acting like I was deaf, I realized that people disregarded me and kept revealing their dirty little secrets in my presence, so I got in the habit of recording everything on my phone. Now, I had enough secrets to destroy lives, not just of the kids, but the teachers as well. I walked out of the school knowing that I would never show my face there again, but I had taught everyone a lesson. I arrived home to find Mom on the phone. When she saw me, she turned her back to me and went on with her phone conversation. Molly doesn't know she's adopted. We've never told her because we didn't want to upset her. I dropped my bag and leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Instant tears started to stream down my face. How could they not have told me? When Mom turned and saw me crying, I expected her to comfort me, but she burst out laughing. You heard everything I said, didn't you? In fact, you've been hearing for weeks now. Wait, you knew?
Of course I did. You can't fool me, I'm your mother. But you just said I'm adopted. Mom laughed even harder. I got you really good, didn't I? Mom, that's so mean. Now we are even. Yeah, we are. By the way, we need to look for a new school. I kind of destroyed the other one. Mom's eyes widened and I knew I was in for an evening of pain.
Hi, I'm Maxie from New York. Whenever I walk the streets, guys drool over me, but my life was ruined because of it. Before I go on, make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. I was always a beautiful kid growing up, and my mom would flaunt me whenever she could. Have you seen my daughter? Isn't she absolutely beautiful?
Yes she is. Can you pay for your groceries now?
Yeah, sure. I was used to all the attention, but by the time I was 15, I was so sick of it. Why do I have to be so beautiful? Why couldn't I have been born ugly? Maxie, I don't want to hear you say something like that ever again. Your beauty is a gift. You better make use of it. And I did. I used my beauty to get any guy I wanted. One day, Mom burst into my room. I screamed because I was making out with this cute boy, Alex, in my room. Mom! Maxie, I've entered you into a modeling competition. Mom, get out! I was so embarrassed. Alex looked red. Oh, hi, Alex. Hi? Maxie, get ready now. What? Why? If you win this competition, it'll make you rich. But I don't want... Too bad. If you don't go, I'll ground you for a month. Ugh, fine. I said goodbye to Alex, and that night I entered the competition. And, what a surprise, I won. Now, I wasn't that bothered about it until I found out the prize money was $200,000. If there's one thing me and my mom have in common, it's that we like money. After that, I entered into competitions abroad. The competition in Paris was tough. They placed us in a room with all the other girls, and we each had a mentor to help us through each round.
I'm Maxie. I'll be your mentor throughout this competition.
Okay, cool. Can you... I froze. Because the dude in front of me was drop-dead gorgeous. Like, oh my god. And he was gonna be my mentor? I soon forgot all about Alex. What's your name?
Robert.
My heart melted. Robert. Even the name sounded hot. Pretty soon, Robert and I got to know each other really well. Within a week into the competition, I decided I was gonna stop being a wimp and just ask him out. Will you go out with me? Robert looked taken aback, but he smiled.
Of course.
We kissed immediately, and I was practically singing with joy. The first round of the competition was coming up, and I walked on stage. The challenge was to walk down a catwalk with super high heels. This would be a piece of cake for me. I walked down, but suddenly, my feet gave way before me, and I slammed face first onto the floor.
Sorry, Maxie. Better luck next time.
I couldn't move. What just happened? I never got kicked out in the first round. I knew this was an international competition, so it was a little tough, but seriously? No, I'm not leaving. Do it again.
Excusez-moi?
You're excused. Now do it again.
You may be mistaken, Miss Maxie, but how you do things back in home in America and how we do things in Europe are very different. Now get out.
I was dragged off by security guards. The most embarrassing thing about it was that it was all recorded live on TV. The internet was buzzing over me, and it wasn't the good kind of buzz. Back in my dressing room, I inspected my heels. I noticed the straps had been cut off, so that's why I'd fallen. It must have frayed over time. Or, no, someone hadn't sabotaged me, right? When I got home, my mom was furious.
How could you throw away this chance? The prize was $500,000.
I don't know, Mom. I don't know what happened.
It's all because of him. It must be.
My mom was pointing at Robert. Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention. Robert ended up flying back with us to New York, and he was living here now. He even went to the same high school as me. The problem was, my mom and Robert didn't get along at all. They practically hated each other.
I am sorry, but that was not my fault. It was probably you. Why, I oughta.
Guys, please, let's just calm down. It's no one's fault. Let's move on and forget about this. Despite my pleas, they continued to fight, and the night ended with Robert storming off to his apartment and my mom storming off to her bedroom. I sighed. Being beautiful sure did come with a price sometimes. The next day at school, I went to Robert's locker to wait for him there, but he never showed up. I messaged and called him dozens of times, but there was still no answer. I was worried now. I headed over to Robert's apartment to comfort him. But when I got there, the place was empty. That's weird. I called him again, and then I started to hear ringing in the apartment and found his phone by his bedside. Had he really left his phone behind? That was even weirder. He never forgot it. I was starting to panic now. I was ready to call the police when I froze. On the bed, there was a note I hadn't noticed before. I read it and felt my brain start to explode with shock.
Dear Maxie, I've left with all your money. Your mom told the truth. I did sabotage our last modeling competition. I just used you to get your money and this was the only way. Don't look for me. You'll never see me again. Robert.
I was frozen. How? Why? Had Robert really scammed me? But our love felt so real. I checked my bank account, and sure enough, it was empty. Yesterday, there had been $2 million in that account. I suddenly felt very faint and sat down. My whole world felt like it was spinning. I told my mom, and I expected her to be smug about it, but actually, she was really supportive.
We'll find him and make him return all the money. Don't you worry.
But honestly, I didn't care about the money. I had truly loved Robert. I was more disappointed by the fact that our love was a lie. Months passed and there was still no sign of Robert. Then, one night, I got a strange phone call.
Wanna know the truth about your mom? Meet me at Cornerstone Park at midnight.
The phone cut off. I was speechless. The truth about my mom? What could she be hiding? Later that night, I waited in the park. I checked my watch. It was 12:30. Where was this mystery caller? Then, suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder and I yelped.
Babe, it's me.
Robert? At first, I was relieved. But then I remembered how he had scammed me of all my money. You jerk! You have some nerve showing up here.
Maxie, you have to understand, I did not scam you.
I was about to punch him, but I froze mid-air. Huh?
I did not scam you. That note you found, that was not me.
Then, who left it?
Your mom.
Robert explained everything to me. He said my mom was the one who had sabotaged my heels and cut the straps. Then she had told Robert that if he didn't leave and go back to Paris, she'd frame him as the one who sabotaged me and get him thrown in prison. He even showed me security footage of my mother at his apartment, then her writing the note and leaving it there. My mother was the evil one in all of this. But I don't understand. Why would she do this?
I don't know. I had to escape for my own safety, and I'm so sorry I had to abandon you, but it had to be done. But now you have to leave. Come with me. It's not safe with that evil woman.
It's okay, Robert. I understand. We hugged and kissed. But I have to get back home.
No, it's too dangerous.
Robert, I'll handle it. Don't worry. Robert hesitated, then nodded. Now I had to figure out why my mom wanted to ruin my life. But when I arrived at home, my whole world crumbled into dust. Police were surrounding my house and the place looked like a crime scene. I discovered that the night I had went to meet Robert at the park, my mother had been murdered. The police said she had been robbed and killed. I was distraught. That's when I realized, because of Robert, my mom was gone. If I hadn't gone out to meet him, I would have been here at the house. I could have helped her. But because of him, she had been here all alone. I would never forgive him. The next day at school, Robert approached me in the hallway.
Maxie, I heard about your mom.
Stay away from me, you creep. Robert looked heartbroken.
But Maxie...
My mother is gone because of you. The other students were staring now. Robert bit his lip, then nodded.
I'll give you space.
He left. I walked to class with the eyes of the whole school on me. This time, instead of the guys staring after me drooling, they were staring at me with pity. I lived at home alone. Since I was already 18 years old, I didn't need to have a guardian, but it was still lonely. I survived off the money my mom had left me in her will, but it wasn't much. I was still beautiful, but I doubted I could ever enter a modeling competition again. It was graduation day and I was getting ready. I wanted to get out of this damned town and move somewhere new for a fresh start. I walked to school, but then I realized I had left my phone behind. I turned around and walked back home, and when I entered, I got the shock of my life. There, sitting in the kitchen as if nothing had happened, was my mom. Mom? Mom looked up, then looked disappointed.
Damn it, aren't you supposed to be at graduation?
Mom, I don't understand.
Ugh, I nearly got away with it.
Got away with what? Mom, you have to tell me what's going on. Mom hesitated. Then she sighed.
Ugh, fine.
That's when she told me the truth. The real truth. And sadly, the truth hurt.
I'm your sister.
My mom wasn't actually my mom. When she was 18 years old, her parents, our parents, had died in a car crash. They left me behind, a baby for her to raise. Because of me, my mom, my sister, hadn't been able to do all the things she had dreamed of doing, like becoming a model. So then, she had forced me to become a model and had used me to become a moneymaker. Then, when I met Robert, she saw the chance to get rid of me once and for all. She stole all my money, framed Robert, and then faked her own death. The body the police had found wasn't actually hers. It was someone else's dead body that she had stolen from the morgue. Someone who looked very similar to her. The police were so sure it was her that they hadn't bothered to take in fingerprints. I was speechless. So, what now? My sister sighed.
Now?
She raised a knife.
Now you must die. You know too much.
I gasped and started to back away. My sister raced towards me, ready to kill. Then, suddenly, someone leapt out of nowhere and tackled her to the ground. It was Robert. Robert?
Maxi, run!
Robert and my sister fought until eventually Robert managed to tie her up. Robert and I stood there breathless. I suddenly grabbed a hold of him and kissed him. Thank you for saving my life.
Anything for you.
What should we do now? Robert hesitated. We looked at my sister. I sighed, then dialed 911. It was time my sister paid for what she did to me.
Hello, besties. I'm Layla, and I'm from India. Please like and subscribe to STA. I was born into a family of accountants, and when I was just 2 years old, Dad gave me my first calculator.
This is a calculator, Layla. If you want to be a great accountant one day, you need to start now.
Of course, I had no idea what he was talking about. I was just 2. Right after he left the room, I threw the calculator like a flying saucer. And when I was 9, I finally realized what I wanted to be after watching a space channel on YouTube.
Mom, Dad, I know what I want to be when I grow up. I want to be an astronaut.
Layla, have you been watching nonsense again on your mother's phone?
Not nonsense, Dad. YouTube.
Enough! From now on, you will watch educational programs with us.
I wanted to talk back, but back-chatting in my family meant you are grounded for life. I sat down and watched their boring accounting channel, and then all of a sudden, my eyes started burning, and everything became blurry.
Mom, my eyes are burning.
Stop being dramatic, Layla, and watch.
I'm not. I can't see. Mom, Dad, help!
I think she's telling the truth. We have to take her to the hospital.
Mom and Dad rushed me to the hospital. I was diagnosed with radiation cataracts. This was caused by too much light from a screen, like a TV, phone, or computer.
I guess you can forget about being an astronaut now, because up there you would have to see lots of light every day.
Why do you have to be so horrible, Dad? I'm your child and I have a sickness.
Calm down, Layla. Dad was just joking.
Well, no one is laughing.
I was devastated about what was happening to me. The doctor even said that in a few years, I would need to have an operation, or else I would be blind. But then my hope flourished again when I saw a shooting star. I was not going to give up. I continued to frustrate my parents about my passion. When I was 15, I made my own astronaut costume and wore it for career day at school. As I walked in confidence, some kids laughed, but that didn't bother me, until a douchebag with a huge camera flashed the thing in my face, causing me to lose my sight. And I walked into a locker.
Hey, are you all right? I am so sorry. I was just admiring your costume, and since I'm a future photographer,
Quiet! My eyes are still burning from your camera flash!
Oh no, I am so sorry. Please, let me help you to class. My name is Shane. I'm actually in your science class. I hate science, but you're so brilliant and—
Shane, I know who you are, so please go. I'll be fine.
Are you sure? Your eyes are turning red and—
Shane was the class chatterbox. Everyone ran away from him because he could never shut up. And now, because of this little incident, I seemed stuck with him. He even followed me home after school.
Shane, what are you doing?
I'm making sure you get home safe. I'm a real gentleman. My mother always told me to be polite, but my father, well, he's never around. Always busy at his big accounting firm. I don't like accounting and
Okay. I'm home now, so you can go.
Before Shane could cycle off, Dad's car pulled over, and he got out looking so mad.
Dad, why do you look so angry?
I just got fired. So yes, I am mad. I'm sorry to hear that, sir. My dad owns a company. Maybe I can talk to him for you? Layla, who is this? Is he your boyfriend? Are you bringing boyfriends home while we're at work?
No! Dad, how can you think that?
No, sir. I was just making sure your daughter is safe. Which company does your father own? The biggest accounting firm in the country, B&G, sir. Your father is a crook! He just fired me for a mistake he made, and he's been stealing a lot of money from many people.
Oh, that's not true. I can—
Get out of here, you child of a thief!
Shane drove away, and Dad warned me never to speak to him again. I agreed, but things at home after Dad lost his job were never the same. Mom would come home from work and still clean, while Dad just sat around all day watching TV. And he was so grumpy. We couldn't even laugh when he was around. And then one day, during the early hours of the morning, I got up to drink a glass of water and found Mom crying in the kitchen as she looked at the bills.
Mom, are you okay?
Layla, what are you doing up?
I was thirsty. You're crying.
I'm just so tired. We might have to use the money we saved up for your cataract operation to pay these bills.
It's okay, Mom. I'm sure I won't go blind just yet. Days later, I had to eat my words up because my eyes were not doing so well, since I struggled to see a single thing on the class board. When I excused myself to the bathroom, I could hardly find my way. And when I got to the bathroom, I got the shock of my life when Shane suddenly screamed.
Oh!
Why are you here?
I'm here to use the bathroom. Why are you here?
Using the bathroom? Wait, are the boys and girls sharing the same bathroom now? I know you ladies always fight for equal rights, but this would be a little over the top.
I looked closer at the door sign, and my face turned red with embarrassment.
Oh my gosh, Shane, I am so sorry. I didn't read the sign right. It's okay, it happens. I made a mistake like that twice before.
My excuse was my eye problem. I wondered what his was.
Let me go before anyone else sees me.
After my little incident with Shane, he somehow assumed we were friends and followed right behind me during lunch break.
I think the universe is trying to say something to us.
What do you think it's saying?
That we're meant to be friends.
My dad specifically told me to stay away from you, so I don't think so.
Wow, I should try that too. Chocolate syrup and hot dog.
Huh?
You put chocolate syrup all over your hot dog. I think I should try that.
Here, you can have mine.
This is so delicious. Wow, what a discovery.
Shane was definitely a special kind of species, but what troubled me the most was how bad my eyes were becoming, because the next thing I did was walk into a wall. And of course, Shane was there to catch me when I almost fell backwards.
You see, I told you the universe was trying to bring us together.
No, leave me alone, Shane.
When I tried to get away from him, I walked into another wall, but this time, I blacked out. After some time, I opened my eyes and everything was black. It was like I was in a dark hole and couldn't get out, so I started panicking.
Ah! Where am I? I can't see!
Layla, calm down. You're in my car.
I can't see! It's over! Oh, I'm blind!
What are you talking about? How is this possible?
I told Shane everything, and he cradled me in his arms as I cried my eyes out.
I'm here for you, and I'm going to drive you to the hospital now.
When I got to the hospital, I was rushed to the emergency ward, and I was so scared, but Shane was right by my side.
Shane, what's going on? The doctors are gonna make your eyes better, but my parents don't have the money for this. Don't worry, I got you.
After he said that, I dozed off, and I don't know how long I was blacked out. When I woke up, I still saw darkness, but after some seconds, I saw Mom and Dad.
Layla! Oh my baby, how do you feel?
I can see! I can see, Mom!
Thank God!
Dad just looked at me sternly.
Dad, what's wrong? You disobeyed me. I told you to stay away from that boy, but when we got here, he was here. I had to chase him away.
You chased him away? He saved my life!
He saved your eyes, not your life, and you will pay him every cent back. We are not a charity case!
Dad walked away, and Mom never said anything back as usual.
Mom, why don't you ever say anything back to him? Why do you always leave to be so mean? I didn't want to start a problem. The most important thing right now is that you are fine.
When I was well enough to go back to school, Shane was the first person I couldn't wait to see. I didn't care what Dad said. I was going to be his friend, and he loved taking pictures of me.
Oh, Layla, you are a natural. You should be a model or an actress.
I could, but I love space science. I know it's a strange career choice, but it gets me excited.
Follow your dreams no matter what.
If it wasn't for your help, Shane, my dreams would have been shattered. Thank you so much. It was good to have a friend like Shane who encouraged me, but back home when I was in grade 12, I came home and found Dad smiling for the first time in ages.
What happened? Did you get a job?
No, even better. This is your acceptance letter to study accounting at the best college in the country.
You applied for me?
Yes, it's what we planned for your future.
But that's not what I want. You know how passionate I am about space. Why do you always ignore what I love?
Layla, you are going to study accounting. This is what we are good at.
No, Dad. It's what you are good at. I applied to study space science, and that's what I'm good at.
Then you will not live under my roof. You might as well start searching for a new home in space.
Fine, I'll definitely do that, Dad.
When Mom came home from work, I cried on her shoulder and asked her to speak to Dad, but she was being the typical submissive wife again.
Oh, Layla, my baby, just listen to your father and all will be well.
What? Are you not even going to speak to him and tell him that there is nothing wrong with being an incredible scientist?
We can't take risks like that, hon. Accounting is much safer than that career. Please, think about it.
I was so mad, but I had to calm down and play nice at least until I completed my grade 12. And when I eventually did graduate, I was so excited that I even forgot that my parents were present and hugged Shane. Dad wasted no time to attack.
Layla, what are you doing with this boy?
Come on, Dad, it's our graduation. Everyone is happy.
I told you I don't like this boy. But I did nothing wrong to you, sir. And my father told me what really happened. You were stealing. Enough! Layla, let's go!
No, what is he talking about? You told us that Shane's father was the crook.
Dad looked at me like I wasn't even his daughter at that moment, so I drew back. But him, he was cold as a monster.
Layla, let's just go. No, she's done with school now. She can find her own way in life.
I couldn't believe how my parents walked away from me like that. I was hurt, but I had to stay strong.
Layla, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect them just to leave you. That was a bit too harsh.
I looked at Shane, and I couldn't hold back my tears. I had no idea what I was going to do.
Oh, Shane, what have I done? I have no money, no job, no place to stay. My father will never take me back. I'll speak to my dad for you to stay in the guest house. Your family already helped with my eye operation. I don't want to be a burden. Hey, you could never be a burden. You're like my best friend in the whole wide world.
Hearing Shane say that helped ease my shattered heart for my parents. Shane's family offered me a nice space in their guest house. It even had a balcony. Shane bought me a telescope to look at the stars as a motivation for my career. And one evening, while I was out gazing into the telescope, I accidentally gazed into Shane's room. He was at his window with his shirt off. And oh boy, was I amazed. I had no idea how much muscles he had. I was literally drooling. To get my mind off this sudden attraction I had for Shane, I decided to search for part-time jobs. And then Shane entered, and I almost spilled coffee all over the laptop.
Hey, what are you up to?
Shane, you startled me. I was just looking for a job.
Why? We have everything here. What about your studies?
I know, I should be happy that I even have a scholarship, but I need to make my own money. I don't feel right eating off you and your parents.
I told you, you don't have to feel bad. I've got you.
I know Shane meant well, but I had a very big conscience and got a job at a big toy store. I had to dress up like different Disney characters every day, and kids were always surrounding me. The job was fun, until one day, this one kid accidentally blew a bubble into my eyes.
Ah! Oh, my eyes! It burns!
The store owner quickly took me to the back room where I managed to wash my eyes and cool down. It brought back memories of when I went blind. That was the most scariest time of my life. The store owner allowed me to leave early, so I called Shane. When he came to pick me up, I felt so emotional and hugged him.
Hey, what happened?
Nothing big. I'm so grateful for you, Shane.
He kissed me on my forehead. My feelings for him grew stronger, but I kept it to myself. Every day after work, I had to get down to studies. It wasn't easy studying during the evenings. Sleep was always over me, but Shane would come in with a nice cup of coffee, reminding me to stay focused.
Thank you so much. How are your studies going?
It's going okay, but there are so many other photographers who are better than me.
Hey, look at me. You are the best. Forget about what others can do and always tell yourself that you are the best.
Thank you. I needed to hear that.
I was glad to be there to motivate him, and I was even stunned at myself. My parents letting me go actually made me stronger. I scored the highest in my grades at university. I helped the toy store make the most sales than ever before. And a year later, I could finally afford my own place, plus continue with my studies. I was so proud of myself, and so was Shane.
You inspire me, Layla. You are such a strong person. I could have never done it without you.
I felt like we had a moment, so I did the unthinkable. I kissed Shane, and he pulled back.
Layla, I can't. Oh, I feel so embarrassed. I thought— It's not you. I'm gay.
Oh, wow. How come you never told me?
I never tell anyone, just scared of not being accepted.
I hugged Shane, showing him that I love him just the way he is. After Shane's big reveal, we would spend even more time together, and then one day, I was surprised with a new visitor.
Dad? Your mom is in hospital.
Dad said Mom fainted at work. I wasn't surprised to see Mom this way. What surprised me was Dad. He actually looked so weak.
This is all my fault. I put so much pressure on her.
You're right, Dad. You took Mom for granted. She could never be free around you, but yet you are supposed to love her. Dad looked at me shocked, because no one ever stood up to him.
How can you be so disrespectful?
I'm being factual. Change your ways, or else you'll be alone on this earth with no one to love you. I left Dad to think about his actions. As for me, I still continued in my independent journey, and you know what? I made it. I started living my dream, all because I never stopped believing in me.
Anna! 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 Everyone cheered for me as I stood in place, ready to defend my title. I know what you're thinking, that I was standing at the starting line of a major race at the Olympics or something fancy like that. I wasn't. We were at the annual cake eating competition at our school, and I was the reigning champion. 3, 2, 1, begin! I dove face first into the cake as the crowd went wild. I'd starved myself all day for just this moment. I took large bites of the delicious cake and didn't even bother chewing. I swallowed them whole, coming close to choking a few times. Soon, the wild cheers turned into laughter and boos. Oink, oink! Was that my best friend, Kyla? Oh my god, Jason, your girlfriend is a pig! Why would Kyla say such a thing? She was my best friend since kindergarten and had never teased me about my weight. I looked over to where she was with my boyfriend Jason standing next to her. They were both laughing and pointing to my face, now covered in cake. I quickly wiped most of it and ran off the stage, defending my trophy was no longer important. Before I continue with my story, please like this video and subscribe to our channel. We really appreciate it. I ran to the girls' bathroom and was about to wash my face when someone walked in. I looked up and saw my face in the mirror. Tears streamed down my face, mixing with chunks of cake that were still stuck mostly around my mouth. You look disgusting. Mom, not another word from you. Fix yourself now. I could tell that Mom was about to explode by how fast she drove us home. You see, Mom hated that I was fat. She never failed to remind me that I needed to lose weight. If it was up to her, I'd stop eating altogether. At home, I found pizza on the kitchen table and thought, this must be my lucky day. I hadn't gotten the chance to finish the cake at the competition, so I was basically starving. I grabbed a slice and didn't even bother to warm it. I heard Mom's high heels click on our dining room floor, and I knew what was coming next. She was going to yank the pizza right out of my hands, so I stuffed the whole slice into my mouth. She clutched her chest like she was having a heart attack. You filthy child! Even pigs have better manners than you! That was the second time I've been compared to a pig that day. So not cool. Careful, Mom, I'm your daughter, so if I'm a pig, well, you see where I'm going with this. I chewed noisily in her face. You're going to pay for that slice of pizza and that cake. Get on the floor now. Give me 100 sit-ups. I knew not to push my luck by crossing her any further, so I did as she asked. By the time I got to bed, I slumped face down and realized just how much I missed my dad. I never saw him much, even though he lived a few minutes away. Mom and Dad got divorced when I was 10 years old. I stared at my bedroom wall. Framed high school photos of Mom stared back at me, judging me. She'd hang the photos in every room of our house. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that Mom was obsessed with herself. When I'd asked her why she didn't put up any photos of me, she'd said that I was too heavy to be displayed on her walls. It was Wednesday, and at school, that meant one thing: burgers for lunch. Mom had made me eat baby carrots for breakfast, so by lunchtime, I was desperate for those greasy burgers. They served them hot, crunchy, and golden brown with the most delicious fries and a side of vegetables. Yeah, I wasn't planning on touching a single veggie on my plate. I already had enough of that at home. I was about to take my first bite when Mom walked in, a murderous look on her face. "Don't you dare put that in your mouth." She flipped my tray, sending all my food flying everywhere. The whole cafeteria went quiet as curious eyes turned to the scene Mom was making. I watched in horror as she took out a weighing scale from her bag and demanded that I step on it. "Now, Anna." "Mom, please don't do this here. You're embarrassing me." "Me embarrassing you? Have you looked in the mirror lately?" She grabbed me and pulled me up to step on the scale. "Do you honestly think I wouldn't notice you gained even more weight?" Before I could answer, she turned to the cafeteria staff and yelled at them for feeding me too much garbage. I couldn't take it anymore, so I ran out of the cafeteria crying. I didn't go to school for a whole week because of how humiliated I was. When I did go back, Kyla and her mean girl crusade made fun of me and called me names. They set traps for me and laughed when I tripped and fell on my butt. Jason stopped talking to me altogether. I tried to hang out with him, but he called me a fatty and broke up with me in front of the entire class. I was heartbroken and stressed out, so I skipped classes and went home. I was just about to open the door when I heard Mom on the phone. "Hello, Kyla. Thank you so much for torturing Anna like I paid you to. Anna needed to be taught a lesson. Maybe now she'll stop eating everything in her path. I am sorry you have to be friends with her." My heart dropped. Mom was paying Kyla to be mean? That probably meant she was paying Jason too. I was devastated. The people I loved the most were working together to humiliate me. I wanted to go in there and give Mom an earful, but I knew it would be useless. So I dropped my bag at the doorstep and ran back to school to comfort Kyla. She was in class, but I didn't care. I burst in, alarming everyone, including Mr. Jude, our math teacher. "Kyla, how could you do this to me?" I approached her desk as everyone stared. Kyla did not say anything, and instead, she looked at her annoying friends and they started laughing. "How could you gang up with my mom against me? I trusted you." Mr. Jude was getting tired of the scene and he demanded that I get out, or he would drag me to the principal's office. "I'm not leaving until she explains herself." I overheard Mom talk to her on the phone. Everyone was looking at Kyla. She rolled her eyes. "Geez, relax. Your psycho mom paid me to be mean to you." Kyla reached into her bag and took out a brand new iPhone. "You threw away our friendship for an iPhone? At least tell me it's the newest model." "Don't judge me. Jason got one too." Jason sank down in his chair, like he wanted to disappear inside it. "I hate both of you." At the school gate, I spotted a dark SUV driving slowly towards me. I turned to run back into the school when one of the car doors opened and someone grabbed me. They covered my face before I could scream and shoved a bag over my head. I fought and clawed at my attacker, but it was like hitting a brick wall. Whoever they were massive. They tied my hands together and threw me into the dark SUV. Just then, I heard footsteps and my mother's voice. I was relieved because I knew I was safe at last. "Mom, help!" "Anna, you need to cooperate with them." What? What was going on? "You can take her now," I heard Mom say. "Mom, no! Please help me!" She didn't answer me. The van drove away and I sobbed continuously, begging my kidnapper to let me go. A long, bumpy ride later, the van stopped and I was dragged outside. Someone removed the bag from my head and untied me. I looked around and saw that we were standing in front of a huge mansion in the middle of a thick forest. The mansion doors opened and a man in a white suit walked towards us. I was terrified and started to step back, but he called out my name. I knew that voice. Uncle Lex? I had not seen him since I was 7 years old when he used to come to dinner at our house. I wasn't sure how he was related to Mom or Dad, but Mom told me to call him Uncle Lex. He took my hand and forced me to walk with him into the mansion. I could imagine the posters now. Missing girl. Name, Anna Marie Burton. Age 17 years old. Last seen fighting for her right to eat burgers. The mansion looked like a medical facility. There were men and women walking in and out of rooms, dressed in white lab coats. Before and after photos were plastered on every wall I could see, and the weight difference was clearly visible. Where are we? Not my Uncle Lex didn't answer me. Instead, he beckoned one of the lab coat people to join us. I was about to turn away from the extreme makeover photos when one caught my attention. Oh my God, is that Mom? Lex nodded before walking away. I couldn't believe the chubby girl in the photo was Mom.
You're a very lucky girl,
one of my lab coat people said as she took my measurements and weight. Excuse me? My mom had me kidnapped and brought here against my will. How's that lucky?
We're about to give you a new body. A lot of people desire that.
What's wrong with my current one? The woman, her name tag said she was Frida, laughed.
Take your clothes off and put this on.
She handed me a hospital gown. No! I pushed past her and ran right into the massive dude who was standing in the doorway, his arms crossed and a scowl on his face. He grabbed me with only one hand and lifted me so easily like I weighed nothing. Let me go! I scratched his face, but he did not budge. Suddenly, I heard a loud crash. The man screamed in pain as a wooden chair landed on his back. He released me and I landed on the floor. He turned to face his attacker and another chair landed on him.
Anna, get up!
I couldn't believe it. My dad was standing right there. He held his hand out to me and we ran out of the mansion with the other guy hot on our heels. A few meters ahead, a car was parked with its door open.
Quick, get in!
Kyla, how did you…
We need to go, now. Drive, Kyla.
The guards dived for the car door, but they were too late. Dad swung it shut as Kyla drove us out of there. An hour later, we arrived at Dad's house.
I'm so sorry for everything, Anna. I had no idea how crazy your mom had become. Thank God Kyla called me.
I felt bad after our fight in class, so I ran after you to apologize. That's when I saw them take you, and I called your dad right away.
Thanks for getting me out of there. What was that place anyway?
It's some kind of weight loss science lab. Lex owns it.
I saw Mom's photo there.
She was among his first patients. Years ago, he came to our high school and recruited all the girls who wanted to lose weight. He promised them a new body in a matter of days. No one knows what he does there or how he does it. Your mom never revealed the secret.
I don't want to live with her anymore, Dad.
Don't worry. I won't let her take you.
I tearfully hugged him, relieved that my nightmare was over. After I was well rested, Dad and I went back home to pick my stuff. We were not prepared for what we found. Mom was frantic and hysterical. She looked possessed. She was throwing out empty bottles from her medicine cabinet, screaming that she needed more. She started to pull out her hair, and when she saw me, she charged at me, screaming that it was all my fault. Dad held her back and asked me to call 911. Mom was diagnosed with the crazies and was admitted to a psych ward. Turns out, Lex had been supplying her with slimming pills worth thousands of dollars for years. She owed him a lot of money, and when he demanded she pay him, she offered me to him and his lab. I wonder what kind of experiments Lex was planning to do on me. Dad and I visited Mom every week at the hospital. She gained a lot of weight and barely spoke to anyone. All she did was stare blankly at the walls and the ceiling. As for me, I moved in with my dad, who told me that I was beautiful just as I was. And he's right. Be confident in your own skin. Love yourself. Don't listen to the haters.
I think I was about 5 years old when I realized my mom was very rich. Before then, I thought that everyone lived in a huge house like me, with cooks and maids and a private driver. I guess you would say I lived the perfect life. My mom ran a hugely successful company, and one day it would be mine. But before I go on, make sure you like and subscribe, and hit that notification bell, and maybe you will be rich one day too. My friends were always telling me how lucky I was. I agreed with them, to be honest. I had everything that money could buy, but there was something missing. My dad. Mom never wanted to talk about my dad. I only knew that she had kicked him out of the house when I was about 2 years old, but I didn't know why. If I tried to bring up his name, Mom just changed the subject. I remember one time Mom got really angry. I was in the lounge and Mom was in the kitchen. My favorite song came on the television. I was singing at the top of my voice when Mom came running into the room. "Switch that television off, Jenna," she shouted. "You're just like your father." I looked at Mom in astonishment. She never shouted at me, and she definitely never mentioned my dad. "Why, Mom?" I asked. "He was a good-for-nothing musician, that's why," she said quietly. "I don't want you following in his footsteps." After that, I never sang in front of Mom again. I didn't stop singing, though. I would hide upstairs in my room and sing to my heart's content. Mom never knew. She probably thought I was playing my computer games. That's what most girls my age were doing. It wasn't that hard to hide my singing from Mom. Most of the time, she wasn't home. Her business was so successful, she spent all of her time there. Sometimes I wish she was like my friends' moms. They stayed home and baked cakes together. My mom never cooked me a meal. By the time she got home from work, I was usually already in bed. I knew that one day I would be working as many hours as Mom. I would be running her company. For as long as I could remember, Mom would tell me, "One day, Jenna, this will all be yours. You will be the CEO of my company." My best friend was Cheryl. She was the only one I could confide in. When we got to high school, we had to choose what subjects we wanted to study. Everyone was so serious about picking the right subjects. "What do you want to do when you leave school?" asked Cheryl one day. "It doesn't really matter what I want," I replied. "My life has already been chosen for me. I will be going to work at Mom's company when I leave school." Sometimes I felt a bit sad that everything was planned for me, but I didn't say anything to my mom. I didn't want her to think I was ungrateful. It might have been different if I had a brother or sister, but as I was an only child, of course it had to be me to take over the company. I looked at the list of subjects. It didn't really matter what I chose, but one subject jumped out at me: music. I put it down at the top of my list. "I'm taking music," I told Sherry. "But don't tell my mom, because she probably won't be happy about it." I wasn't really that interested at school, but I loved going to my music classes. We learned how to play the guitar and the piano, and we sang in the school choir. Sometimes we would put on a concert for the parents to watch, but I could never tell Mom about it. "Is your mom coming to watch the concert this year?" asked my music teacher, Mr. Henry. "No, sir," I replied. "She is busy at work." "Oh, that's a shame," he said. "I seem to remember she couldn't make it to the one last year either." The night of the school concert came, and I told Mom I was going to Cheryl's house for the evening. "Have fun, darling," called Mom. "Don't wait up. I might be back late," I replied. The concert was so much fun. I really loved performing to an audience. At the end of the show, the parents of my friends all gathered around us, congratulating everyone. I felt a bit sad that my mom wasn't there too, but never mind. That was my final concert. I was graduating high school at the end of the year. I couldn't believe how quickly it had gone. And now I was going to start working at Mom's company. Cheryl was going to university. She wanted to become a teacher. My first day at work started off the same as any other. I sat having breakfast in the kitchen with Mom, but instead of waving goodbye to her as she left for work, I joined her in the car. We drove to work in silence. I knew that Mom would be thinking about all the meetings she had planned for the day. I was a little nervous, but I knew I had nothing to worry about. It wasn't like I was starting out at the bottom of the ladder. I was going straight in as a personal assistant to the CEO of the company, my mom. I had an office directly outside Mom's office. Mom showed me how to use the intercom and gave me some papers to sort through. Everyone was friendly towards me, but the day really dragged on. I was so bored. Well, I better get used to it. This was going to be my life for at least the next 40 years. I settled into my job, and the weeks went by. At the end of the month, I got my first salary. I couldn't wait to open my bank statement and see the money that had gone into my account. I opened up my bank details on my phone, but froze. Wait a minute, there must be something wrong here. I looked at the money that had gone into my account. Surely there is a zero missing? I went through to my mom's office. "Mom, I think the accounts department has made a mistake with my salary," I said. Mom looked at my phone. "No, there's no mistake," she said. "That's what I'm paying you." I was shocked, but I didn't want to seem ungrateful. "Oh, okay, sorry, I'll get back to work," I stammered. I went back to my desk and picked up some files. "There's no need to worry," I told myself. "I'm sure it's only because I'm new at the company. Maybe everyone gets a low salary for the first couple of months. Kind of like a trial start." But the months went by, and my salary never increased. It was really starting to annoy me. I was the personal assistant to the CEO, and I was getting paid less than the tea and coffee girl downstairs. One night after a particularly difficult day at work, I just couldn't take it any longer. I went into Mom's office and confronted her. "When am I going to get a fair salary?" I asked. "Your salary is fair," she replied. "Are you kidding me?" I screamed. Then I lost my temper. "I hate you, and I hate this stupid job. I resign," I shouted. Mom didn't even try to stop me. Well, I had said it now, and I had to follow through with it. I grabbed my bag and stormed out of the building. Well, she needn't think I was going to be hanging around here any longer. I was going to move to another city. I packed my bags and left the house before Mom got home from work. I took the train to the next city. As I sat looking out of the train window, I thought about what I was going to do. I took out my phone and started searching through the adverts for accommodation. Eventually, I had found a place to stay, sharing with 3 girls, Kelly, Diane, and Lucy. The girls were really nice, and we soon were all getting along really well, laughing like we had known each other for years. "Do you have a boyfriend?" asked Diane. "No," I replied. "Well, we have lots of friends. I'm sure you will find someone soon," she said. "Oh, I need to find a job first," I said. "Well, the restaurant I work at is looking for a waitress," said Lucy. "Why don't you come tomorrow for an interview?" I couldn't believe it. Everything was falling into place. I had new friends, a place to live, and now a job. I didn't need Mom. I could look after myself easily. But the next day, things didn't look quite so rosy. For a start, I burnt my toast for breakfast. I didn't know how to work the toaster. Who knew you had to set the dial at the correct number? I had never cooked for myself. I didn't know how to wash or iron, and as for cleaning the house, forget it. At first, the girls thought it was quite amusing that I couldn't do anything for myself, but then it started getting on their nerves. I knew that if I wanted to stay, I would have to teach myself all of these things. So that's what I did. I was so proud the first time I cooked them all a meal. It was only spaghetti bolognese, but it felt like a 5-star meal to me. Everything was great, except one thing. I didn't really earn enough money waitressing to keep me in the way I was used to living. I would need to get another job. But what else could I do? Then it came to me. I would go out busking in the evening. I bought myself a guitar and found a place on a busy street to stand. I began to play and sing. It wasn't long before a crowd was gathered around me. "You're really good," said a man as he threw some coins into my guitar case. I made quite a lot of money that night. I went there every evening, and every time I drew a big crowd. One night, as I finished my last song, a man came up to me. "I've been watching you all evening," he said. "My name is Dave. I'm a record producer. I would like you to come to my studio tomorrow for my partner to listen to you." I was so shocked. He handed me a card with his details. "Be there at 11 o'clock, he said as he walked away. When I got home, I told the girls all about it. "Be careful, Jenna," they said. "This could be a scam." They're probably right, but I'm still gonna give it a try, I thought. The next day, I went to the studio. I sang for Dave's partner, and much to my surprise, he offered me a contract. After that, my life was a complete whirlwind. My first song came out, and it sold millions of copies. I had hit after hit. I moved out of the girls' apartment and into a mansion of my own. One day, I was sitting in the music room in my house when my assistant came in. "There's someone to see you," she said. "He says he's your father." I looked at her in shock. "Send him in," I said. The man walked in and ran to me. He gave me a big hug. "I'm your dad, Jenna," he said. Is he really my dad, or is he someone just after my money? I wondered. But then he said something that convinced me. "You get your voice from me. I'm a musician too." My dad came to live with me. We had a lot of time to make up for. I felt a bit awkward at first, but one evening we were sitting in the lounge after dinner and Dad turned to me. "Jenna, I don't suppose you'd like to sing with me?" he asked. "Yes, I'd love to," I said. I got my guitar and we began to sing together. Dad had a fantastic voice, and it felt so special spending time with him. That's when we really started to bond. I was so happy to be with my dad after all these years. But a few days later, my assistant came to me in my office. "I don't know how to tell you this," she said. "I saw your dad stealing some of your money and jewelry." "There must be an explanation," I told her. "I'll go ask my dad." I went through to the kitchen. Dad was sitting drinking a cup of coffee. "Is it true?" I asked. "Have you been stealing from me?" "You're just like your mother," he screamed. "I'm only taking what's rightfully mine. You owe me. Get out of my house," I shouted. I never want to see you again." Dad left the house. At first, I was quite sad and lonely, but at least I had something to look forward to. The following week, I had my first concert. It was actually on Mom's birthday. As I sat there thinking about it, I began to think about my mom. I really missed her. I know, I'm going to send her an invitation to my concert. She probably won't come because she hates singing, but you never know, I thought. The night of the concert, I went out onto the stage. Thousands of people were there. I sang all of my hit songs. As the lights came on at the end of the show, I saw my mom at the front, clapping and waving and smiling at me. I asked my assistant to bring my mom to my dressing room. A few minutes later, she walked into the room. "I've missed you so much, Mom. I didn't think you would come," I said. "I wouldn't miss it for the world." "I'm so proud of you," she replied. I was happy, but a thought kept on nagging me. "Why didn't you pay me fairly when I worked for you?" I asked. "I did it for you," she said. "I knew you had always wanted to be a singer, but felt obligated to take over my company. I made you hate me so you would leave the company and follow your dreams." I had never felt happier. I had a brilliant career, and I now realize I had the best mom in the world, too.
Jones, remove these snacks. I need a place to sit down.
June complained, but Jones totally ignored her, stuffing his face with the bowls of popcorn, chips, fruits, veggies, and hummus that he used to fill the whole sofa. June ran to the kitchen.
Mom, Jones won't create a space on the sofa for me, and our show is about to start. What show?
Her mom asked.
Don't you know, Mom? It's December with the Galingtons.
Her mom rolled her eyes, went to the living room, and removed all the snacks from the sofa. They carried them and sat down. The show began. What they didn't know was that this year, December with the Galingtons was going to change the lives of the whole world forever, theirs included. Hello, my name is Martha Galington, and today, I'm going to be telling you about my crazy rich life and how I became a millionaire without anybody's help, despite the fact that I was still a cute, tiny baby. Before we proceed, hit the like button if you ever want to become a millionaire. Subscribe and turn on post notifications if you ever want to become a billionaire. Now, let's continue. I will start from the very beginning, when I was just a fetus in my mother's belly. So grab a popcorn and enjoy the ride. My family had a popular reality show called The Galingtons, where they shared their whole life, like normal reality TV. Some parts of it were acted, but people knew and still loved the show. The Galingtons was the most popular reality TV show in the whole world, and this made my parents and their whole family millionaires quickly. But my story is about how I became a millionaire without their help. Just my cuteness and some life circumstances. Every December, my family ran a special set of episodes called December with the Galingtons. This particular show was unfiltered. There was no acting, and everything was shot raw. It was more like a live TV show with no editing or anything like that. Our audience loved this segment, and even people who usually didn't watch our show throughout the year always tuned in for this one. On the third day of our special show that year, something unexpected happened. My mother, Brenda Galington, the richest and most popular of all the Galingtons, who was pregnant with me at the time, got into a terrible argument with her brother-in-law, Smart Galington. He had taken on our family name when he married my aunt.
"You good-for-nothing fat woman!"
he reacted.
Me?
My mom asked.
If anyone is a good-for-nothing here, it's you. Freaking gold digger.
On hearing the words gold digger, which was the worst thing you could ever call Smart, he picked up his muscular hand and gave my mom a life-changing punch. He obviously reacted without thinking and didn't take into consideration the fact that he was punching a pregnant woman. The pain triggered some pregnancy complications, and in less than 5 minutes, my mother was on the floor, shaking, and as everyone tried to lift her up and get her to the hospital, everything was being recorded and the whole world was watching. With the way my mom was shaking, everybody had almost given up on both of us. Nobody believed we would survive the hospital visit. Fans gathered around the hospital and did vigils. People around the world were praying for us and posting it on social media. The whole world went on a standstill, hoping and waiting for us to come out safely. The cameramen were everywhere and got everything. Some were downstairs recording the fans. Some were in the hospital room recording my mother in terrible pain. Some were getting all the prayer videos from social media and compiling them for live TV while others followed and reported Smart as he was arrested and taken to prison. After one long week of painful labor, my mother finally gave birth to a beautiful baby girl. The delivery process was caught on live TV, and the whole world was elated. Everyone had suggestions for my name. Strange names like Survivor and Strong Woman were flying around. My mom ignored everyone and said,
I'll call you Martha because you've proven that you're unique, just like your late great-great-grandmother. You will be her namesake.
While we were still at the hospital, brands and businesses already started reaching out, saying they wanted to work with me. I was assigned a manager who negotiated the offers and got the best deals for me. Before leaving the hospital, I was already worth $10 million personally. A few weeks after leaving, it became $50 million. Everyone wanted to work with me. Born as the most popular baby in the whole world, I had to struggle with the advantages and disadvantages of living in luxury. One of these disadvantages was from my uncle's family. Smart had been arrested immediately after the assault and was sentenced to jail for attempted murder, and was supposed to spend 10 years in prison, but 5 years with good behavior for almost killing one of the most famous celebrities in the whole world and her baby. His family hated the Galingtons for ruining his life and swore to get back at us. And they did. The next year, during another month of December with the Galingtons, they were able to break into the house. Somehow, they were able to spray a gas that sent everyone in our house to sleep. Once we were all asleep, they took me and left the country. When I woke up, I was so scared and confused. I was surrounded by strange-looking men, all wearing black, and I didn't even know where I was. I started wailing.
Shut that baby up!
The scariest one screamed. This guy was so huge, he literally looked like the Hulk. One of them picked me up from the carton I was placed in and started trying to cradle me. He smelled like sweat, smoke, and fear. I cried even more. He kept trying to keep me quiet, even got me a lollipop, but the more he tried, the more I cried. He got tired and wrapped a dirty cloth around my mouth, muffling my cries, dropped me back in the carton with a blanket and said,
Now, be a good girl and you may just see your family again.
He winked and let out a loud laugh.
Nah, just kidding. You'll never see them again.
They all burst into laughter this time. Back at home, everyone had finally woken up. My mom walked drowsily to the nursery to pick me up, but I wasn't there. She immediately ran to the living room downstairs, hoping that someone in the family was holding me, but she couldn't find anyone. She found a letter instead.
Brenda, we've taken your dear Martha. Now you'll know what it feels like to lose someone. If you want to see your stupid baby again,
bring 10 billion to Venezuela. I will know when you arrive. I don't know how you're gonna do it, but I'm sure you can.
You're the richest person I know. Sell your house or something. You have 3 days.
My mom fainted and woke up in the hospital.
What? What's happening?
She asked, confused. My dad was holding her hand.
B, you know you're accident prone. You fainted and hit your head on a table. You started bleeding and we had to rush you here. I read the letter they dropped, and I've taken a loan from the bank. We'll figure out how to pay it back later. I'm leaving for Venezuela with a jet immediately. I don't think you should come with us. You need to rest. It will be very dangerous. We can't predict what will go down.
Mom laughed out loud.
You must be kidding. Get my clothes.
Dad smiled and got her clothes.
You're too stubborn, but I love you anyway. Now, let's go get our girl.
And with that, they left for Venezuela, Dad holding Mom and caressing her bandaged head. Immediately, they arrived at the private airport. A few guys surrounded them. One of them said,
Hand me the suitcase. We will only do that when our daughter is safely delivered to us.
My dad replied. The guy smirked.
You like to play, huh?
Another guy interrupted and said,
Follow me, sir and ma'am.
He led them into a black SUV and blindfolded them. My dad held on to the money suitcase for dear life. He didn't want anyone dragging it from his hands because he couldn't see a thing. The car later stopped and they were ushered into some place. The blindfolds were finally taken off and they realized that they'd been taken to a rooftop. Dean, Smart's elder brother, smirked at them.
Mr. and Mrs. Galington, richest couple in the world, right? Where's my money?
Where's my baby?
My mom asked.
Dean, what's all this about? We used to be friends. You didn't need to go this far. You can stop all this now, and we will forgive you for everything.
My dad tried, honestly concerned for Dean.
I want my baby!
My mom screamed.
Shut up, you two. Friends. Friends send each other to prison, right? Have you even cared to know just how our family has been surviving since you got him incarcerated? We're not friends. We will never be, so just be quiet. Hand me the money and you'll get Martha.
Sally, Smart's sister, came out from a hidden door. She was holding me. My mouth was still covered with a dirty cloth. My mom tried to run towards me, but Dean stopped her.
Money first,
he interjected. My mom grabbed the suitcase from my dad and ran towards Dean. She gave him the money and started running towards me, a huge, relieved smile on her face. Before she could get to me, though, I felt myself being swung. I was thrown from the roof of a skyscraper down to my death.
No!
My dad and mom screamed in unison, but before they could do anything, they were both shot twice in the chest and tumbled downward.
This is for Smart!
They screamed as they shot my only parents. The kidnappers followed a secret passageway that led to an underground tunnel. From there, they were able to sneak a few blocks away until they got to the spot where their car was parked. They got into the car and sped off, heading to the airport. On getting to the airport, they were confronted by the police, who handcuffed them and recovered the stolen money from them. The money was sent back to the bank. The kidnappers were arrested and sent back to the United States for questioning and trial. On the first day of trial, they all kept denying what they did.
What in the world makes you think that we could ever commit such an offense? She's our niece, for crying out loud. We could never hurt her.
Sally kept repeating.
But you can hurt her parents, shooting them twice in the chest?
Our lawyer asked. Sally rolled her eyes and said,
I could never hurt those fools, as much as they deserve it.
December with the Galingtons cameramen were covering the whole trial process, and the whole world was saying that the kidnappers should be hanged or electrocuted for killing their favorites.
Are you aware, Sally, that there were some cameramen that covered the whole incident? You were actually caught on camera killing a whole family.
Our lawyer asked again. Sally, Dean, and Michael looked at each other, sheer panic written on their faces. It took Sally a few seconds to regain her composure, but then she did and said,
Everyone knows reality TV shows are heavily edited. They can put anything in there.
Our lawyer laughed.
Even in December with the Galingtons? A live show? Come on, Miss Sally.
Of course.
Sally replied.
The technological advancements these days are crazy.
It was finally time to cross-examine Michael, the last brother and kidnapper, the evil dude who put a dirty cloth around my mouth to make me stop crying and the dumbest one in Smart's family. As he was about to speak, my parents came inside the courtroom carrying me. They were all unbelievably astounded.
What are you?
Are you ghosts? How are you alive? We killed you all!
There. Mr. Lawyer, I guess you have your confession.
My mom smiled and left with her family. Smart's siblings were convicted of conspiracy, breaking an entry, kidnapping a minor, extortion, armed robbery, and attempted murder. They were each given life sentences. Smart wasn't given a life sentence because he wasn't aware of the conspiracy. Apparently, the kidnappers didn't know that my parents were wearing bulletproof vests, so the bullets couldn't kill them because the vests stopped them. They also didn't know that my parents were wearing mics in their teeth, so the cops could hear everything. Immediately, the cops realized that my parents were at a rooftop. They suspected that someone would end up falling or being thrown off, most likely the baby, me. And so, they surrounded the building with a soft, bouncy foam. It was more like a bouncing castle outside the building. I fell right into this stuff, and I was saved. There was absolutely no scratch on my body. A cop gently picked me up, removed the dirty cloth from my mouth, and took me to my parents, who had gotten the bullets out of their vests. They were so happy, but my kidnappers had already fled.
Never worry, sir and ma'am. My team at the airport and all around have been informed. They're on the lookout. Your daughter's kidnappers will be arrested in no time.
We were all safe, sound, and without a scratch. But guess what the best part was? The whole world watched everything as it unfolded because it was December. This made me even more popular. I was on the news in every country. Netflix contacted my family. They wanted to make a movie out of my life, and they wanted me and my family to act out exactly how it happened. You know we accepted. We were paid millions upon millions. More brands wanted to work with me, and every interviewer wanted to hear my story, even as I grew up and got older. In a very short time, I moved from being worth millions to being worth billions. Did you enjoy my crazy story? Tell me your favorite part in the comments section. Please like and subscribe for more amazing content, and don't forget to watch another mind-blowing story on our channel. We have a lot of them. And that's it for me. Ciao for now. Ashley, would you turn that off and stop screaming at the top of your lungs? Your dad just got back from work and he's taking a nap.
Sorry, Mom, I said as I turned down the radio.
One of these days, I'm gonna break that radio into pieces.
I heard Dad say as his heavy footsteps went past my bedroom. Dad hated it when I sang. I didn't understand why when everyone else said I had a beautiful voice. Some even called it angelic. I won countless singing competitions at school, but whenever I came home with a trophy, he threw it in the trash, saying I was wasting my time. My family was not rich. Dad was a construction worker while Mom stayed at home taking care of everyone.
You need to focus on your grades. Forget about all this singing.
He'd always say. Dad might as well have told me to stop breathing. Singing was my life, and my dream was to become a famous music star. Do you want your dream to come true? Please like this video and subscribe to this channel. Then hit that notification bell and see what happens.
Hey, what are you always writing in there?
Surely, a girl in my class stood over my desk. It's none of your business, I said and quickly closed my notebook.
But I want to see,
she said as she took the notebook from me. Stop it! I tried to snatch it back, but it was too late. She was already reading it out loud to the whole class.
I was born with golden lips,
she read in a high-pitched voice.
Oh my God, is this a love poem? Aw, our sweet Ashley is in love.
The whole class laughed.
Actually, it's a song. I heard her sing it. It's really nice.
My best friend Lucas said, and my face instantly turned into a tomato. I had a huge crush on him, and I'd die if he found out. I had no idea you were listening, I said shyly.
I was, and it was so cool. Come on, sing it for the whole class.
He dared me. What? No way.
I bet she's not even that good.
Shirley rolled her eyes. Actually, I am, I said confidently. I stood up and took a deep breath. The whole class now quiet, all their attention focused on me. When I started to sing, the class went silent. I was so lost in the moment, I didn't notice that Lucas was recording the whole thing. When I was done singing, the whole class erupted in cheers.
That was amazing. Don't forget me when you become famous.
If only my dad felt the same. I sat back in my seat feeling sad and defeated.
Ashley, you won't believe who commented on your video.
Lucas ran into class excited. He was referring to the video of me singing in class a few days earlier. He uploaded it to his Instagram page and the video went viral. Who is it?
It's Maria Lopez. Isn't she your idol?
What? Let me see. Maria was a famous pop star. She had millions of fans over the world, me included. I couldn't believe my eyes when I read her comment. She's asking me to reach out to her.
Are you going to?
Are you kidding? Of course. In fact, I'll do it right now. I answered while typing a reply to Maria's comment on the video. Later that day, Maria replied with an invite to her studio. I was on cloud 9.
Your hands are shaking,
Lucas said as we sat waiting for Maria. I'm so nervous. I can't believe I'm about to meet my idol.
Hey, Ashley, right?
Maria waved as she walked into the room. A guy with a camera followed right behind her. I was starstruck and I struggled to get any words out. I still can't believe this is happening. She smiled kindly and shook her hands.
You better believe it because we've got work to do. How do you feel about singing in a professional studio?
Right now?
Yes, right now. Unless you're not ready.
She's ready. Right, Ashley?
Lucas held out his hand for me and I took it.
Oh, you guys are so cute together.
We walked inside the studio where a few people were busy setting up.
So, do you have a song in mind?
How about I sing one of yours? She looked unsure.
I don't know. My songs are pretty hard to sing for a beginner.
Ashley can sing anything.
I had no idea Lucas was such a fan of my singing. Thanks, Lucas.
Okay, if you're sure, just pick a song from my new album and let's hear it.
As I began singing, I could see the doubt on Maria's face, but about a minute into the song, her eyes widened. When I was done singing, the people inside the studio stood up and clapped.
That was incredible! I'm so glad you came today. I'm going to make you a star.
What do you mean?
I want you to join my record label. I have to talk to a few people, but I'm sure they'll love you just as much as I do. What do you say?
Yes. I mean, it's totally up to Ashley.
Lucas made everyone laugh. I couldn't believe that my dream was coming true, and much earlier than I expected. I should have been jumping up and down with joy, but the thought of breaking the news to my parents terrified me. Dad had made it clear that pursuing a music career was out of the question.
Ashley? I expected much more excitement.
Maria, this has been my dream ever since I was a little girl.
Then why don't you look happy?
My parents, Dad especially, they'll never agree to it.
I can try and talk to them for you.
I knew it was a long shot, but I didn't have much choice, so I agreed to bring my parents to meet Maria the next day. When Lucas and I got to my house, Mom was preparing dinner. Mom, is Dad home yet? I need to talk to both of you.
Is everything all right, dear?
Yeah, everything's great actually. I couldn't hide my huge smile. A few minutes later, Mom and Dad sat on our living room couch waiting for me to speak. I crossed my fingers and told them about my eventful afternoon meeting with Maria. I was so nervous, my palms were so sweaty. She offered me a record deal. She's gonna make me famous.
Absolutely not. I can't believe you went behind our backs and met with that evil woman.
Maria's not evil, Dad. I'm very lucky that she wants to help me. Please, just meet her and hear what she has to say about my future. As soon as I said that, I knew I made a huge mistake.
Your future? What does she know about your future? Is she your mother now? Are we not doing enough for you that you have to go and trust a stranger with your future?
But she's really good, Mr. Stencil. Watch this video and see for yourself.
I'm not watching any videos.
Dad snatched Lucas's phone and threw it across the room. Lucas, I'm so sorry. You can have my phone, I said in between sobs. I was so angry at Dad's outburst, but I was angrier at my mom's silence during the whole thing. How could she let Dad get out of control like that? I resented them both. You know I'm turning 18 in a week. You can't stop me from signing the deal, I said defiantly.
What did you just say?
Dad looked like an enraged bull. I said I'll be 18 soon. You can't control me anymore.
Get out, now! You think you're all grown up and you don't need us anymore? Leave now!
But where is she going to go?
Mom looked horrified.
I don't care. She clearly thinks she's better than us, so let her go live her fancy life.
And that, my friends, is how I found myself back at Maria's studio with nothing but a bag full of clothes and my notebook. Maria was shocked to see me there, but she promised to do everything she could to make me a star. She also welcomed me to live with her. On my 18th birthday and a day after graduation, I signed a multi-million record deal with Maria's Butterfly Records.
Ashley's first single will be out in a few weeks, so be on the lookout, guys.
She announced to her fans a few hours after we signed the deal. I had no idea how much work went into recording one single song. I was at the studio for hours every day, sometimes going late into the night. I was not allowed to reveal the name of the song until it was released. One morning, Maria and I were having breakfast when something on the radio caught my attention.
Coming up next is Ashley Stencil with her debut single, I Was Born with Golden Lips.
Hey, that's my song! I exclaimed. I couldn't explain the feeling of hearing myself on the radio. I was so happy, but at the same time, so nervous. What if they hated my voice? I'd seen celebrities quickly rise to fame only for them to come crashing down. Turns out I had nothing to worry about. I Was Born with Golden Lips received so much praise. It became an instant fan favorite. Radio stations played the song every day for weeks. It felt like a dream. I was invited to countless interviews and radio shows. They called me the girl with the golden lips. A few weeks after my song came out, I had more money than I knew what to do with. Maria introduced me to all the right people. She helped me hire a manager, a hair and makeup artist, a stylist, and a few other people who did almost everything for me. I also moved out of Maria's house into my own, thanks to my now very fat bank account. Life was great. I was still getting used to the fact that I had fans now. People recognized me when I walked outside. They asked to take selfies with me. They even asked me to sign some autographs. Can you believe that?
You're here!
Lucas shouted when I walked into my former high school's auditorium. In a few hours, it was going to be the venue of my very first live show. Being back there was emotional for me. Months had gone by and I still hadn't spoken to my parents. Hey, I have to go get ready for the show. You'll be here, right?
I wouldn't miss it. I can't wait to see you on stage.
He gave me a quick kiss and left. Oh, did I forget to tell you? Lucas was my boyfriend now, much to my fans' delight. They even nicknamed us Cashly.
Aw, you guys are so cute. #couple goals.
Maria teased me. She was on the stage doing a sound test. Don't start. So is everything set up for tonight?
Yes, you'll be first on stage, then I'll join you after you sing your first song. Are you nervous?
Yes, but I'm ready. I just wish my mom was here tonight. Maria looked like she wanted to say something but stopped herself at the last minute. Was Maria keeping a secret? Keep watching to find out. Hours later, the school auditorium was full of eager fans. I was backstage with Lucas, who was just as nervous as I was.
You'll do great. Now go.
I let go of his hands and walked on stage. The crowd went wild, and I had to wait a few minutes before I could start singing. When I started singing, all of my nerves fled. I was so caught up in the moment, I didn't notice that someone else had walked onto the stage and was singing with me. It's only when the song ended that I opened my eyes and I saw the person standing next to me. Mom? What are you doing here? The crowd went wild.
I thought you could use a backup singer.
Oh, Mom, it's so good to see you. Guys, this beautiful woman on stage with me is my mom. Wasn't she great? I embraced Mom and the roar of the crowd was deafening. It was Maria's time to come up on stage, so Mom and I went backstage. A very excited Lucas was waiting for us. Mom, how did you get on the stage?
When Lucas told me about your show, we came up with the idea of surprising you.
I spoke to Maria about it, and she made it happen.
So that's what she was hiding. We stayed for Maria's performance, then I invited my mom to my house after the show ended. When we arrived at my house, Mom couldn't hide her surprise.
Wow, this is where you live? It's so big.
I'm making a lot of money now, Mom. I smiled uncomfortably. After a few minutes of awkward silence as my mom looked around my home, we finally sat down to talk. So, how's Dad?
Your dad and I are getting a divorce.
Lucas excused himself and left the room. Oh, Mom, I'm so sorry.
Don't be. I should have left him a long time ago. I wanted to be a singer just like you know. I had so many songs written down.
I didn't know that.
When you were a little girl, you found my notebook stored in my closet. In the notebook were the words to I Was Born with Golden Lips. You copied that song to your notebook and started to memorize it. It was the first song I ever wrote.
What? Why didn't you ever record it?
Your dad didn't like it when I sang, so I stopped. After you were born, I told him I was thinking of starting a music career, and he got so angry. He threatened to leave us.
It's not too late, Mom. Do you still have your notes?
Yes, I do. Why?
Because I want us to do a song together. You saw how much the crowd loved your voice. Mom's face lit up.
Oh, Ashley, you have no idea how long I've been dreaming of this.
During the weeks that followed, Mom moved in with me and we started recording our song. I can't wait for you guys to hear what Mom and I came up with. Hit that notification bell. You don't want to miss it.
Hi there, my name is Angela, and I was born in a small house in the kingdom of Edopia. My dad worked at the local mill and my mom stayed home growing flowers that she would later go and sell. I also had a little sister named Philippa, who was totally adorable. Things had always been rough for us and we barely scraped by, but we were always there for each other. I didn't mind it when I was a child, but as I grew older, I began to notice stuff. Like one day, my mom made us dolls made out of cloth. My sister was thrilled, while I was there pouting.
Angela, what's wrong, honey? Don't you like it?
Daisy has better ones. They're such tiny China dolls, Mom, and so pretty. Her parents are the best.
Honey, Daisy's dad works as a horseman for the king. We could never afford those. But the best thing about these are that they'll never break.
Eventually, my parents coaxed me out of it, and I also understood that it couldn't be helped. When I was 16, one day I was walking home near the town square when I saw that there was a crowd of people trying to watch something. I was tall, but there were so many people that it was difficult to see. I tried to jump to see over their heads. No luck. I found a barrel of wine near a cart and I climbed over it, finally managing to see a fancy carriage, unlike anything that I had ever seen before. It was something out of those fairy tale books, like that carriage made out of a magical pumpkin in Cinderella. There was a girl around my age looking around and waving at the crowd. Who is that?
You don't know? That is the Princess of Ethiopia.
What's she doing here?
Why, visiting the village, of course.
I was stunned by her appearance. I had never seen such a luxurious-looking gown. Her tiara was the shiniest thing that I had ever seen. Everyone was showering her with praises. She looked so good that I was jealous. I wanted what she had. I went home with the images of the princess fresh in my brain. Mom, my gown is old and patched up and my shoes are worn. Can I get new ones?
Of course, Angela.
I'll get them tomorrow.
Can I get better ones this time? Like the ones that the princess wears?
I'm afraid we can't get you those, as they cost more than a year of our earnings.
I was super mad. How come some people had everything they wanted in the world and others had almost nothing? It's not fair. I ran to my room, tears streaming down my cheeks. I wished I had been born at the palace. Then I would have all the jewels and gowns in the world.
Big sister, what's the matter?
I hurriedly wiped my tears away and smiled at Philippa, but she had already seen them. Nothing, I'm fine.
Are you crying because Mom won't get you pretty things?
She had probably heard our conversation earlier. It's not Mom's fault, and hey, isn't it past your bedtime? I dreamt I was sinking into inferno, except the feeling was all too real. I opened my eyes. I was in someone else's bed, and the mattress was so thick I was actually sinking deeper into it with every second. I sat up and my eyes widened. Where was I? Why was I in this room? Had I been kidnapped? My wonder got the better of my panic as I was stunned to see the luxuries around me. I was in this huge room with marble flooring and tapestries on the walls. Suddenly, the doors burst open and I armed myself with whatever I could use as a weapon, which in this case was a stick beside the fireplace. They looked like servants, and they came to me asking,
Your Highness, what would you like to have for breakfast?
Your Highness? When did that happen? I ran to the mirror in the room and looked at my reflection. I looked exactly like the princess that I had seen yesterday. What was going on? I was panicking again. No. This can't be happening. I didn't ask for this.
Your Highness, are you quite well?
I am not the... As confused as I wasn't about to let this chance go and tell them that I wasn't the princess. So I kept my mouth shut. I was served breakfast. No, it wasn't breakfast. It was a whole feast. Breakfast? In bed? Really?
As usual.
Oops. He looked way too suspicious for my comfort. After that, I raided the princess's wardrobe, trying out all the gowns, shoes, and jewels one after another. It felt wrong going through someone else's things, but technically, I was the princess now, and they were mine. I could finally have everything in the world. While I was doing that, a servant approached me.
Your Highness, it's almost time for your lessons to begin.
What lessons?
What do you mean?
Yes, of course, the lessons. I definitely know what you're talking about. The servant looked at me strangely, then left. I wiped my brow. That was close. I'd been thinking that her life was all play and no work, but it now seemed that I might have been wrong. I followed the servant into a room with several tutors. The king was there as well. I could tell because he had a big crown on his head.
Come now, let's show your father that posture we've been working on. I told him how excellently you've been doing and he wanted to see.
One of the tutors came up ahead and placed a whole stack of books right on my head. I didn't even know what to do.
Go on, walk.
I walked slowly, very carefully, so that the books wouldn't fall. But of course, they did. Right after I had taken 2 steps, they toppled to the ground. I looked at them fearfully.
Maybe she's just nervous because you are watching, Your Majesty. Let's give her another chance.
She placed the books on my head once more, and they fell over again, and again, and again. The king looked at me with disappointment in his eyes.
You are a disgrace to the family. I can't even look at you.
And he left the room with his advisors. I had never felt more insulted. Over the next few days, I failed at everything I did. I fell so many times while horse riding that my body was covered in bruises. I couldn't dance. I couldn't even curtsy properly. People began to notice the odd behavior, and there were whispers everywhere I went. Even the servants were whispering about me.
And that there is their heir to the throne. Princess, I could do a better job than her. So improper. No etiquettes at all. It's as if she was raised in a barn with animals.
Everyone was talking behind my back. Word spread that the Princess of Adopia doesn't know the first thing about being a proper princess. I wonder what will happen to the kingdom. Oh my god. I was sick of it. In 1 week, I had had my fill. All the luxuries did not compensate for the trouble and mockery I was going through. I missed my family. They had always been nice to me and had never made me feel bad about myself, unlike the mean king. So I decided to go back. I went to my village cottage, very excited to see my parents after so long. What I saw next blew my mind. I stood there at the window, my jaw hanging open as I saw myself staring back at me. She was seated at the dinner table while my parents, dressed as servants, served me. Or rather, someone who looked like me with all sorts of things that they had never given me. The girl who had stolen my body looked up and saw me. She grinned evilly. Suddenly, she turned to my parents.
Why do these crumpets have so much butter on them? I told you to put less butter. Look at them. They're pulling.
Angela, don't be angry. I'll make new ones right now.
It was my mom. I couldn't believe that she was being treated this way by her. I had a hunch that it was the princess. She then turned to my father.
Did you bring it?
Of course, only the best for my baby girl.
He showed her a dress, which was obviously no match for what the princess wore, but it was still expensive and way better than anything that he had ever gotten me. What the heck? How had she manipulated them into doing this for her?
Don't you know I hate pink? I can't wear this. Go and change it.
Okay, don't get angry. It's not healthy. I'll go and have this changed right now. Don't worry.
What on earth? I had been nice and kind to them all my life, and they had never done nice things for me. And here she was being all rude and mean to them, and they rewarded her like she was the best daughter. I was so mad, I almost barged in. When both my parents were gone to get her the things that she asked for, she turned to Philippa.
What you got there? Can I see?
Philippa handed her the doll that Mom had made for us all those years ago. She couldn't even sleep without it. She took the doll from her and tore it completely.
This is trash. You're too old to play with this. Now shoot!
That was it. The last straw. She had tested my patience. Who did she think she was? Bullying my little sister? I barged inside. What do you think you're doing?
I'm doing what you did. Stealing your life.
I didn't do anything. I don't know what happened.
Like I would believe you. You're obviously a little witch. I am going to ruin your life.
I was angry at her, but I was also angry at my parents. Why were they being so nice to her? Why did they allow her to bully Philippa? I opened my mouth to threaten her with my new status as the princess, but right at that moment, the carriage horseman showed up.
Your Highness, the king wants you to be at the castle in time for the royal ball.
I looked at her. I'll be back. While my heart sank at the mention of another ball. More people to mock me whenever I tripped while dancing. More whispers behind my back. I was so nervous about the evening, I stood at the side without partaking in the dance.
Your Highness, the king requests for your presence.
I looked at the servant. Now?
Yes, Your Highness.
I hurriedly made my way towards him, which was a big mistake on my part. I tripped badly and was about to fall face first on the floor when an arm grabbed me by the wrist, and I stared up into the most gorgeous eyes I had ever seen. I was completely mesmerized.
Are you okay?
I broke out of my daze and blushed. I'm fine. Thanks for catching me.
Not a problem.
Then I went on my way. I found out that he was the prince from the neighboring kingdom, and his name was Charles. I could swear his eyes were on me the entire evening. After a while, I saw him coming towards me. My heart had never beat this fast in all my life.
Would you care for a dance?
And even though I was scared to, in fear that I might trip, I said yes. I had never been so taken by a boy before. As we danced, I stepped on his toes several times, but he didn't point it out, which was so nice of him. Sorry, I'm not much of a dancer. We didn't really have any balls back in the village.
Pardon me?
I cursed under my breath. I couldn't slip up like that again. Do you like to dance?
Not very much so. I would pick archery or horse riding over dancing any day.
We talked, and danced and drank punch, and danced again. This was the best evening since I'd arrived at the palace. After that, we began to see each other regularly. We would go on these long romantic walks, holding hands. I was falling in love with him. He was so kind, even to the servants. Unlike most of the royals I had been around, things were going great. One day, Charles showed up with flowers and looked into my eyes.
I'm falling in love with you, Anastasia.
Oh, Anastasia. I felt sick at the pit of my stomach. He wasn't in love with me. He was in love with her.
She is not Princess Anastasia!
Came a booming voice, and there she was, her in my body. How had she gotten here?
She is nothing but a fraud, a liar, and a cheat!
She pointed at me and then looked at Charles.
You're in love with me, not her!
Hey, shut up! I yelled, but she pounced at me. Thank goodness Charles was there to shield me behind him. The guards arrived and dragged her away. She was still screaming and struggling as they did so.
Are you all right?
I'm fine.
What a clown.
I had had enough. I was sick of living a lie and pretending to be someone else. So I decided to come clean. She was telling the truth. I'm not the princess. I'm just a common village girl. My name is Angela.
What do you mean by that?
Charles was confused. So I told him everything. I knew he would hate me for lying and pretending. I knew he would never love a commoner like me. With tears in my eyes, I ran to the royal bedchambers. I had fooled Charles into loving me. I was pure evil. I wished I could turn back time somehow. The next morning, I woke up with pain in my back. I looked around me and realized that I was in my old bed at the village. How did this happen? Did the spell get reversed somehow? There was someone crouching by my bedside. someone who looked scary with a hood over their head.
I am sorry. I have to bring you back.
Who are you? They took off their hood, and I was shocked to see that it was none other than my sister Philippa. You did this? But how? She put a finger over her lips, gesturing for me to stay.
Shh. It was because you were crying that day. You needed to see the other side of the picture, too.
I didn't know what or who my little sister was, but she had indeed taught me an important lesson. Mom, Dad, it's me. I'm back.
Angela, what's wrong? What do you need?
They all came running into the room, and I giggled as I pulled them all into a big family hug. Nothing, I'm just happy to be here. My family breathed a sigh of relief, having me back to my normal self once again. It turned out that Princess Anastasia had been acting crazy. The village doctor had advised them to let her have her way. I happily settled down into my old life once again. One day, I was picking flowers to sell later when I looked up to see Prince Charles. What are you doing here? How did you find me?
That's not important. I want you to come back home with me. I returned today.
But don't you love Anastasia?
If I loved her, I wouldn't be standing here right now, would I? I always knew you weren't Anastasia. I have known her for years.
I was shocked. He had known all along? So you don't love her?
No, I love you. Come home with me.
I can't. My family's here. I refused. So he promised to come back when we were a little older. And he actually did. We are married now and even have an adorable baby. I actually became a real princess. The best thing about it all is that my family moved into his palace with me as well. But what I will never know is how my little sister pulled that off. I wandered the streets alone, as I did every day. My life was pretty miserable. I was homeless and didn't have a penny to my name. The only clothes I owned were the ones I was wearing. I really couldn't imagine how things could get any worse. Then a car came around the corner and drove straight through a huge puddle on the side of the road. Water sprayed up and soaked me from head to toe. I stood there dripping wet, watching as the driver drove off, laughing. Well, if you think that is bad, wait until you find out what happens to me at the end of the story. I carried on walking. I had no choice. I had to get back to where I was going to sleep for the night. When I got there, I curled up under a piece of cardboard and tried to go to sleep, but it was impossible. My stomach was rumbling because I hadn't eaten all day, and I was shivering because of the wet clothes. I had never felt so sad in all of my life. That's when I decided I was going to do whatever it took to turn my life around. I didn't want to live on the streets a moment longer. The first thing I need to do is get a job. Once I have a job, then I'll be able to get a place to stay. I knew it wouldn't be easy to get a job, but I was determined. So when I heard that a local company was hiring people, I decided I would apply. I was so happy when I found out that I had got an interview, but then I realized I didn't have anything to wear. My heart sank. There was no way that they would give me a job if I turned up in my old scruffy clothes. One of the other girls that lived on the street saw that I was looking sad and came over to me.
What's up, Julie?
I've got an interview for a job.
What? That's fantastic news. So why are you looking so unhappy?
Because I don't have anything to wear. They'll never give me the job if I turn up looking like this.
Don't you worry about that. I have a clean suit that I keep for special occasions. You can borrow it.
Are you serious?
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God, you are a lifesaver. I was so nervous when I went for the interview. I was sweating and could hardly get my words out. So you can imagine how surprised I was when they told me I had got the job. Really? Are you serious?
Yes, we would like you to start on Monday. Is that okay?
Yes, definitely. See you on Monday. That was the day my life changed forever. I loved my new job and I worked really hard. It wasn't long before I had my first promotion. I worked my way up the ladder until eventually, after 5 years working there, they offered me the position of manager. I never forgot my time living on the streets, though. I was determined to never be in that situation again. Of course, with becoming a manager, I got a big pay raise too. I remember picking up my first paycheck as a manager. I couldn't believe how many zeros there were. I've got all this money now, I think I deserve something nice. I'm going to treat myself to dinner in a fancy restaurant. I put on my best clothes and went to the restaurant in town. I spent ages reading through the menu, wondering what I should order. That's when I saw it. Melt-in-your-mouth steak covered in gold flakes. Wow, gold flakes! I have to try that. When the waiter brought my meal, I couldn't believe it. There were actually real gold flakes on top of the steak. I took a bite and savored the flavor. Oh my god, that is seriously the most delicious thing I've ever tasted. After that, I ordered gold flakes on every meal I ate. I couldn't get enough of the stuff. I ate it every single day on anything and everything. Some days I didn't even eat anything with the gold flakes. I just ate the gold. But soon I wasn't satisfied with just eating gold when I went out to a restaurant. I wanted it at home too. I found out about this luxury supermarket that sold only the most expensive foods. I felt sure that they would have gold flakes. Straight after work, I went there. I didn't have anyone to share my life with. I really wanted to meet someone, but as I spent all my time working, I didn't really have a social life. I had basically given up on the idea of ever meeting someone when something happened to change all that. It was one of those random things that happened for no reason. You see, I always ate my lunch in my office because that way I could work whilst I ate. But one day I arrived at work, and when I got out of my car, it started raining really heavily. I ran to the office, and on the way, I slipped and my lunchbox fell out of my hand and the contents scattered all over the floor. No! Now I'll have to go to the cafeteria for lunch. I was so annoyed with myself. I hated wasting time when I could be working. So anyway, I went down to the cafeteria, and that's when I saw him. He was standing in the queue just in front of me. As I picked up a tray, he turned around and gave me a smile.
Hi, it's Julie, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I'm Darren. I work in accounts.
Oh, hi. Pleased to meet you.
Why don't you come and join me for lunch?
Oh, thank you. Yes, I will. I took my tray of food and went and sat at the table with Darren. We chatted, and he was so interesting to talk to and funny too. I couldn't believe it when I looked at my watch and realized I had spent an hour over lunch. I'm sorry. I have to go. I have so much work to do.
Okay, maybe we can get lunch together again tomorrow?
I was about to tell him that I didn't usually eat lunch in the cafeteria when something stopped me. Yes, that would be nice. So after that, I stopped taking my lunch from home. I spent every day having lunch with Darren and getting to know him. It wasn't long before I had fallen in love with him. But I wasn't sure if he felt the same way about me. Maybe he just wanted to be friends. But then, one day, we had finished our lunch, and I was about to go back to my office when he turned to me.
I was thinking, actually, I was wondering, how about we grab some dinner this evening?
Yes, that would be nice. Where do you want to go?
We could go to that fancy restaurant in town if you like.
Okay, I'll meet you there at 7 o'clock. I was so happy that he suggested we go there because I knew that I would be able to get my gold flakes there. I arrived at 7 o'clock and Darren was already there.
Julie, over here. I thought we could have a drink before we ordered food.
I sat down at the bar next to Darren. The waitress brought over the menu and I started looking through. Where is it? I can't see it. I scanned the menu, searching up and down each page, but it was nowhere to be seen. I called the waiter over. Excuse me, where's the steak dish with the gold flakes on?
Oh, I'm sorry. We took it off the menu because no one ever ordered it, probably because it was too expensive.
Panic started building up inside of me until I felt like I was going to explode. What am I going to do? I didn't bring any gold flakes from my stock at home and I haven't had any all day. I started to hyperventilate. I could tell that Darren was beginning to get concerned about me.
What's wrong, Julie?
I couldn't answer him. My throat was all choked up and the words wouldn't come out. I just stood up and ran out of the restaurant. I just ran and ran. I didn't even think to call a cab or get a train home. All I had on my mind was to run home as fast as I could so that I could get to my gold flakes. My hand was shaking so much that I could hardly get my key into the keyhole. Finally, I managed to turn the lock and push the door open. I ran into the kitchen and grabbed my box of gold flakes. I began munching and munching on them. I didn't stop until they were all gone. When I finally swallowed the last one, a sudden feeling of nausea swept through my body. The next thing I knew, everything turned black, and I passed out. When I woke up, I didn't know where I was. I could hear sounds of machines beeping and people talking. I opened my eyes and looked around me. I'm in a hospital. How did I get here? Then I noticed Darren sitting on a chair on the other side of the room. When he realized that I was awake, he came over and stood beside my bed. How did I get here? What happened?
When you ran out of the restaurant without a word, I was worried about you. I decided to follow you home to make sure you were all right. When I got to your apartment, the door was wide open, and when I went inside, I found you passed out on your kitchen floor.
I felt so embarrassed that he had seen me like that. I didn't know what to say to him. I was just about to try to think up some excuse when the doctor came in.
I'm pleased to see you awake. You're a very lucky young woman. If this man hadn't brought you in here, I don't know what would have happened.
Don't say that. You're scaring me.
Well, you should be scared. What you have been doing to yourself is very dangerous. Your immune system is failing. You have to stop eating gold and start eating healthily, or you will kill yourself.
I was so shocked when I heard what the doctor said. I knew that I had probably been overdoing it a bit with the gold flakes, but I had no idea that I was harming myself. I'm not sure that I can stop. I really am addicted to gold.
Don't worry, Julie. I will help you. Together, we will get you through this.
I smiled at Darren gratefully. Thank you. You're such a good person, but I'm not sure I'm strong enough.
We will give you a plan to help wean yourself off the gold. If you take it slowly and eat plenty of fruit and vegetables, you will be able to do it.
So that's what I did. Every day I would eat less and less gold flakes. I started out by just reducing the amount I had every meal. Then I started eating 1 meal a day with no gold flakes at all. Finally, after about a month, I went a whole day without eating any gold flakes at all. I did it!
Oh, Julie, I'm so proud of you. I love you so much.
I couldn't have done it without you by my side. You are my rock.
I'm going to be by your side for the rest of your life if you want me.
I do want you. Darren suddenly looked at me very seriously. Then the next thing he did was put his hand into his pocket and take out a box.
I've been waiting for the right time to give you this.
Then he opened the box and got down on one knee.
Julie, will you marry me?
I gasped. Inside the box was the biggest diamond ring I had ever seen. Yes, I will marry you. I never ate any gold flakes ever again. Darren and I got married and we settled down to a normal life without any addictions. I realized that I had probably been so obsessed with eating gold because of my fear of going back to being homeless. Once Darren came into my life, I finally felt safe. I knew that with him by my side, everything would be all right.
You might be sitting here right now thinking you're the most ordinary person in the world, but do you know that might not be the case? Maybe you haven't found your thing yet, but when you do, you'll be amazed. I'm about to tell you how I discovered my amazing gift and what happened next. But before I continue, I'd love it if you could hit that like button and subscribe to this cool channel. Don't forget to hit that notification bell too. Thanks! My parents realized that I wasn't ordinary by the time I was 2 years old. It happened when my mom left me and my twin brother Herman at my older brother's music school because she had a quick errand. The music teacher was okay with it because he was cool like that. My older brother George was about 6 years old when he was playing hot cross buns over and over again. Then he got frustrated and left the room. I got up, went to the piano chair, and started playing one of Chopin's waltzes. I continued playing until my mom got back. She stood there with the music teacher. Both of their jaws dropped. My mom asked the music teacher,
You taught her to play that?
No, I thought you did. I left the room for a while, and when I got back, she was just there, playing like a pro. She might be a prodigy. Well, she definitely is. I'd advise you to get some more instruments and see what she'll do with them.
I stopped playing and stuck my tongue out at them. Well, obviously, I don't remember any of this. That's the story my mom gave me. A few years later, I had my own piano and I played like a master who had many years of experience. I also played the flute, violin, and marimba for fun. I could pretty much pick up any instrument and master it immediately with very little practice. I started performing at little shows and then big concerts. I became known as the cute, tiny prodigy. Meanwhile, it seemed that my twin brother was just an ordinary child. One night, I overheard my parents speaking about it and they sounded concerned.
Do you think something like that happened in the womb? Maybe Eliani has the intelligence of 2 people.
My dad said.
But that would mean that Herman has none. And he does. Eliani is just so gifted that it makes him seem dumb, but he isn't. He's just ordinary.
I looked behind me and Herman had been standing there the whole time. He started crying.
They like you more than me,
he said. No, it's not that. Anyway, who cares what they think? I think you're the perfect brother. Please don't be sad. He smiled a bit, then we went to play a game. Although we were different, we were still best friends and mostly inseparable. Our favorite place was a little treehouse in the garden that my dad had built for us. We'd go there whenever we had some free time. We filled it with toys, cushions, and one time, we even stole a puppy and hid him there for a while. Well, one afternoon, we decided we would play tug of war in there. We got a huge rope and went to the opposite ends of the treehouse. We pulled and pulled, then suddenly my brother lost his grip. I had been standing right by the door, which was open. When he dropped the rope, I fell out of the treehouse onto the grass below. Ah! I screamed.
Eliani, no! I'm so sorry! Are you okay?
No, I think my leg is broken. Herman ran to call our parents, who immediately called the ambulance. It was my first time riding in one, and although I was in extreme pain, I was excited. I had to spend a few days in the hospital, and it sucked. Have you ever tasted hospital food? It's the absolute worst. Anyway, while I was healing, I became extremely bored because, well, hospitals are boring. My mom brought me my flute, and I would sit in bed practicing. The other patients seemed to enjoy my mini concerts, and those who could walk would come over to listen to me sometimes. One day, a well-dressed man, who didn't look sick at all, stood by my door as I played the Ebert Concerto. When I was finished, he smiled and clapped and clapped.
Wow, that's wonderful! You're an amazing child!
He said, "Thank you," I replied and smiled shyly. He left the room, and the nurse who had been in the room at the time looked at me with a shocked expression on her face.
Do you know who that was?
She asked. Just some man in a suit.
That's Peter Nudell. He's a billionaire.
What's a billionaire doing in a hospital like this?
Silly child. His wife broke her arm, and this was the closest one they could get to.
I fell asleep soon after that conversation and forgot all about it. Until the next day, when Peter visited with his wife.
I brought my wife to listen to this talented prodigy. She didn't believe me when I told her all about you.
He said, beaming. Okay. I smiled and continued playing my song. She sat next to me and looked at me like I was some kind of alien. When I was done playing, she put her hand on my shoulder.
You really are amazing, Eliani. By the way, my name is Anne. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Hi, Anne, I said, and I put my hand on her cast. Suddenly, her eyes opened wide like they were about to pop out.
My arm! It doesn't hurt anymore. Nurse, can you take this cast off?
I don't think that's the best idea.
Take it off.
The nurse followed her orders, and Anne began to move her arm around. She smiled and looked at me.
Honey, I don't think you're just a prodigy. I think you have gifted hands. They have healing powers.
Darling, I think you're getting a bit carried away.
Well, why don't you see if it works on somebody else? You always doubt everything I say, Peter.
I thought Anne was a bit crazy for real, but out of curiosity, I touched my own broken leg for a while, then removed my hands. I wiggled my toes and tried to move my leg. It moved. When my cast was taken off, I could walk like normal, and I had no pain. Wow, you're right, Anne.
I told you, Peter.
At that moment, my parents walked in. They spoke to me for a while and then looked at Peter and Anne like they were curious about why they were still standing there.
Listen, your daughter's hands are gifted. She has an extraordinary ability.
Peter said to my dad.
Thanks. I have a proposal. What? We want to buy her hands. You want to buy my daughter's hands? Are you even listening to yourself right now? How does $1 billion sound?
My parents stared at each other for a while.
Well, how would this arrangement work?
My mom asked.
She would need to live with us for a while. We want to give her a chance to cultivate her gift. She'd still be your daughter, though.
You want to take her away from us?
It's $1 billion, though. We could stop working. We'd have enough money to send the kids to college. They'd be set up for life. Now, future generations will be comfortable.
My dad said.
How long will she have to live away from us?
My mom asked Peter.
Maybe a year or two,
he replied.
We're going to let Eliani make this decision. Sweetheart, what do you want to do?
My mom asked me. I won't have to go to school anymore, and I'd be able to have anything I want?
That's right.
Will I get to see my brother whenever I want?
Of course.
Okay, well, then we can sell my hands. And that was how I sold my hands for $1 billion. By the next week, I said goodbye to my brothers and parents and went to live in the billionaire's mansion. They didn't have any children, and they let me have a whole floor of their house to myself. I had everything a girl could wish for, and I was able to visit my parents at any time, so I felt fine. Now, you have to know how billionaires think to understand what I went through in that house. The first week was perfect. I had servants, and I got anything I asked for. At the end of that week, Peter said that they were expecting guests and that he would like me to meet them. When the guests came over, I noticed that they all looked very sick. 2 had broken arms, and 1 had a broken leg.
So, Eliani, we'd like to see if your hands can heal internal illnesses as well as external ones. Put your hands on the people who just look sick, but you can't see what's broken.
Peter said. I walked up to a little old man and put my hands on him. After a few seconds, his eyes lit up.
I feel better. I honestly do feel better,
he said. After that, all the sick people lined up and I put my hands on them. They were all healed. After that day, Peter kept bringing people to the house for me to touch. I was getting tired of it and I was starting to miss school and just being a normal kid in a normal home. After another week of this, I expressed my feelings to Peter and Anne. I don't enjoy this and I want to go home. I'm tired of touching sick people.
Well, that's not the arrangement we made. You have to stay here for 2 more years, or we will take all our money back from your parents.
Peter said. I don't care. I'm sick of this.
That's not really our problem. Besides, your parents signed a contract, so legally, you have to stay.
Anne said. I got up and walked away. Later that night, I decided to walk to their room to try and talk to them some more. That was when I overheard Peter talking on the phone.
Yes, our special healing service starts at $100,000. This must be paid before we can book your appointment.
Whoa, so that's what they're doing? I'm just a money-making thing? I thought. I banged on the door and walked in. I want to go home now. If you don't drive me there right now, I will run away, I screamed.
No, you won't,
he said, and he picked me up. Hey, let me go. He carried me all the way downstairs into a basement. He put me in a chair, walked out of the room, and locked the door. I screamed and shouted all night, but they refused to let me out. The next day, there were at least 100 people at the house. Peter led them downstairs and told me I had to heal them. At this point, I was too afraid to scream or fight back. So I did what I was told. This went on for a while, and I was miserable. I couldn't understand why my parents hadn't checked on me at all. I would tell them everything I was going through, and they would take me home. Every day, I wished they would come, but I never saw them. Then one day after I healed about 20 people, there was a boy my age standing in front of me. He whispered,
It's me, Herman. I'm wearing a disguise. Just follow my lead.
He whispered. I was too shocked to say anything back.
Excuse me, Peter. I need some fresh air. Can we go outside?
He asked Peter loudly.
Sure.
Peter smiled. We walked up the stairs and into the garden. I couldn't believe how easy that was. How did you know I was in trouble?
I had a bad dream, and I saw you in the basement all alone and miserable. I told Mom and Dad, but they wouldn't believe me.
Have you dreamt other things before that were true?
All the time.
How come you never told anyone?
I don't know. I thought it was a normal thing. It didn't really make me feel special. Hey, look, Peter is coming, and I think he knows we're up to something.
Run! We held hands and pelted as quickly as we could. Peter was rich, but he wasn't fat, and he couldn't keep up with us. It took a while before we got home, and when we did, we collapsed in the middle of the living room.
Wow, what's wrong with you kids? Herman, why do you look like someone else's son?
My dad asked. We told him the whole story, and he looked alarmed, then afraid.
I'm so sorry I put you through this, my dear. Luckily, we're now billionaires. We can change our identities and run far away so that Peter will never find us.
Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. My dad motioned for us to go upstairs to hide. Then he opened the door. It was Peter.
Your daughter, where is she? What do you mean? I thought she was with you. She ran away with a boy earlier. I thought she came here. You lost my daughter? What? No!
My dad screamed at him until he left. Then he came upstairs to get us. We packed our bags that same night and disappeared without a trace. Now my twin brother and I are very quiet about our special abilities. Not many people know what we can do, and it's safer that way. Maybe one day we will make a major difference in the world, but for now, we're just trying to be kids.
Ew, Frank, why are you wearing that hideous outfit? I looked at Frank in disbelief.
That hideous thing is the school uniform. You should be wearing yours. Principal Hudson has already written me 3 warning letters.
Mom passed behind us with a basket of laundry. Well, he's gonna have to write a 4th because I wouldn't be caught dead in that. I went to grab an apple from the fruit basket on the kitchen counter, and then I noticed a tray of cupcakes. Whose cupcakes are these? My eyes sparkled.
Oh, Nikita dropped that off while you were in the shower for your birthday.
But my birthday isn't until next week.
Well, think of it as an early birthday present.
Sweet. I scooped up one of the cupcakes, bit into it, and told Mom that I was leaving for school. I strolled out of the house and met Nikita, my best friend, by the mailbox. Hey, Nikita, thanks for the cupcakes.
What cupcakes?
I didn't send any cupcakes.
Nikita, are you playing with me?
No, I'm not. I didn't send you anything.
The cupcake fell from my hand as I doubled over from a wave of nausea. Hi, my name is Felicity. Please like and subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to smash that notification bell so you can know when more amazing stories are out. Mom, it wasn't my fault that he ran into my fists. Maybe his parents should get his eyes tested. I folded my arms and smirked.
Felicity, you have to stop this. I can't keep taking time off from work to pick you up at school.
Then don't. I never asked you to. I watched as the large vein on the side of Mom's head thronged. Through gritted teeth, she warned,
The next time I hear anything negative about your behavior, we are moving you to another school with stricter protocol.
Yeah, whatever. I slid my headphones over my ears and went to my room. Mom and Dad never saw me when I was getting straight A's or bringing home trophies from the science fair. They never had enough time because they were always working, and many times, Frank, my younger brother, ate dinner alone. Now, at least one of our parents is home at least 3 times a week. So really, I'm doing whatever needs to be done for the greater good. And besides, it's fun, so why not? Mom would always warn me about changing schools or sending me to boot camp, but Mom was a softie, all bark and no bite. I continued hanging out with my friends and doing the things we were accustomed to doing. One afternoon, my gang and a rival gang faced off in the parking lot at the mall. Even though I was skeptical that Mom would move me if she heard anything, something in me snapped when I saw someone taking the fight from behind a car. I bolted behind the person, but I couldn't keep up and lost them around the corner that led to the crowded street market. By the time I got home, the fight gave over 100,000 views, and Mom, Dad, and Frank were packing. Where are you guys going? I looked at Dad and then Mom.
Mom warned you, but you didn't listen, so thanks to you, we're all moving to Crystal Falls Community. Thanks, Felicity.
Frank snapped. What? We can't move. All my friends are here. I have 1 more year of high school.
And maybe that's the problem.
Dad replied gently.
Maybe you need new friends. Friends that actually care about you and your future.
Yeah, well, I'm not going, I screamed. I ran to my room and I slammed the door. There is absolutely no way I'm leaving my home to go live in some creepy gated community. I mumbled as I locked my bedroom door, put on the radio on full volume, and fell into bed. When I opened my eyes, the radio was off, my bedroom door was removed, and my mom was packed up.
Oh, it's nice of you to join us. The moving van will be here in 1 hour.
Mom walked in a few seconds later.
You can leave here kicking and screaming, or you can get your butt in the car quietly when the time comes. Either way, you brought this on yourself. Welcome to your consequences.
Without another word, Mom left, and within the hour, my family and I had moved from the only home Frank and I had ever known. After a few hours, we arrived at the community. It was guarded, and Mom was given a rule book upon entering. The rules that you need to take note of is, number 1, no one is allowed to leave the community. Number 2, all adults worked within the community. And number 3, everything was rationed. Families that kept to the rules got more than families who struggled to control their children. Within our first 2 weeks in the gated community, I did and said every and anything that would let my parents know that I didn't want to be there. Frank, on the other hand, fitted like a glove within the community. It was my 3rd fight when I was called into the principal's office. I sat outside the office and waited to be called in. A few minutes later, my parents arrived. The look of disappointment on their faces didn't faze me. They were called into the office and exited about 15 minutes later.
We'll talk about this when you get home.
Dad ushered me to the door. But when we got home, I was sent to my room while my parents argued downstairs. I would do everything I could to get kicked out of Crystal Falls. I heard a knock on the door, and Mom and Dad entered and sat next to me on my bed. Dad rubbed his temples before he began.
Felicity, your mom and I have made the decision to move because you're going down a path that you may not be able to recover from. We're just trying to help you.
Help me how? By leaving everyone I know behind? I didn't even get to tell my friends goodbye.
Felicity, Crystal Falls is not like the life you knew before. Everything that you do here affects all of us as a family. Can't you see that?
Mom's voice sounded strained. Dad looked at me and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear.
The principal says you have a lot of potential. You were a great student, Felicity, so I know you can do it.
I smiled at Dad. But when I was a straight-A student, you and Mom ignored me. Now, I got up and walked to the other side of the room. You guys are paying attention to me.
So all this is some sort of attention-seeking gimmick?
You and Dad always talk about choices and consequences, but at what point do you and Dad sit and think about the choices you've made and how they affected our family? Well, Mom, Crystal Falls is your consequence for being a horrible mother. Mom gasped. She looked as though she was about to say something but changed her mind. She shook her head and left my room. Dad stood up.
Crystal Falls is our home now. We can either build each other up or tear each other down. Decide what kind of Link you are going to be.
Dad walked out and closed the door behind him. Over the next few months, I still didn't make any friends because I wasn't planning on staying in Crystal Falls, and my behavior regressed greatly. I was even put in solitary for 1 week without seeing my family. That just made me determined to find a way out of the community. I needed to be around real people with real emotions. I felt as though people within the community lost a bit of themselves because they were forced to be something they weren't. The problem was, there was only one way in and out of Crystal Falls, and it was heavily guarded. One afternoon, while heading home from school, I took a detour to observe the guards. If I could get an idea of how they did their rotations, then maybe I could escape.
You know it's useless.
A female voice came from behind me. I spun around. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, really?
The girl smiled and looked at me.
So you're not trying to time the guard so you can escape?
No, I wasn't. I turned and headed off in the direction of home.
Hi, my name is Nikita, and yours is Felicity, correct? We're in the same class.
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
Listen, this place is not as bad as it seems.
She fell into step next to me.
You just need to know the right people. And besides, the last time I tried to escape, I got a month in solitary.
We walked in silence until I got to the front of my house.
Listen, if you want me to show you the ropes, we can walk to school together tomorrow and I'll help you.
Sure, no problem. See you tomorrow at about 7:30? Nikita nodded in agreement before walking off and I headed inside. Next morning when I stepped outside, Nikita and Frank were whispering. When Frank saw me, he walked away. What was that all about? I looked at Nikita suspiciously. She waved a few papers in her hand.
Just collecting my math homework. I told you there's a way to survive here.
She winked at me. Over the next few weeks, Nikita and I became best friends. She told me that there was no reason to stop being who I was. I just needed to take it to make the adults happy. When adults are happy, they tend to leave you alone. Nikita introduced me to other children who were also forced to be in the community. Anything we wanted, including alcohol, we were able to get it as our supplies came from a guard. I just needed to make it through the next year and a half. Once I hit 18, I'd leave the community and never look back. So Nikita was right. Once I got my grades up and adjusted my attitude, my parents left me alone. I still refused to wear the school uniform, remove my tattoos and piercings, as well as dye my hair. My parents were just happy I wasn't getting into trouble anymore. They were finally willing to overlook those physical features. With my 17th birthday around the corner, I couldn't wait to see what Nikita and the gang had in store for me. About a week before my birthday, things got a bit weird. After I took the cupcake and met Nikita, I doubled over with nausea. The last thing I remember was Nikita calling out for help before I blacked out. When I woke up, I was at home in my bedroom. I sat up slowly since I still felt a bit woozy. I placed my feet on the ground and stood up slowly. I felt strange, maybe different. I went to my mirror, but I couldn't tell what it was. I picked up my school uniform and got dressed quickly since I didn't want to be late for school. I greeted my parents and Frank when I entered the kitchen.
Good morning, Felicity. Sleep well?
Mom smiled as she prepared breakfast. I feel a bit woozy. Maybe I'm coming down with the flu.
Let me get you the vitamins.
Frank stood up and disappeared for a few seconds and returned with a bottle of vitamins.
Take this and you'll be okay.
Frank opened the bottle and handed me a vitamin, which I swallowed with some orange juice. Thanks. I've got to go, Frank. I'll see you in school. Mom and Dad, I'll see you when I get home. Have a great day. I kissed my parents and exited the house. Over the next few days, Nikita tried to speak with me, but I just wasn't interested. I had new friends and was in a few after-school clubs. One afternoon, she cornered me in the girls' bathroom.
What's going on? Why are you ignoring me? You've been taking the vitamins, haven't you?
And so what?
Don't you realize it's changing who you are? Where are your tattoos? And didn't you say you'll never wear the uniform, but yet still you are?
What are you talking about? What tattoos? Nikita looked around before removing a cell phone from her skirt pocket and showing me some pictures of the both of us when I had tattoos, piercings, and colored hair. That doesn't mean anything. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to class. But as I walked to class, I couldn't help but feel as though what Nikita said was true. Were my parents really controlling me by feeding me pills? That afternoon when I got home, I went straight to Frank's room and knocked on the door.
Come in!
I found Frank sitting by his desk and doing homework. Hey Frank, can I ask you something? It may be a sort of a weird question. I nervously played with my hands. He turned to look at me.
Sure, no problem.
Are mom and dad giving you vitamins as well?
No, they don't need to. I'm not the rebellious child.
Noticing the confused look on my face, Frank made a confession.
I was tired of being associated with you in the outside world. Nobody knew my name. All they knew me as was Felicity's brother. I was the one who taped the fight, uploaded it to social media, and showed it to mom and dad. All I ever wanted was a normal life, and I could get that here without you messing it up.
So Nikita was right, I mumbled.
About Nikita, well, she's the principal's daughter. She befriends the oddball kids like yourself and gives out her famous cupcakes. With the help of the pill, you wouldn't remember anything from your rebellious lifestyle.
It took me a few seconds to process that information. Nikita had betrayed me. But why would they do this to me?
The same reason you decided to rebel against them. Because they can. Look, I have to get back to homework. I have a big test tomorrow.
Frank turned back to his work and I left his room and headed to my own. I didn't believe that Nikita was in on this. I wrote her a letter about everything Frank had told me and asked her if she could help to reverse it. If I stopped remembering who I was, then Nikita and I were friends. I didn't want to turn into someone I didn't know. All I ever wanted was to be me.
You have such beautiful hair.
The lady smiled as she passed me in the mall. Why, thank you. I shook my hair slightly for emphasis. That was only my 50th compliment about my hair today, and my ego was loving it. You see, ever since I was small, I had this thick, gorgeous hair that was always the envy of girls in my class from as early as preschool. At age 5, I began doing shampoo commercials, and I've been doing them ever since. With mom and dad running their own financial firm, I was left home alone a lot. Don't feel sorry for me just yet. Keep watching my story and see how everything worked out. Oh, and before I forget, I met my boyfriend Marco at one of the commercials I did. His hair wasn't as great as mine, but then again, whose hair was? Yes, Marco. I walked up the driveway and found my keys in my purse. I'll meet you around 6, but don't keep me waiting this time. I turned the key into the hole and pushed open the front door. I came face to face with Mom as she tried to fight off a tall, heavily bearded man. As soon as Mom saw me, her face grew pale. I saw the fear in her eyes.
Beverly, run!
Without thinking twice, I ran out of the house all the way to the bus stop. I sat on a bench and panted.
Hello? Hello? Bev, what's going on?
I forgot that I was on the phone with Marco. Marco, something happened. Can you come over? Marco agreed and then we hung up. Who was that man? I'd never seen him before in my life. I didn't have to wait long for a bus and approximately 30 minutes later, I arrived at Marco's. He was waiting on the front porch for me. He ran up and hugged me.
Babe, you're shivering. Let's go inside.
I nodded and allowed Marco to guide me into the house and to the kitchen. His parents were just like mine, very busy and hardly at home.
Did you call your dad?
Marco poured me a glass of juice as I sat by the kitchen table. Oh no, how could I have forgotten to call Dad? I quickly called Dad and explained everything to him while Marco prepared sandwiches for us.
Keep your phone close by.
Dad hung up the call. Marco placed the sandwiches on the table, but I pushed mine away.
Bev, everything will be okay.
Marco stood up and held my hand.
If you don't want to eat, then let's watch a movie together.
Marco took my hand and we went to the TV room where he switched on a movie. After a few hours, my phone rang and I answered frantically. Hello? Hello?
Bev, I've got Mom. Listen carefully.
Dad gave me an address to meet them and said,
Don't tell anyone, not even Marco.
The line went dead. I've got to go. I grabbed my purse and kissed him quickly. I'll call you later, I said on my way out. About 15 minutes later, as I passed an alley that was close to where Dad told me to meet them, I felt someone grab me around my waist and they threw their hand over my mouth and pulled me into an alley. I struggled until I heard Dad's voice.
Beverly, it's me.
Dad spun me around and I hugged him. My eyes landed on Mom. She had a swollen eye. I hugged her and cried.
We don't have time for this now. Beverly, give me your phone.
I handed Dad my phone and I watched as he separated it and destroyed it quickly. But, Dad!
Let's go.
Dad held my hand and I followed him. The three of us wove between the streets and alleys and hid in the shadows until we came to a mountainside. With the help of Mom and Dad, I was able to reach the top. How far again? I wiped the sweat from my brow.
We're almost there.
Finally, we arrived at a large bronze gate. Dad punched in the numbers and the gate slowly opened and we headed into the house. The house looked like an old Victorian house from the late 50s on the outside, but once we got inside, it was modernized. As soon as the door closed, I looked at my parents. I demand to know what's going on.
Well?
Dad walked further into the house.
Your mom and I aren't who you think we are.
I raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Mom added.
We steal for rich families.
I gasped. Is this why you're never home? Because you're common thieves?
There's nothing common about what we do.
Dad's eyes grew dark. I ignored Dad and continued. So you're common thieves that, let me guess, are running from the law? What did you do, leave a fingerprint for the police to find? Dad raised his hand to slap me, but Mom caught it just in time.
Beverly, when we went to retrieve the bracelet for our client, a $2 million bracelet, which was for the client's daughter's 18th birthday, I got jumped.
And it never would have happened, but you insisted on doing the job solo.
Dad rubbed his temples. I laughed. So another thief stole from you? That's laughable to say the least. This time, I got slapped, but it wasn't from Dad. It was from Mom.
If we don't find the bracelet, all of us will never be seen again. You better pull yourself together and stop with the snide remarks. I have plenty more where that came from.
I rubbed my face and willed myself not to cry. Why can't you just tell them you didn't get the bracelet?
Because?
Dad looked between Mom and I.
The bracelet was already paid for, and that's what they're expecting. We need to find those thieves before the client finds us.
Honey, one more thing.
Mom looked at me strangely.
You'll have to cut your hair.
What? No.
It wasn't a suggestion. You will be cutting your hair. And Gina, get out the tattoo kit. I think she'll look nice with freckles. They already have the pictures we need to create different personas. Let's get to work.
Over the next few hours, I changed from Beverly Madison to Faith Stevens. I cried throughout the entire process, from Mom cutting my hair to her tattooing freckles on my face. After a few hours, Mom, Dad, and I looked completely different. I couldn't believe my parents were doing this to me. They ruined my life. After my new look, I found a bedroom and locked the door. I hated my parents. Good parents don't bring harm to their children. Suddenly, I heard Mom as she spoke on the other side of my door. I opened the door slightly. Mom had a phone. I knew what I needed to do. Later that night, I snuck into the room my parents shared. Mom was fast asleep, but Dad was nowhere to be found. The phone was on Mom's nightstand. I grabbed it quickly and headed back to my room as quickly as I dared. As soon as I was safe inside, I locked the door and called Marco.
Hello?
His voice was husky. Hi, babe, it's me. You'll never guess what my parents did to me. I told them where we were and what transpired that afternoon at the house. I wish I could be with you, I groaned.
Why can't you? Leave now and I'll pick you up halfway. We'll talk to my parents and we'll find a way to handle it.
After a few minutes, I put the phone in my purse and slung my purse over my shoulder. I carefully slipped out the window and bolted to the front gate. I quickly scaled it and ran. As soon as I felt safe enough to stop, I called Marco and he picked me up.
Babe, I didn't recognize you. What did your parents do?
He asked as I jumped into the passenger seat. Thank you for coming. I knew I could depend on you. We passed the exit to get to his house. Where are we going?
My dad has a cabin by the Lapanaut River. I figured you'd be safer there.
We arrived at the cabin at 2 a.m. We were both so tired we fell asleep on the sofa. But when I woke up, I didn't expect things to take a turn for the worse. I opened my eyes slowly. They felt heavy and my head spun. It took me a while to realize where I was and that Marco and I were tied up in chairs. I was able to move the duct tape from my mouth after 10 minutes and I whispered to Marco, Marco, wake up. Please, wake up. I repeated. After a few minutes, his head moved from side to side until he stared at me. Just then, the door opened.
You brats are finally up.
Mom leaned against the doorframe. Mom, what are you doing here? Why are we tied up? Mom laughed.
You really thought I was asleep? You're as quiet as an elephant.
Mom rolled her eyes.
I knew you'd take my phone once you realized I had one. Once you had that, I was able to track you here.
Another person entered the room.
Hey, kids.
Marco's dad smiled. Mom, what is this?
Well, Leo and I are business partners.
He grabbed Mom and kissed her. Can you believe it?
Is that all I am?
Leo, not here.
Ew. Mom, where's Dad and what did you do?
As I was saying, Leo and I are business partners and we got a new buyer. We're on our way to take the bracelet to them right now. You and Marco will be used as collateral damage if need be.
But, Mom!
Don't but Mom me. I never wanted you. Your dad, on the other hand, always wanted a daughter. Imagine he even said he wanted to give up our lifestyle to spend more time with you. I wasn't about to let that happen, so I got rid of him.
We've wasted enough time, Gina. Shall we?
Mom smiled and walked behind Marco and I and hit us over the head. We both fell unconscious. I woke up to someone pouring water on my face.
Wake up, princess.
Leo snarled.
If either of you make a sound, that'll be the last sound you make, understood?
Marco and I nodded. Our hands were tied behind our backs as we were dragged out of the van and into the warehouse by Mom and Leo. One of the bodyguards at the entrance showed us to the waiting room. There were no windows nor any furniture in the room, except one tiny table in the corner. The door opened and a man in a suit with a briefcase walked in with 2 bodyguards.
Do you have the bracelet?
Mom pulled out the bracelet. The man took it, walked over to the table, and got to work. After inspecting the bracelet, he looked at the bodyguards.
Tell the boss it's the real thing.
One of the bodyguards left and returned shortly with the boss. Dad wore headphones on one ear, just like those secret agents, and was dressed in a black suit. I could tell Leo and Mom were also shocked by the nervous glances they shared.
Hello, Gina.
Dad nodded in Leo's direction.
Leo, release them.
He nodded to his bodyguards. Marco's and my ropes were untied and I rubbed the bruises on my wrists.
But how?
Mom stepped back fearfully. Dad cut off Mom.
I should be surprised, but honestly, I'm not. When I heard your plans for my informant, I didn't want to believe it, but I had to check it out.
Informant?
Mom raised an eyebrow.
Yes, his informant.
Marco stepped forward. Has my entire life been a lie? I screamed. Marco tried to hold my hand, but I pulled away.
Okay, boys, you can take them away.
Dad said into the speaker of his headphones. Men dressed all in black barged into the room, handcuffed Mom and Leo, and took them away.
I'm sorry, Beverly. I had to go through the motions with Mom, or we would never have caught her, and she would have been bad for business.
All it's ever been for you is business. Maybe you should try working on your family, Dad. I pushed past Dad and Marco and walked out of the warehouse. About a year has passed and, well, things are still shaky between Dad and I, but he's been home a lot more. As for Marco, I ended the relationship. I mean, what kind of boyfriend keeps secrets from his girlfriend? I mean, I can't get rid of Dad because he's family. Or can I?